and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Haha, before you're even on screen. They're 5 cart, they're 5 cart, they're 5 cart, they're 5, it's fine, they're 5, it's fine.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
OMG, egg, egg, frying an egg, 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 frying an egg, 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 frying an egg, avodago, 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 avodago.
Ahem, you abs. How dare you? How dare you redeem a try at the beginning of the stream? Then again, I understand that as soon as you click onto the stream that it's like, hey, do you want to celebrate? Is it celebration time? Oi, Calico, thank you so much for the sub. Tier 2 for 13 months, baby. Oi, oi, oi. Calico, thank you so much. Also, Gonda, thank you so much for the 12 months, an entire year. Calico is just over a year. Gonda has been subscribed for an entire year. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi there, Floggy. What's up? What?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul.
Oh my gosh. Arisa, thank you for the tier 3 for 18 months. Tier 3, baby. Hey, Arisa, thank you so much for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Hey there, everybody. Say hi to Arisa, the king of squirrel. Oi, how are you doing? What's up, Fluffy Giraffe? Nice to meet you. Hi there, Fluffy Giraffe. I see that you just followed like a little while ago. You followed like 3 hours ago. Fluffy Giraffe, what the heck? Thanks a lot. How are you doing? Welcome to the party. What are we playing today? We are playing, what's it called? It's Little Nightmares 2. We're playing Little Nightmares 2, but first I've got to set something up. Everything got disconnected today because of the Twitch thing. By the way, I almost put this in the title, but warning, everybody, change your passwords. Change your passwords right now. I don't know if they're gonna bother you right now. I don't know if they're gonna mess with your accounts, but you should all change your passwords. Twitch has been hacked entirely, so yes, unless you made your password today, make a new password. I already changed mine. Two-factor authentication is a great way to keep yourself safe, especially if you're a streamer. Make sure that you got the two-factor on so that they have to go through your phone. It's true, yes. Twitch was hacked, so make sure that you change your password. Nobody's probably gonna bother your account, but you can never be too safe. And I mean, it's a good reminder to change your password anyway, because we keep our passwords here for way too long. Hey, hope you're all good. I'm doing fantastic, you know that, but yes, the chat is all good beans. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? What's up? Are we ready for some spooky games? For some spooky dokey games? I was thinking that I might put that Eevee on screen. Maybe I can do that right now. I wanted to make it so that Eevee pops up on the screen like our boy. Let me see. Where is it? Where is our little boy? Where's our little boy? I think it's called Image Appear. Yeah, so it's this thing. It's this thing that appears. Oi. Okay, so we got this. Now if I copy this, let me see if I can copy it. How do I copy this specific thing? Copy. Okay, paste. Duplicate or reference? Probably a duplicate, right? Okay, I just made a second one. There we go. Now there's two of them. Let me adjust the name of this second one. Nah, I mean, Image Appear 2 is fine. I just need to put an underscore there. Okay, Image Appear 2. And let's set this as that disturbing Eevee that was made. Where is the ugly one? I only see the cute Eevee. No. We need ugly Eevee. There it is. There it is. Okay. So if I can put one right here. One right here. Then I should be able to go over to Leon board. And I should be able to copy this. Let's see. Copy button. Paste button. Let me adjust the commands. Image appear, color correction. What is it? Okay, I just need to change which image it is. Oh no. Image appear to. Oh my gosh, I have to do this a million times. Okay, here we go. Why is my cursed art posted? Because it's the best. That's why. You're looking, it's still working. Hey, Linz, good luck with the rest of your job. No worries, Linz. Good luck with the rest of your job. You got this, friendo. We'll see you soon, okay? We'll see you soon. Oi, what's up, Ann? How are you doing? I'm just setting up both of these cursed arts so that they can both pop up on the screen. Okay, let me see. I can show you on my screen while I'm doing this, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Yeah, I just need a... Well, I will have to put a second boy here. Yeah, I just need to set these all as image appear to, so that we can make Eevee pop up. I just have to put Eevee on all of the different things really quick. Like, I could have done this before, but what the heck? It's gonna be great, okay? Oi, how's everybody's day going? How are y'all doing? What's up? Oi, I hope y'all having a fantastic day so far. What is it? Is it Wednesday? Yes, it's Wednesday, the day of spookery. Oh wait, was that a hype train? There's a hype train from all of the subs. Can we get some hype in the chat for the hype train that just went off? Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gonda, Calico, Arisa, thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. All from resubs. A resub hype train. It don't seem right. That's too much hype just for our friendos. Why there's so many good friendos in the chat. You guys, I appreciate it. Okay, image appear number 2. There we go. It's all set. It's all set here. Now all I gotta do is change the Twitch trigger. We're gonna change it to drama alert. There we go. It's gonna be called drama alert. And then I just need to change the sound effect. Let me see. We're gonna make it be the drama. I just have to make sure that it's not too loud. Turn it down for a second. Let me see. Let me look at how loud this is. No, that's the wrong sound effect. I need the vine boom. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the sound effect. Yes. Okay. That should work. Okay, that should work. Let me just put... I just have to set... I have to get the other image here. Hang on. Then we can make them both pop up and see if it works. There's the other one. It's too big. Too kidneys. Disgusting. There we go. There's the 2 beautiful boys. All right, now I just have to make them invisible, and then it should work. Oh, wait a second. Before I make them invisible. Yep, they're both here. And then there's only one here. Oi, Arisa, you're gonna head to sleep, though. I hope you have a nice evening and a good stream. Hey, we'll see you later, Arisa. Get some rest. Get some sleep. I'm glad that you got to sleep behind the scenes for a minute. Oi, go to bed. Arisa, go to sleep. We'll see you later. Get some good rest. We all care about you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go to bed. Oh, wait. We can make this one perching right there. There we go. Some drama. Okay, now I should be able to take both of these images and make them invisible. Let me see. Where's the other one at? Okay, it's on the very tip top. Now I just need to set... Boop. The filter makes them invisible. Boop. There we go. Now they're both gone. Bing, bang, boom. Okay, now I have to just make the Twitch thing. Okay, So now I just need to make the one Twitch content thing. Hey, Storm Shield, what's up? Welcome to the party, Bohemian Moon. How are you doing? KMN, how are you doing? Hello, hello. What's going on? Are they a couple? No, they're not. They're not a couple. I'm just setting them up. Oi. You guys, how are y'all doing? We're gonna be playing spooky game today. Tomorrow, if we can finish this game, if we can finish the Little Nightmares 2, then we will be playing a new game tomorrow, and I will be unveiling my new outfit. I will be wearing an outfit tomorrow, just so long as we can get everything, as long as we can beat that game. If we beat the game, then we get a costume tomorrow, okay? A costume tomorrow, it's true. You've been better? I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Oh no. Storm Shield, that's horrible. Not babies. Babies are disgusting sometimes. Outfit of the day. It's not an outfit. It's a whole costume. It's a whole costume, and it'll go along with whatever game we're playing. Whichever one it is. Who knows which one? Just yell if I need something. Okay, thank you, Lens. I appreciate it. We've got ourselves some beautiful mods here, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary folks. We got some beautiful mods around here. Okay, I wanna make a new custom reward. I need another reward. Okay, I'm gonna name this reward Drama Alert. Drama Alert. Drama Alert, and it'd make the cost like 300, I guess. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna keep everything basic. Skip reward request queue so that my mods don't have to delete everything. Okay. Let me check if that works. That ought to work. Okay, let me see. It's a little bit off. Isn't it a little bit off? I think that I think it might be a little bit slow. Isn't it a bit slow? Let me see. Is it too slow? I think it is a little bit slow. Hey, what's up? Alchemic is here. Oi, 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 oi. Alchemic, are you wearing a costume right now? No, I'm not. I'm not wearing a costume, Uthressa. How dare? Now you look like you're being somebody from the 70s and 80s. What? I do? This is just me. This is just me. Nah, the dramatic pause. Should it be dramatic? I am not wearing a costume right now. You're just working on a drawing prompt for today? Hey, cool beans, Bohemian Moon. What's the prompt, if you don't mind me asking? Nothing but love for our resident streamer. Hey, KMN, much love to you too. Oh yes, I was gonna say, this plushie's wearing spooky hats. There's a new plushie that we all need to welcome to the party, you guys. A brand new plushie. A brand new baby that I want y'all all to welcome in. It's another big one. Another big boy. One more big one. Oh my. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. He's got kind of a squished head. There we go. Here's the big boy. One large lad. Very nice. I went up to the place and I said, how much is this thing? And he was like, $50. And I was like, I don't know why I asked. I don't care how much he is. I need him. I need him to be part of the party. And I got to hold him like underneath my arm. He's massive. Gigantic. Gigantic. He's adorable. Look at him. Look at this large lad. His face is a little bit squished, but it's all right. We'll squish his head until it's correct. Oi, how are you doing, human one? Oi, oi, oi. So gigantic. Merps, I received the package. Should we open up the package right now? I went and picked it up. I picked it up, Merps, the package that you sent me. That I will admit, I looked up like where the address was that it was sent from, and I could not figure it out. I wanted to look it up, but I couldn't find it. Oi, he should have sunglasses. He probably should. He probably should have sunglasses, but I don't have any that I can put on him right now. A human one has been spotted in the wild. Yee, should we open it right now? How am I gonna open this? I might need to go get a knife. I might need to go get a knife to open up Merps' present. Okay, I might actually literally have to get it. Also, I got, this is not tomorrow's game. This is just another game. This isn't for tomorrow, but here is a game that we can play sometime soon, okay? Just for later, okay? We'll play this later. This isn't tomorrow. I'm not dressing up for this game, not that I know of. I could maybe wear a monkey hat. Maybe I could put on some big monkey ears. But regardless, we'll play this sometime soon. I picked it up because I wanted to play that monkey ball game. We want to play that monkey ball game. Okay, let me go get, I'm trying to see if there's any, I don't think there's any knife in here. Yeah, whenever I went into the store to buy monkey ball, the guy at the counter, I was like, okay, I think I want to, yeah, I'm here to pick up monkey ball. And he was like, why? He said, why? And I was like, because I want to roll around as a monkey. What are you talking about? What do you mean, why? Why do we do anything? What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? You're crazy? He was also wearing, by the way, Alchemic, he was wearing a, what's it called? The Kingdom Hearts. He was wearing a Kingdom Hearts hat. And I was like, oh, are you excited for Sora being released? And he was like, nah, man, it makes me so mad. And I was like, what's the problem, dude? And he was like, Sora shouldn't be in Super Smash Brothers. Sora doesn't belong in Super Smash Brothers. And I was like, what was happening? This guy's just a negative Nelly. I want to roll around as a monkey. Exactly. Why not? It's a game with a ball and a monkey. I mean, it's monkey ball. What do you expect? It's exactly what you want. You wish that you could have won the giant Yoda that you saw in an arcade on holiday? This says, from Merps, thank you for bringing loves and smiles onto the stream. So sweet. Merps, am I supposed to destroy this container? Am I supposed to destroy this? Oi, Merps, thank you so much for sending me something. I'm excited to see what it is. I have no idea what this is. You said they did it so that they could release Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I see. I forgot about that part. That makes sense. It makes sense. What did they do it to sweeten the pot? Was that so that they could get the game? I'm confused. Which one's in power here? Was Nintendo in power, or who was doing the power plays in this situation? Who's the boss? Okay, I'm destroying it. Anyone else sad that Super Smash Bros. Just made their last hero? I'm not. I wish that they would have stopped a long time ago. I wish they would have stopped a long time ago. They made way too many heroes. That game is too loaded, dude. Of course they're gonna start like scraping the bottom of the barrel. There's too many of them. There's too many of them. Nintendo was not in power. Oh, snap. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Nintendo, the brand name video game. Okay, I should probably just get a knife. This is way too hard, dude. This is way too difficult. This is incredible, though. I do like a challenge. Button Eye Matt, what's up? It's my favorite bot. Oh my gosh, Matt, are you the bot that hacked Twitch? Thank you very much. I was very interested in how much people were making. Thank you for helping out all of us nosy people. I appreciate it. I like nosing around in people's business, so this hack is big fun for me. I get to poke around and see what other people are doing. Thank you, Button Eye Matt. Bless. Button Eyed Matt is a bot, of course, came in. Hello, yes, it's me. It's me, the real bot. Oh my god! Is that a huge Squirtle? It is! Shiny, what's up? I just showed off the gigantic Squirtle that I got, and I'm trying to tear into this container. I don't know what this object is, so I'm scared. I'm trying to open it up carefully, but I'm so impatient. Kenny, is it okay if you make Kiwi big like Mike? I've said it the way that I like it now. Maybe I'll change it tomorrow. The most human-like bot you'll ever see. Can you believe it? I was definitely interested in downloading the information. Wait, what? Did you download it? I was just looking at what other people posted about it. There's like loads of information, like the top 10 most paid streamers. That's pretty interesting. I was curious, dude. I was curious, dude. It was 4 a.m. when you got the news and you had to run to work. Ah, I see. With your mind ablaze with curiosity for what the streamers had in store, for what little delicious tidbits of knowledge could be gleaned from the hidden documents that were passed off to the public most shortly ago. I can even cry if you tell me sad stories. What? This almost too realistic. Matt, you're starting to approach human-like intelligence. I don't like it. I don't like a smart robot. Nobody likes a smart robot, okay? Button Eyed Matt, could you calm down, please? No crying. If I see a robot cry, I'm gonna cry. If you start crying, oh, okay. The package is open, dude. The package is open. I'm gonna open her up. I'm gonna open her up. We've got this half-destroyed package. I'm sorry. Sorry, Merps. I've done my best. Okay. It's nothing. I'm just kidding. Calico. Good timing. Very nice. All right. What do we got? It's something teeny tiny. And it's so wrapped up. What is so delicate? It's so small. What is it? What is this? What is this small? Stop, man. Stop. Okay, I got junk all over my desk. What is this? Music is very intriguing. What could be inside of the small container? And it is so heavy. It's so heavy. I think it might be iron, possibly. It's a baby in a box. A fetus for me? Oh boy. I know what it is. I know what this is. I know what it is now. I took one look. Woo! It's a Pikachu. Oh my goodness. Is this a stone? Is this a cut stone that's a little Pikachu? What is that? What is this? What is it? Look. Merps. What? Which stone is this? It feels like a rock. Is it? Oh, how did they make a rock like this? It's a sea monkey? I don't think so. It's Pika. What is this? What is this made out of? It's so heavy and it looks like a rock. Look how cute it is. How did they do this so well? It looks so good. It looks so good, Merps. A crystal Pikachu. I know. It's a crystal. It's a Pikachu made out of rocks. That's awesome. I love it. Oi, Merps, where did you get this? This is so awesome. I love it. I love it. They're selling those in your crystal group. They're so cool. It's a crystal. It could be amber. It looks like a candy. I don't think that it's edible. Yeah, I don't think so. Not very sweet. Very, very tasteless. It's a secret? You're not going to tell me what the stone is? What? Is this stone going to affect my dreams and I'm not going to know what it is? Now I can't look up what this stone's effects are going to be. So, should I place this close to my bed or is it going to haunt me? Is this a good vibe rock that I should keep near me? Or is this a bad vibe rock that will soak in all the bad ones and I should put it somewhere else? Like, maybe I could put it in the living room and it'll soak up all the bad vibes, you know? Or we could put it over here and it might attract good ones. I don't know. You have to make sure that there are no mirrors in the same room. Otherwise, the rock will be evil. It'll turn into a real Pikachu. Oi, I love Shiny. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, how are you doing? It looks like Tiger Jasper. Should I put it next to my bed or will it haunt me? The rock is evil. I'm just kidding. It looks pretty good. Hey, haunting you is my job. Oi, A-Star, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. We're about to start up the spooky game. The spooky game. I love Shiny. How are you doing? Norwegian friendo. Hey, Shiny. I've been playing a game that's based in Norway. I've been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla in my free time. And it's pretty good. I get to run around Norway and beat up my fellow Norse. Oi, how are you doing, Shiny? It's good to see you. Hello. Oh, what game? We're going to be playing Little Nightmares 2. That's the name of it, yes. Little Nightmares 2. Have you finished the main game yet? I didn't play any games yesterday. Yesterday, I had to take a break. Where I bought it, it's a secret. Oh yeah, don't tell me where you bought it. You don't need to do that. It's a geode stone. What? Geode? A geode, you say? I don't know what a geode is. I thought that a geode was one of those circle rocks that you smashed in half and then there's crystals on the inside of it. Apparently, I don't know what a geode is. Oi, Rosera! Rosera, you just showed up. Oh my gosh. Rosera shows up and demands that I say hi. Rosera, I love you. You're okay. Rosera, hi there. It's the same type of crystal, just not the crunchy parts. Oh, so it's just, there's multiple types of geodes. I see. Rosera, how are you doing? But yes, we have not finished We have not finished Little Nightmares 2. We are still in the throes of difficulty. If we can complete the game today, you guys, then we'll have a new game tomorrow, and I'm going to be wearing a fun outfit. I'm going to be wearing the first costume of October. I've been playing in this. In fact, I think that I will be probably playing a character tomorrow, and I need to watch some movies before I start, and I need to listen to some music before I start. I think that I already know what I'm going to watch and listen to before the stream, but the outfit should be ready tomorrow, just so long as we finish this game. Moi, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Moi, are you excited for some ghost hunting? Are you excited for some ghost hunting? Darren, what's up? How are you doing? It's my favorite wizard. How are you doing, Darren? I hope you're doing well. It's a quartz. That's all I know. I see. So if it's quartz, then surely it won't curse me or anything, right? I could probably put it right here. No worries. No worries. It'll make me feel better. Thank you so much, Mervs. I super appreciate that anybody. I mean, Mervs, I super appreciate that you'd send me anything. That you'd send me anything that means a lot, and it's so sweet. I'm so honored that you would want to send anything to me. I really appreciate it, and it's super cool. I like it. I like it. Crystal quartz? No, cursed quartz. Time for me to go since I don't like horror games. No worries. No worries, Shiny. I love Shiny, I should say. Not Shiny. I mean, I love Shiny. Oi, we'll see you later. Sorry, this is a bad month. It's a spooky month. You're gonna go now. All right. See you later, Merps. Bye-bye. Thanks for the beautiful Pikachu. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Merps. Quartz is a cleansing stone, is it? What does it cleanse? Can I dip it in my water and it'll clean it? Dude, can I get rid of my water filter? Because I can just dip this quartz in my water. Bing, bang, boom, totally cleansed. Maybe I can put it in a smog-infected room and it can slurp all of the bad stuff out of the air, right? So that means that if I start my car and I leave it running inside of my garage, then it will be fine and there will not be too much carbon monoxide just so long as I put a quartz stone in there. Is that how it works? Is it that kind of cleansing? I'm very excited. I might be a little late if my special plans happen tomorrow. Moi! Special plans. What kind of special plans are you? I'm so small. I'm at the bottom. Maybe it's an alien quartz and it will come to life. I would love that. I would love a small little Pikachu alien friend. I'm excited. Speaking of aliens, I did watch, what is it called? I don't know, Kenny, why don't you try and find out? All right, Bohemian Moon, I'm gonna test this scientifically. Oh, I watched what's it called yesterday? Venom. I went and watched Venom. Yeah, Venom. I watched the second Venom movie, and it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I feel like A-Star would like it. Feel like A-Star would like it for sure. It's a good movie. It's good for edgelords, and it's pretty dang funny. It does not take itself seriously at all, and it's dumb as heck. So if you want to watch a stupid action movie, if you want to watch it, no spoilers. I won't spoil anything. If you want a stupid action movie, it's perfect. I went in going, this is going to be a dumb, fun movie, and it was a dumb, fun movie. Definitely good. Stupid action, yes! It was pretty great. For someone that doesn't like superhero movies, you should like going to see them. I've watched 2 superhero movies in the past, year. I don't think so. I saw, before the 10 Rings, I hadn't been to the theater to see a superhero movie I didn't see Endgame. The last superhero movie that I saw in theaters before the 10 Rings was Infinity War. And I was dragged over there to watch Infinity War, and that was years ago, dude. That was years. Infinity War was the last one that I saw in theaters before the 10 Rings. So, also, Arisa saw 10 Rings, and that's why I wanted to watch it, so that I could know what she's talking about. I gotta say, Kenny, I really love your energy. What? Fun Night Matt, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it here. The only one that you're missing is Black Widow. Black Widow seems a little bit boring. I don't know if I'd watch it. I'm sure that there's things to be enjoyed in it, but it does seem a little bit boring. You've not seen a single Marvel movie? Really? Not a single one? Are you sure? I kind of doubt that. I'm more impressed if that's true. If that's true, Linz, I suggest that you don't watch any of them. Don't watch any of them. If you're already doing that good, then don't break your streak. That would be pretty sweet. Not that you know of. What about the old Spider-Man movies? Those count as Marvel movies. I mean, listening to you keeps me awake, but I'm mad. I'm glad. The Avengers movies got boring to me. Sparkle nerd, it can't be true. I liked Infinity War. It was good. Blade's great. Blade's a Marvel movie? Does that count? I don't think that Lynn saw Blade, but that's good stuff. Those are Sony. It is Marvel. Ahsoka, listen. Marvel heroes, they still, if you watch any of the Sony movies, it says in association with Marvel because it's a Marvel character. Marvel was, they sold the rights to the X-Men and also to Spider-Man movies to Sony. They're still Marvel movies. They're not made by the studio known as Marvel, which is now owned by Disney, but they're still in association. They're still based on the comics, and Marvel still does have a say in what those movies are. But admittedly, Sony has the rights to distribute and also to create those movies, but they are still Marvel movies, just not by the studio Marvel. It's a mess. Yes, exactly, Sparkle Nerd. It's an absolute mess. Blade is in fact a Marvel property. Blade is great. I freaking loved Blade. I might, is there a second Blade? Because I want to watch it. Just tell him Marisa watched it. He'll be watching 24 hours. What? No, it won't be. No, if she wants to... Arisa would never watch Black Widow. And even if she did, I wouldn't watch it. It's not worth it. Listen, there's a scale. There's a scale that I will watch a movie so that I know what people are talking about. There's a scale that I will do to make sure that I can understand what Arisa's talking about. And Black Widow is too far. They went too far this time. If she watched Batman v Superman, I would not feel like I had to watch it. You saw part of a Spider-Man movie during your childhood, but I remember leaving because I couldn't handle blood. Blood in a Spider-Man movie? Bruh. Sony now owns the rights to the primary X-Men. They're a secondary that appear in Marvel Studio movies. Yeah. It's a mess. It's a mess. Here's my opinion. Superhero movies are boring. Some of them are good though. So I try to pick the ones that look interesting. I'm interested in watching the second Doctor Strange movie, but I'm a little concerned because multiverse is kind of weird. Maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll do it well, but I'll give them a chance. Because I do enjoy the Doctor Strange character. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's good. Kayla Lay, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. We're about to get started. How are you doing? If I look up spoilers for those movies so that I sound cultured, not a bad idea, Linz. You don't have to waste any time and you can look like you know what you're talking about. And that's like looking up the scores to a football match without watching it and being like, hey, did you see that the Colts won yesterday? I mean, I guess that's a little disingenuous. You're excited for the multiverse shenanigans? I mean, we'll see. They can do it well, Benny, but they can also do it bad. I mean, I don't trust Marvel at this point. So I'm curious. The ones that you're interested are Spider-Man and Thor. You don't care about the rest. Oh, yeah. There's another Thor movie coming out. Is it going to be directed by the same weird New Zealander? Superhero movies are boring, except for the few that are good. Exactly. That's exactly right. As a rule, I don't like superhero movies anymore. The drama alert. Only superhero that I care about is Spider-Man. What, Tayaki? You only care about the girl who bakes with their 15 months. Hey! Thank you so much. Oi, 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 the girl who fakes. Thank you so much, Erica, for the 15 months. Can we get some hype in the chat? Oi, I appreciate it. There's so much drama happening. It's nutty. I can't believe that there's so much drama that's being dropped in the chat right now. Thank you so much, Rosera, Tayaki, Erica, Linz, for the hype in the chat. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Erica. I appreciate the support. You mean Taika? Yes, Taika Waititi. Is he going to be directing the new Thor movie? Because he's pretty funny. He's pretty funny. And I bet it could be pretty good. You're so excited for the multiverse shenanigans. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. He's doing it? Okay. Now I'm interested. Now you've piqued my curiosity. Eternals is coming out next month, and Spider-Man No Way Home the month after that. Venom. Gotta get Venom. Venom. So dinner was dinner was some day-old fries and a can of pineapple chunks. That's horrible. That's a horrible dinner. A dinner was old fries and a can of pineapple. The worst fruit. The worst fruit and day-old fries. Rosera, you deserve the world. Rosera, you deserve the best meal of all time. You deserve to be pampered. You just gotta watch Streak and plenty of points to spare. Hey, yes, Nunny. There's plenty of drama to go around. That sounds good, Rosera. Oh, no. Rosera, not the worst fruit. Yes, I did say the worst fruit. It's true. It's true. Although there's lots of fruits that I haven't tried. I have not tried lots of fruits, so I still need to more research. Like Alchemic said that jackfruit are disgusting, but I've never had them before. What's wrong with you? It's too it's just too it's too acidic. It's too acidic. It hurts my mouth. Speaking of food, I need to go eat. Hey, Ahsoka, go get some food. Pineapple is a little aggressive. It kind of hurts my teeth, and also it doesn't taste that good. But it is okay on a pizza because I think that all the stuff on the pizza, I think that it calms down the pineapple. But pineapple is a little aggressive. Jackfruit and durians are abominations. There's lots of tropical fruit that I don't think that it was meant to be fruit. I think that it was meant to be poison. But some sort of unfortunate evolutionary thing just happened where the switch went from inedible to edible, but it still remained very poisonous. It just doesn't kill you, but it tastes poisonous. You know what I'm saying? You actually like jackfruit and starfruit. They're actually very sweet if you know how to make them that way. I see. Yeah, Beowulf, that seems like the truth for a lot of things. Like, if you can cook it right, then it's good. But, yeah, I don't know. Chris, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Oi, Chris Swift has a busy life and needs to get stuff done. They've joined Lurk with 1,860 and 97 other beans. Yes, Chris, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Speaking of fruits, have any of you guys tried grapes named Candy Crunch? They taste like cotton candy. That is to say that they don't taste fresh? They taste like cotton candy? Cotton candy grapes? The only grapes that I really don't like, though, are the ones with the giant seeds. The ones with the gross seeds, I don't want to be spitting venom. I don't want to be spitting seeds while I'm eating grapes. I just want to be able to nosh them, man. I want to be able to nosh these berries. Don't make me pause or spit the seeds. I get enough of that junk with watermelon. Cotton candy grapes are very good, too. I might have to take a look at that. So we're koalas with eucalyptus? Poison. Everybody's saying that cotton candy grapes are great. I need to try them now, okay? Globe grapes. That's the ones that have the giant seeds in them. Dude, I don't want any surprises. I like my grapes boneless. Those are essentially just bones. Those are the bones of fruit. Seeds are just the bones of fruit, and I don't like bones. I would like boneless, seedless, everything. If everything didn't have bones and seeds, that would be best, because I don't like any surprises that are inedible inside of my food. And that goes for babies inside of cakes, too. Those little babies that they put inside the plum cake. No thanks. Yes, I prefer my fruits boneless. Indeed, I don't care about how it tastes. Just so long as it doesn't have bones, I feel a lot better about it, okay? I know that some varieties of watermelons are better if they have seeds in them, like they're sweeter, but I don't care. I'd rather never eat watermelon ever again. You don't want nuts because nuts are seeds. Oh. Hey, start with the drama alert. Nuts, eh? That is true. They are seeds, aren't they? Okay, I see an argument. Well, that's why I said my fruit. I don't want nuts in my fruit either. Yeah, only fruits. Only fruits. I do like some seeds in some chocolates and stuff like that. Yes, I definitely like those in bread, but that's not fruit. It's just fruits that I want boneless because I do indeed like seeds in my bread. Just swallow the seeds. Moy, are you trying to grow like a watermelon patch in your stomach? No, thanks, Moy. You can enjoy all your vines that are growing out of your ears. Me personally, I don't want to be cultivating a garden in my intestinal tract. Thank you very much. Kenny, it has become too difficult to find this quote. What quote? There is no quote. I killed a baby. Oh, what? Killed a baby? No, I'm talking about that little baby that they use for some sort of celebration. There's a baby that's hid inside of a cake, and if you get it, then you have good luck for like 10 minutes or something. I don't know. Strawberries have seeds all around. Those seeds are so tiny. Those don't count. Those aren't bone-sized seeds, and besides, I can snap them with my teeth. I don't even notice them. If you could swallow them easy, it doesn't matter. When I was a kid, they used to tell me about the burger buns had seeds, and it was traumatizing. Oh dear. You're gonna grow a burger plant in your stomach. You gotta be careful, Rosera. Don't eat those seeds. You gotta scrape them off. You gotta scrape them off with a big knife so that you don't grow burger plants inside of your tummy. You pick the seeds off strawberries before you eat them? Is that even... The music totally paused. Is that even possible? Just don't eat strawberries then. What a pain in the neck. I could never pick all of the seeds off of a strawberry. That's a joke. I bet it is. No freaking way. Nobody picks the seeds. Just with a toothpick. Okay. Next cooking stream, you guys. Next cooking stream, I will make sure that there are strawberries and we have to at least de-seed one of them, okay? We will de-seed one strawberry to show off my new camera that we will hopefully have by then. I'll zoom in. We'll get the angle just right. I'll get a toothpick and we'll remove every single seed on a strawberry. How about that? Seedless strawberries only. Exactly, yes. With toothpicks. We'll remove them and then we can make a perfect strawberry smoothie. It's never smooth with the seeds, okay? That's the truth. That's how it is. How much free time do you have? Now I want strawberries. Mythology fan, whenever I buy strawberries, I have to eat them the day of. Otherwise, they get ruined. And besides, I freaking love strawberries anyway. Linz, are you asking if Arisa saw the most recent quote? I don't think so. Are you trying to ruin my relationship? Shaking my head. Plant a strawberry plant with them. I'm pretty sure that all fruits that you can buy at the store, they specifically make all of the seeds unplantable. They do that on purpose. They genetically modify the seeds. If I'm not mistaken, almost all of them, if not all of them, are made so that you cannot plant them on purpose. On purpose, the devils. You can't buy strawberries. You'll eat the whole container. Oh, what? Well, that's why you buy them, so that you can eat the whole container. That's what you need. Not avocados! It's Nunny, stop yelling. Sid had to pick all the seeds off of the strawberries whenever she first found out about her, when she first found out about her Crohn's? Sid had to pick off the seeds off of strawberries when she first found out about her Crohn's. What's that? You have planted avocado seeds and it works? Hey, you got... I don't know what that is. I've heard of Crohn's disease, but I don't know what it is. I got it right. I got it the first time. Yeah, I've heard of this, but I don't know what it is. Sad panda. Oh no, Fluffy Giraffe, please don't cry. Hey, Tin, what? You're up so early. What the heck? Tin, good morning. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Wait, should I look up what that is? If I have many fruits grow what? You've had many fruits grow mold in your fridge. Ah, so you're trying to grow yourself some interesting plant life. I see, I see. How do strawberries affect that inflammatory reaction though? What? Inflammatory stream remarks? I can't believe it. I'm not inflammatory at all. Very bourgeois. Is Nani, would you prefer saying bougie or bourgeois? I think that bourgeois is like saying, what's it called? Bourgeois is like saying foyer. Foyer, would you like a bourgeois foyer? Or would you rather have a bougie foyer? I have a successful green onion plant, and all you did was cut off what you used and stick the root in the pot. Rosera, you stole fizzy lifting drinks. Everything has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. You lose. Basically, her immune system is killing her GI tract. That sounds very bad. Is that so? Is Crohn's disease an immuno? An immuno? An immuno? Immuno. What is the word? I can't think of medical terms right now. Immuno deficient? No. Immuno. Poop. I don't know. What is it called? Autoimmune. That's what it is. An immunodeficiency. Okay. So it's really yeah, I was trying to say it's an is it autoimmune something? Lil Whack, what the heck are you doing here? It's inflaming and scarring in your intestines that affects your digestion tract and can be very painful. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I know what you mean. That stinks. Stupid immune system being a butt. I thought it was something to do with your stomach. It is. GI tract is stomach, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, you guys want to start this game? Y'all want to play some spooky games? Let's stop talking about strawberries for wait a second. Oh, yeah. I also got a cool shirt. Wait a second. Should I show off a shirt that I'm not going to wear right now? No way. I'm going to show it off later. I'm not going to show it off right now. Stop trying to pressure me into showing off everything that I bought. Oh, my gosh. You guys, stop with the pressure. Oh, let me, where am I gonna... This guy's so big. All right. There we go. He's sitting up.
He looks good enough. He looks like he's gonna sit right there. He's doing good.
You're back, Merps. Welcome back. Just show it off. You know that you love show and tell. Never. I'll show you later. Kieran, what's up? How you doing? It's under control. What? You can control it, Linz? Ah, splendid. I'm glad to hear about that. And A-Star, you said your dad went to the hospital to get an operation for his. I hope that it's doing good. I hope that it's gone. Look at that Squirtle. I know. Also, hi there, Minnie. What's up? Oi, look at that big cutie. It's gigantic. I was tempted, you guys. There was another plushie that I decided not to get, but I was very tempted. Stop. Where's the... Oh, the Party Pika is like super high up there. There's the Party Pika. I don't think... Do I have a normal Pika? No, I've got the Party Pika, and there's also a Santa Pika. Should I get a Santa Pika, or should I just put a Santa hat on my Pika? That's what I don't understand. Should I because the two Pikachus that are literally like the same shape, like that's a lot. You need a Party Pika. Party Pika's up there. Should I really buy another one? That seems silly whenever I could just put a hat on it, right? Surfing Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow. I've not seen that fluffy giraffe. Where is it? Where is it? If it exists, show me. Where is it? Minnie, I hope you're doing fantastic today. How are you doing? Kenny was about to show us his shirt. No, I was not. I'm so happy that you like your present. I love it. I love it, Merps. It's so cute. And it could fit anywhere. I could put it up on I have a shelf that has all kinds of bits and bobs and doodads and trinkets, and I think it'll fit perfectly there. Right next to all my nerdy stuff. Want me to spoil the gift that got sent to the wrong address? Rosera, is there no way to recover it? You're just gonna spoil it. Yes, tell me. Now I'm curious. Sure, tell me what I'm not gonna get. I'm good, friend. Just a bit sleepy. Not been sleeping well this week. I'm sorry to hear that, Minnie. There was a day that I slept like yesterday. I felt really bad, so I just like slept all day. But I was having pretty good dreams, so I mean that was a good side of it. Yeah, yesterday I got good sleep, but yeah, sleep's been all over the place. I've been having a lot of vivid dreams recently. It's at the because I can pick it up whenever. Oh, yeah, Rosera, tell me, what is it? What is it? I have gone by many names. How are you doing? Do I happen to know any of these names, or are you a new bean? Hello there, many names. I hope you're doing fantastic. Let me see. Do you have any chats in mind? No, this is your first message. I have not ever seen any of your names, so I will know you as I have gone by many names, which is only one name. I need to sleep all day today, but work. Oh no, Minnie. I mean, it is somewhat nice to have something to wake you up in the morning. I will admit it is somewhat nice to have something that makes you oof. That makes you oof out of bed. You saw some plushies online. I see. That's a dangerous trap. You must be very careful. There is an endless amount of plushies on the internet. Therefore, one must never be too careful now. The longest you've ever slept was 17 hours. Wow, that's Fluffy Giraffe. You found it through a Google search? No, don't look on Google. It's endless. It's endless, I tell you. There's absolutely no end to the amount of plushies that you could buy. Your entire wallet will be gone. Okay, don't look. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. You mustn't see. 17 hours is an obscene amount of time. Does anybody here remember the White Putin meme? I've gone by many names. The White Putin meme is actually my raid message. You might not see it today, even if you stick here the entire time. But my raid message is the White Putin meme, except for it's with what's her name? Megumine. It's Megumine as White Putin meme. So yes, I remember it very well, and I love the freaking music. It's some of my favorite. My very old cat is trying to fry my computer by laying on the heat outtake. Oh no, it's probably because it's warm. Jade, is it cold where you are? And your cat's like, this is the warmest place in the house. Time to overheat this computer. I can literally sleep all day, every day. What? Bohemian Moon. Do you get headaches whenever you do that? Because I always get headaches if I sleep all day. I think it's because I'm like jamming my eyes shut or something. Because you walk down the street to it and then did parkour and walk backwards for a quarter mile. What the heck? Did you have it playing on speaker or was it on headphones? I don't know which one would be better. That's really intense. It's getting there. Fall is definitely making itself known. I see. So let's do a challenge. I bet it's warmer here than anywhere else. It's 30 Celsius. It's 30 Celsius here in Texas. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. It might be hotter in California, though. California's been out gaming us recently. Yeah, so it's 30 Celsius or 87. That's not that hot. 87's not that hot. It's not even like 95. That's what I mean, it's not that hot outside. Hey, what's up? It's Johnny. How are you doing, Johnny? Hope you're doing good. Oi, Johnny, how's it going? You got me beat, friend. Yeah, my state's hotter than your state. Texas is hot. Yay. A Karen saw me and told her kid to run back to the house. Get out of here, Johnny. There's a White Putin meme fellow here. There's a White Putin meme walking. Headphones, I can hear it from here. It's turned up so loud. Yikes. I hope that it's super cold in LA whenever I visit. I want it to be chilly billy. I want to be as freezing as possible. Freeze me up inside. I want to be able to be nice and cool. 68 here. Ooh, Kareem, nice. I think I got y'all all beat. I live in Florida. Oh, snap. A Floridian. We've had Floridians here before. It is very spicy over there. Oi, thank you for the follow. I have gone by many names. Welcome to the party. We're going to be playing. Slap Kenny's hand. Right, I got Little Nightmares 2. That's what we're going to be playing. It's true. It's going to happen soon. Next Tuesday, it's supposed to be 58. Freezing cold, dude. Whoa, yes. Let's go. Cold weather. Cold weather, please. Please, my AC is failing. I'm gonna get it looked at, okay? I've already set the date. I'm already gonna get my car looked at, okay? You slept a long time before I came back for a weekend festival for up to a week. What? Mythology fan who slept for a week? Holy moly. Johnny, work grinding. The school finally got me in the system to sub. Hey, it's our sub teacher, Johnny. Johnny, you better teach those kids. You better teach. What are you gonna be teaching the kids? Is it a specific type of class, or is it like? I never asked you that. What kind of class are you gonna be teaching? Dang it! I will have to lurk or on my maybe list. What? Oh yeah, did Rosera tell me what the thing was? Let me scroll up. Rosera, did you tell me? I didn't even read it. Shaking my head. It's a girl Pikachu dressed with a kimono sitting on a little pillow. What? Sarah, what? It's a girl Pikachu dressed with a kimono sitting on a little pillow. What? Is it a figure? What? Is it a figure or a plush? That's so cute. That sounds adorable. Oh, adorable. Now I want to see it. That's like the only female Pikachu I've ever heard. It's a plushie. What? That's so cute. A female plushie with a kimono sitting on a pillow. That's adorable. You have to get it right now. No. Don't make me go back there. Nah, subs just take roll and make sure kids are working. Oh yeah, that is how it works. I remember seeing. Yeah, I do remember having a substitute teacher, and yeah, they just fill in, don't they? And they just make sure that they just do whatever the plans were that the teacher had. I remember. It's been ever since 2nd grade since I've been in a real school. As you know, I was homeschooled, so it's been since 2nd grade. I didn't even remember how temp teachers worked. The high temp for tomorrow where I am is 56, low 32. Kayla, it's freezing. It's time to get on your ice skates. There's no way to get to work except for the ice skates. Real-time bread. Real-time bread, I thought you were lost forever. Where? Bread. What? You're back. Bread, I thought you were dead. I thought that bread was dead to us. Ay, my boy thought this boy thought that bread was dead. I thought that you'd gone away. Real-time bread, you left the Discord and I was so scared. I was like, oh no, the bread's gone moldy. It's not good. Okay. You left the Discord. I was wondering, but you're here. So everything's good. Everything's good. No worries. We were not ready for this. Listen, I hadn't prepared. We weren't ready at all. I'm the living bread. The Knight of the Living Bread. The most dangerous loaf you've ever seen. Don't loaf around. The living bread is on your tail. You were doing stuff on Discord? You don't have to join. I just hadn't seen you since then. You do not have to join or stay on the Discord. That is not a requirement at all for hanging out in the chat. I just normally assume that means that there is some sort of thing that changed that includes as Twitch as well. But all you have to do is, if you're hanging out on the Twitch, that's all that you need. But I hadn't seen you check in for okay, listen, Real-time bread, you don't have to join the Discord. You don't like the heat? What? But I'd rather have that than the cold. Heat is uncomfortable. Cold just plain hurts. I would take the cold, probably, honestly. We assume if you leave, we did something wrong. Exactly. It's too true. It's too late. It's already been done. Hey, Real-time bread, welcome back. Welcome back. My favorite bread. Oi, oi, oi. I'm so glad to have you back. Also, I'm back and breader than ever. Listen, we've got 2 breads, don't we? We've got dramatic. Wait a second. Who's something loaf? We've got another streamer that's called Loaf or something like that. Real-time bread. We got real-time bread, and who has the dramatic loaf? I can't remember. Not possible. There's not another bread YouTuber. Okay, time to head home. Hey, Kareem, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. It is dramatic loaf. Okay, it is. Imposter time bread. No, we've got dramatic loaf and real-time bread. Real-time's pretty cool name for Twitch because of it being live and everything. I get it. I see. You've rarely been to Kitty's Discord server. You don't have to be over there, Tin, if you don't want to be. All that Discord is for is that people from the chat can hang out with one another. That's it. It was 100% made and remains just a way for people to talk that like each other in the stream and they want to talk to each other. And I'm not streaming. That's all that it's for. It's not made for anything else. It doesn't matter, okay? Oi, Anne, hi there. I said hi to you whenever you arrived. Oi, you fine pine, what?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Fine pine. Thank you for the gifted sub. What?
Prime
Hey.
Finny Carving gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you
Laura
so
Zenta
much. I appreciate it. Oi.
122384.
Thank you, Fine Pine. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted sub for Laura Zenta. Laura Zenta is somebody that gifts a lot of subs, so it is hilarious that you gifted them a sub. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much. The gifter has become the giftee. I see. I see. Laura Cinta will not be able to support me with a sub. Perfect. Oh my God, I didn't realize it got cold. Oh wait, what? Did you say Capuchin works? Did you just see? Did Capuchin work? That was not me. That was Stream Elements. That was Stream Elements that fixed it. I didn't touch a thing. I haven't even logged on to Stream Elements for the entire day. Nope. I did nothing. That's Stream Elements being jank as heck. I am so frustrated with Stream Elements right now. I've tried to like fix a bunch of stuff. I having to remain on some online thing. Drama alert. You're used to doing the hug command? Oh, we should make a hug command anyway. It used your emotes and gave them hats. That's what it did whenever I first set up, and then it broke. Kenny, did you know you're an amazing person? And you're so sweet. Be quiet. Also, you're an amazing person. And what? It says, Johnny, did you say you're still one of the smartest kiddos out there? I appreciate it. There's a difference. There's a difference between smart and educated. So I appreciate it. You want to say the Hat Kingdom for Mario Odyssey? I want to play Mario Odyssey so bad. We need to beat the whole thing. It's called the Waltz of the Booze from Super Mario Galaxy. So you're darn close. I have gone by many names. This would be Waltz of the Booze. And that's booze like the little woo, not like the booze. Jesus. A real-time bread, you learn to ignore it. It's listen, I grew up in a house that had 9 kids. 9 kids. So I can listen to a little bit of boom, 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 boom. I can totally ignore it. A targeted one or generic? We could do either one. Maybe a targeted one would be fun. A targeted one would be adorable. Alchemic, do you have the code for this? You have the code? Hey, Kenny, can you keep a secret? Yes. Chat cannot, but I totally can. I can, Murphs. I doubt anybody else can. I can imagine Ghost and fancy dance hall dancing to this. There's 8 more of you. 9 more of me. And I would say that they're not that similar to me. But you could watch my sister's videos if you're curious. We're somewhat similar. Somewhat similar for sure, but I wouldn't say that we're all the exact same or anything. Do you really have 9 other siblings? Yep, I sure do. Lots of kids, lots and lots. There's yeah, so if I went through and named them all, older sister's name is Katie, then me, and then Simeon, Shelly, Elisha, Emmy, Polly, Penny, Moses? Is that all of them? No, Marilee Moses. Yes, Marilee Moses. That's what it is. Yeah, they're each in sets of 2. So it's the K's. It's K S Y. That's horrible. No, it's K S E PM. It doesn't spell anything. You got a crystal skull for somebody that both what? You got a crystal skull for someone both of us know when you're waiting for the person to get in their P.O. box. Oh, interesting. Well, Murphy. You mean this one? Is it the big one? Be careful. Be careful. Don't consume too much. Seems like you're really prepared for Halloween, huh? I've got costumes on costumes, my friend. I've got... Where's my board? My board of information. My board of knowledge. Where'd I put it? Oh. Yes. You cannot see. This is a secret. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 outfits that I'm going to be wearing this Halloween. 9 outfits. And tomorrow will be the first one. Yes, tomorrow we will dress up for the first time. As long as we can beat this game. I mean, like, we gotta stay up late. We gotta beat this game. We gotta get like every single hat that we can get. We missed a couple of hats. That's totally fine. We're going to ignore those hats. You've been doing holo streams too. You did your first one on Monday. Doing the next one with some Phasmo on Thursday. That's great. Real time. We have a good time. That's so many. It's true. Some of these have been seen before though, so don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. Just kidding. Get your hopes up. They're freaking great. They all start with K. Most of them are just silent. Oh, wow. What about Pollyanna? I just call her Polly. I don't call her by her full name because there's plenty of multi-length names. Bohemian Moon, plenty of multi-length names. There are freaking because let me see. There's one. I'm gonna count the amount of kids that have a nickname that's not their full name. That would be 1, 2. Let's see. Definitely Polly. Okay, so that would be 4. 4 of us have names. I'm trying to remember if Marilee has an extra name. I think Marilee is her full name. Yeah, so there's 4 of us that have alternate names, and one of them is me, because my real name's Kenneth, but I go by Kenny. I gotta go eat. Hey, get some food, it's nutty, get some noms. Get some nummy nom nom noms. Wow, that's so many. My outfit's already on. I'm a potato. Oh, wow. You've got your potato sack on? How exciting. Do all of these outfits have games associated with them? No. No, I don't think so. In fact, I might have to really stretch some of these. Some of these might not be. Yeah, I'm gonna possibly be tempted to play games that match these. But I've also come up with, I mean, like Sims is safe for every outfit. I could wear any outfit and play Sims. I could wear any outfit and play Phasmo? Probably. Yeah, I could probably wear anything while playing Phasmo. Yeah. So I'll probably use both of those as a buffer so that I can wear whatever I want. But big love to you too, Merps. Oi, Halloween's your birthday, so you always love seeing people celebrate Halloween. What? My uncle's birthday is on Halloween. That is fascinating. How are there 2 of you? There's 2 people born on one day, eh? I thought that goes against Newton's third law of thermodynamics. Sims has to be a big star. What? Sims has to be Star Wars? I don't have any Star Wars outfits. I don't want to dress up as a nerd. You have 9 outfits and 22 days to split them up if you really wanted. Yes. What? I'm staring at crystals. I must resist the urge to buy them. Merps, are you sure that you're a human? You might be a raccoon. A raccoon that's very interested in some shiny treasure. Oh, what do I see here? Treasure. Shiny. I want to buy. My uncle's birthday is on Halloween too? What? Taylor Lane? Hang on. Do we know each other? Or a hot dog costume for The Sims? Batu is the worst Sims pack never. Listen, I'm maybe not buying any packs for it. Okay, I might use Anne's game. I might steal Anne's game. It's true. You're gonna head out. Hey, we'll see you later. I have gone by many names. Peace. Get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for checking us out. All right, I think that now we can start the spooky game, you guys. Are y'all freaking ready? Are y'all freaking ready for the spooks? Let me pause this music and let's get this game started. Let's get this spooky game started. It's time to get scared. As a small child, there are 2 small children that should be very frightened in about 5 minutes. Spooky game. What? Darren, are you scared? Are you scared? Thought you were a wizard, man. Thought you were a wizard. I thought that you were like not scared of anything, man. But then I find out that you're scared of a little spooky game. Scared of a little spooky game, man. A little Nightmares 2 sends all the wizards packing, bro. I can't believe it, dude. Let me plug in my controller. You're scared? What, Linz? We already played this game. You know this game ain't scary. You know this game ain't scary. This game is made for children. Oh, Oh, like a question. I forgot. Yes, you're Canadian. Spooky games, I see. Yes. Spooky. What? Rain. What? Oh my God. What are you doing? Oh my God. Thank you so much for the raid. Oi. Yo. Holy crap. Hey, how you doing? what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Lane, we're just starting up Little Nightmares 2. How was Battlefield? I hope you enjoyed it. Did you kill everybody? Corey, what's up? Everybody coming in with Lane. I super appreciate it. Oi, welcome to the party. I hope y'all are doing fantastic. It was sick. Did you kill everybody? Oh, you died a lot. Now, wait a second. You said Battlefield 2042. So this is the brand new one. This is the brand new one, right? I know my friend Lane wouldn't play anything but the best. Yes, my setup did change a little bit, especially for Halloween. We're trying to get spooky. Oh, you're in the beta. Okay, so it's like new. It's not even real new. You've never played a beta before? Hey, that's sweet. Awesome. So you're saying that you enjoyed it. You enjoyed it, eh, Lane? This is exciting. It's exciting. I'm interested in finding a new shooter. I have gotten bored of Apex. I've gotten bored of not Battlefield, but Call of Duty. I don't know. I've never played any Battlefields yet. And I just got a PS5, so I'm interested. But Lane, thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. I super duper appreciate it. I'm so glad that you got to play the new game. That's super cool. I hope that everybody enjoyed it. If y'all want to hang out with me, then you're totally invited. You're totally invited. We're gonna be playing Little Nightmares 2. It's gonna get spooky. We're about to start up. This is not. We have already played some of this game. This is not the very beginning. This is not the beginning of the game. I understand if you don't want to see spoilers. The scale is really the coolest part. That's gotta be like the coolest thing about Battlefield is that like not only the scale of destruction, but the scale of like the scale of the maps, and then the distance between players is wild. I've never properly played a Battlefield, but I've seen a little bit of it played. Like Call of Duty is just like you run around a corner and there's a person there like every single time. You can start to predict it where you're just like, I'm gonna fire around this corner because I know somebody's coming. But Battlefield seems a lot more strategic. Seems a lot more difficult. I don't know. You just redeemed Take a Sip and free candy. Thanks. Okay, I'll take a sip in a second. But that's dope. Lane, thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. If you want to hang out, you're totally welcome. If you need to go get some water, some food, and just and lurk it up, my friend, I totally understand. I super appreciate it. Yeah, I'll take a sip. Yeah, the candy's for you. If you redeem the candy thing, that's for you. 100 players on a huge map, that's dope. I mean, I like playing. We've been playing some DayZ, Darren. And that's fun with 60 people. I can only imagine what 100 is like. Like, the more people, the better. That's something that I do enjoy about Battle Royale, is that there's loads of people. I need like lots of people to kill. If it's too limited, then I feel like I'm gonna get pwned. I'm gonna get pwned like the noob that I am. Question: is this spoilery for the first Little Nightmares? Nope, not at all. Not at all. In fact, the story of Little Nightmares 2 and Little Nightmares 1 are so like general. I really don't think that there's any spoilers. Not that I can think of. I can't even think of like. I don't even know what happened in Little Nightmares 2 or 1. Scary stuff. That's all that I know happened. Sadly, I need to go to bed now. My back hurts because I sit like a prawn, and you need some sleep. Sounds good. Sounds good, Moy. Get some rest. Oh, we started back down here. Oh, snap. But yeah, Moy, enjoy your sleep. Get some sleepies. Get some sleepies. Boom. Dad and I played DayZ for a good while last night. We got up to some good fun. I saw y'all playing. I was tempted to hop in, but I went and watched Venom. Venom. I went and watched the second Venom, and what did I do? I played like a teensy bit of Boyan. Oh yeah, we gotta break out of here. I also, I played a little bit of Valhalla. It's pretty rad. Dead. Alchemic, sure. What, you want to see something amazing? Absolutely. Is it code or something? Because it's difficult for me to type stuff, but I think I could maybe do it. But yes, we're here in the spooky game, you guys. Very frightening video games. Very, very, very spooky business. We're just getting through a large part of the chapter, so I don't have any idea what's happening. Check your Discord on your phone. Okay. What am I checking for? What surprises have I got here? What is? Oh my god! It's so cute. Oh my goodness. What a baby. What a baby. Oh my goodness, Alchemic. This is adorable. I love it. It is amazing. It is amazing. Oh my goodness. Look at that. So cute. So cute. Alchemic, now I'm excited. That's adorable. Happy Halloween. Alchemic, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very excited. We can show all of the people soon. I will show all of the people soon. Oh my goodness. Alchemic, you done outdone yourself. You done outdone yourself again. I love it. Some of your best gifts. They all follow a specific thing. What is it? It's artwork. It's artwork that I will show you later. I will share it later. Okay, we gotta let this kid out of here. We gotta let the stranger out. Oh yeah, because I couldn't figure out what to do here. It's artwork, and it's so cute. It's happy Halloweeny. It's Halloweeny artwork. Davini. Oh, wait a second. Vival grabs this. Vival grabs this key for our family. Yes, Master, I've brought home the key. Master, Father, anybody home? Master, Father, I brought the key. Master, is that you? It is only my friend. He's my friend over here. Where's the father and mother gone? Please give me the boost. Give me the little boosty. I will pull this. Now we are 100% as far as I've ever gotten. This is as far as I've ever gone. To draw or not to draw? That is not a question. Draw. Yes. Yes to draw. Yes to draw. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, Merps. Or at least make a doodle. You have to make a doodle. Just make yourself a doodle. Set game Little Nightmares 2. Is it busted? Should I try to fix it? Should I do it? It's being a butt. Why is it being a butt? Maybe does, I mean, it is literally like I or whatever. Okay, let me turn up this game, by the way. Yeah, y'all can hear it now, right? Is it too loud? No, y'all can hear it better, correct? Yeah, I should have turned it up. I'm sorry, you guys. Did you reconnect it after changing the password? What for? You shouldn't have to do that with Nightbot. But Nightbot's working with Nightbot worked with quotes. It should be fine. Nightbot doesn't need re-authentication, I don't think. Does it? If it does, I can just redo that really quick. We have codes for Twitch now. We can see what the problem is. What? Building brickies and oh no. What do I do? Why did I flip the switch? What does it do? Can somebody inform me as to what that switch has done? Does this go somewhere else now? Like up? Now we go back down. What's the switch for? Switch didn't do anything, man. Happy birthday. Oh, thanks, Rose Forge. I appreciate it. It's not my birthday, but it feels like my birthday now that you're here. What's up, Rose Forge? That stream elements, they are dumb. I mean, I somewhat agree. Look, you can pull it again. What the heck? They let you pull it again. Maybe there's something that we got to do before we pull this switch. Oh, maybe the switch is to call the elevator back. Maybe? Pop it out. Let's see what happens. Oh, we can ride on the top. Oh, duh. Of course. Of course we can ride on the top together, I think. Maybe? A little risky. Sure you want to risk it for the biscuit? Chauncey, let's do it. Look, they jumped immediately. Oh, yeah, big brain. Big brain, we're up in the attic. We're up in the attic where all the spooky stuff is. We're supposed to go to the left. Hey, Quiver, you scared me. Quiver, you scared me. Don't do that again. Come on, I'm surprised. Quiver, you scared the bejeebus out of me. You scared the heck out of me. I thought that you were a goose. Oh my frick. We're going back. Oh heck no. We're going back inside. Can it be 2 players or just a little follower? I think it's a little follower. I don't think it can be 2-player because spoiler alert, they're not in most of the game. Not like they don't die or anything. I don't think. I don't know. but I mean, they're here now. But there's big swaths of the game that they get sidetracked so that the difficulty changes and stuff. What is this? Let me see if it changes the first one. Something went wrong, huh? Here, let me do it for you then. Nah, this thing's freaking busted. It's absolutely busted. All right, I'll fix it, you stupid old dum-dum service business little nightmares. I tell ya, this Twitch platform has gone down the toilet. Twitch, why are you so garbage? Why are you the best option? 24601. I'm tired of you in it. Oh, look, there's a thing right there. Oh, there's a dead crow. Somebody kill that bird. That bird was getting wasted. That bird got wasted sucking down Darjeeling with Marie Antoinette and her little sister. And then somebody jammed that bird head in there a little bit too early, man. Somebody jammed that bird. Listen, we gotta disrespect that bird's body. We gotta disrespect the body. Take that, bird. I'm about to chuck this toilet paper right at you, you dumb old crow, dumb old raven. Dang it, it's too heavy. I can't throw it that hard. Also, is that poop? Why is there so much poop in this game? Can we get a poopless? Can we get a poopless run going, please? Also, JT, what's up? How are you doing? Oi! JT, what's up? Now officially home alone, so it's a wine day. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, I don't have any wine. I only like white wine, and I don't even like that much. You're writing a bit of your Daisy adventures to post here if you want to hear it. Ooh. I'd read it just so long as it isn't a book. Just so long as it's a, you know, what's it called? A paragraph, maybe? Couple paragraphs? 3 paragraphs, maybe? You meant A, but works too. It's condensed. It's condensed Daisy nonsense. Sure, I'll read it. I'll read it in my most dramatic voice. Why am I allowed up there? There's so many parts of this game that are not required. This game's busted. Who made this game? Who made this game? Are there any devs in the chat? Admit it. Admit it. I know you're ashamed right now, but you have to admit it. Do we have any of the game devs in the chat? Come on. Come on. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. I got this pistol pointed right at you. Why did you make that toy room that had no reason? Put your hands in the air. You put that jar up there for no reason, just to confuse me. You don't appreciate good level design. Oh, A-star. Oh, A-star, you darling. I taught game development. I can't move. How do I? No. Oh, hang on. Yep. By happy coincidence, I am drinking white wine. I usually prefer it because the red stuff gives me a bad hangover. Mamma mia. I just don't like the taste of it. You insulted him. Of course I did. That's what friends do. What are friends for? Grab me. Grab me, grab me. Say that you grab me. All right. I'm up. Here we go. Poop is universal. I like it. I like that as a general idea. Poop is universal. Everyone understands it. All right, up we go. Come on, rain friend. Come on, Coraline, up here. Ah, I see. There's a busted window. Can I pick up this? Nah. Can I climb up this? Oh, I've climbed up drain pipes before. Frightening business, you guys. I'm always afraid that the pipe's gonna fall off the wall, but I have indeed climbed up pipes like that before and gotten onto the roof. Raising the roof. Uh-oh, we're back inside. That means that we're in danger. Take a knee. Calico. Drama. Wait, did I drink whenever you redeemed it like an hour ago? Yes. An hour ago, I did get that one. I did get that Dwinkie. I wish I'd had more time today. I was late today, even though I really did rush home. I didn't even have time to buy bread. I didn't even have time to buy bread. Smash. Pokemon Smash. Whoa, this place is coming down. But I don't feel any rush because it's obviously timed. App, we're dead. What? What am I supposed to do? There's no knob. Hey, open this door. Let us out. What is that? You have to push down the door. Ay. We better get running. This place is coming down. This place is coming down. Let's go. Get moving. No, oh, are we alive? No, we're dead. Dead? Or was that? Oh no, that was cutscene death. My favorite kind. Oh, yo. Uh-oh. Oh, friend. Friend, live. Friend's internal structure has been destroyed. Your liver's been crushed. You won't be able to make it out of here, little friend. You're internally bleeding. You only have 10 minutes to live. Don't worry. I'll take this gauze off of my head, and I need you to swallow it so that I can soak up the blood and seal it up, okay? I'm gonna put on my Daniel Boone hat. You take these. Eat all of them. Eat all of them, and it'll fix your GI tract. I can't quite reach. Can you give me a boost before you die?
Thank you.
Walk it off, sport. You're gonna be fine. Walk it off. I like that hustle. Walk it off, sport. You're gonna be fine. Stop crying on the field. Don't let them know that they hurt you.
Up here.
Up on the bed. Hey, my childhood restored. Yay. It's a childhood that I never got to experience. Mom, Dad, look, I'm living my childhood. Yay. Oh, we need to keep an eye out for hats. We got a block. We could take that block and we could carve it into a hat. Oh, look at this suspicious looking thing. It's got a hook too. Dad and I joined a lightly modded, low population server. We pooled our money to buy a car, and it was swallowed whole by the map. What? And it was swallowed whole by the map like 10 minutes after we bought it. There were no mods on the server to complain, so we just decided to farm a bit more. While farming, we found a helicopter that could be fixed up, so we bought the necessary parts and got it airborne. We were flying around. We found the admin's huge base, complete with 2 smaller helicopters. After much deliberation, we decided to take the one heli that was unlocked and destroy the other one. We went on a big joyride around the map, trying lots of neat guns that we hadn't gotten on our hands before. We knew that the mods would probably just ban us when they returned, so we went wild. The RPG was quite fun in particular. Ended the run by going up as high as we could go, made the heli do some sweet flips, and both bailed out without chutes. A wild ride. Oh my gosh, that's the most intense DayZ day I've ever heard. How dare you? You stole. You were like, oh look, helicopters from the mod. What should we do? Steal one, destroy the other. Because if we're not gonna use it, nobody's gonna use it. That's what they get for logging out, Darren. I'm glad that you did what you did. I'm proud of you. Okay, we gotta go into the painting. I mean, the television. Like this, I think. I always forget how to do this. It's like a specific location. Do we have to do this like multiple times? And it generally like gets closer? Because I always have to do like this weird hit a couple times. Closer. There it is. Yeah, it takes 3 times. Nice. That's what the mods get if they're not online to try to help you with your car situation. Then you're online to help them with their helicopter situation. You're on the server for like 5 hours and totally alone. What? All on your own. All right. Note to self. Note to self. Don't be on a server alone with Darren. Note to self. Don't let Darren alone on your server. Oh, well, this is the closest that we've ever gotten to this door. What the heck? It's such an interesting thing that's happening that my hands aren't even grabbing stuff correctly. Whoa, we've never made it this far. Oh, Slender Man. Oh my gosh, I thought it was gonna eat me. Whew, I thought it was gonna eat me, you guys. I'm sorry. Whew, I thought Slender Man was gonna get us. I think he's about to come out of the TV though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We better get out of here. We better get out of here, Calico. He's gonna get out of the TV. Uh-oh. This is why you don't watch too much TV, otherwise a man might come out of it. Don't watch too much TV, or the Slender Man gonna kill you when your friend. Here he comes right after me. Where do I go? Where do I hide? Where do I... Oh, what? Hey, what? Hey, wait a second now. Wait a second now. Now that was hardly fair. Now that was hardly any chance for escape there. He kind of just teleported me to his hand. I didn't know that he had such rare abilities. So the moral of the story, you guys, is if you can walk into multiple like television screens, don't walk into like the fourth one, otherwise the skinny man might get you. I'm gonna slide. What? I can't get. Oh, I was about to say you can't slide under the bed, but you can hide under the bed. Is this nightmare fuel? Well, your nightmares are hungry, you know. Yum yum. It's a game developer. You heard you complaining.
Bad level design? I don't think so. How do you like your bad level design now?
Oh no, my friend's a ghost. My friend has turned into a little error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did they never exist? At least we have toys to play. Oh wait, I can't move this. I think that our friend is dead. He might be dead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. No more friendo.
No more friendo, where'd they go?
No more friendo, where'd they go? Maybe in the TV, we don't know. Walk up to the TV, that's for show. Gotta get my friend out this TV show. Whoa! We're being put back into the womb. Whoa. This ain't no womb. This ain't no warm, comfortable womb. Where are we? Makes you wonder about the other glitch people you found. Oh, it does? Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Friendship has left the server. Oh, you left the friendship server. Yes. That as well. I don't... So can we just lay here and go to bed? I just want to lay here and cry. I just want to cry about my friend for 3 years. And then we'll look for them. Ugh. So wait a second. Does that mean that all of the ghost children that we've seen thus far were previous lives of our friend 6? Mean that our friend 6 has died multiple times and tried to help multiple children escape? And those are all the different souls of 6 from parallel dimensions? And that we're just the last in a long line with 6's help? You're really blowing my mind right now. Ooh, time to move the TV across. Oh, look, the TV's hanging upside down. TVs don't work whenever they're upside down, you guys. It makes the picture completely wrong. Whoa, we could jump really high. Hang on. Ugh. I can't get... Oh, man, I can't get it. Ooh. If only I had a friend. You got a friend in me. Do, do, do. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit taller than I am. Bigger and stronger, too. So what are we supposed to do with this? If we move the TV... But can we... What, can we ride on the TV? What's the deal here? You got a friend in me. Okay, so we popped out of there. I'm assuming we gotta move this across. And then we gotta find another TV to teleport through to, right? But where would the other TV... Oh, what? What was that? Okay, that works. All right, let's move this across so that we can teleport across. Because apparently these TVs are just gates to another realm. Just like they are in real life. If you think about it, the screen that you're watching right now is a gate into my bedroom. Have you ever thought about that? Hmm? You ever thought the teleporters were real? They can't teleport everything. But they got most of it over there. Boing. Hey, Bohemian Moon, you're back. Our friend is dead. How are you doing? Hey, we could sit on the big comfy couch. Big comfy couch. Second only to Blue's Clues. So you're saying you're that thin man? I wouldn't call myself a thin man. Not too shabby, though. Here we go. So you're saying that I need to get a new outfit as the thin man? The game lore is kind of vague. It's all theories. It works better like that. As soon as they start being like, well, you see, children were murdered and then put inside of the suits, and also there was a man who died who had a sideways smile and a purple outfit that knew the brother of the deceased children, and he knew magic that allowed their souls to be trapped inside of the suits of the danged, and if they eat people, then it lets them go to the shadow realm where they can reach the real Golden Freddy. You gonna be really quiet due to spoilers? Thank you, Merbs. That's good. It's the prequel to FNAF. Yes. You are the first FNAF child. Uh-oh. Somebody's dead. Listen to that music. We gotta turn on the TV. Click, click. We can kill a thin man with that controller. I'm gonna sit right here. Alright, Dad. Let's watch some TV. Wait, how do I turn this on? Ethan, what's up? Hey, thank you for the raid. Yo. Yo, Ethan. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your chatting sesh? What were you chatting about? Thank you, Ethan, for the raid. I super appreciate it. Welcome in. Oi, oi. I'm excited to see all you beans. How y'all doing? We're playing some Little Nightmares. I've had 3 nightmares since we started. I went to bed, I fell asleep, had a nightmare, woke up again. And I'm on my 3rd nightmare right now. How are y'all doing? Hope y'all don't have any nightmares from this game, but you're a fan of Ethan. You bet I'm a fan of Ethan. That's a good bean. That's a good bean. How are you doing, Brock guy? Hubby spooked you? Hubby said, boo. He said, boo. I am definitely the kind of friend that will scare. I'm definitely the kind of person that will scare a friend who's watching something scary, for sure. Last horror movie that I watched with Garrett, which I think was The Ring, I tried to give him a little squeeze whenever something scary happened. And he jumped. It was hilarious. It was oh, we gotta turn on this TV, and then we can teleport in there if we want to. I think we need to turn off that TV and turn on another one, maybe. I don't know how long my reception lasts. No problem. 'Twas fun. Reacted to vids. Oh, videos, you say? Were they funny videos? Were they frightening videos? Were they just general interest videos, like the man in Turkey that does all of his fancy ice cream tricks? I do like the Turkish ice cream tricks. Oh, freaking police hat, dude. Oh my gosh. We're part of the blue. We're back in the blue, live on twitch.tv. Oh, it says half hat. I think we got half the hats. I hate to hit you with these big brain theories, but look at us. We're a little post. Actually, this looks like a postman's hat. This ain't a police hat. I think that this is Postman Pat. Postman Pat hat. How's it going? Where's 6? 6 is dead. 6 died, Flocky. We killed them. I'm just kidding. They didn't hide as well as we did. Lurk, home safe. All right, Kareem, time for dinner. Yum, yum. Dinner time. Dinner time. Dinner time. It's Postman Pat. It's Postman hat. Oh, yeah. Postman hat for Postman Pat. He's even got himself a postman cat. I'm trying to remember who the postman's cat is named. It's called... Well, what is Postman Pat's cat's name? It's named like Marcellus or something. Is it Marcel? Does anybody know Postman Pat lore? Please. It's Jess. Oh, A-Star would know. A-Star's a Brit. A-Star's a Brit. I grew up with Postman Pat because my mom was so international. And my uncle lived in the UK. My uncle lived in Great Britain. He lived in where was it specifically? Oh wait, oh yeah, we can jump across here. I think he lived in London. Big London town. And he sent us Postman Pat memorabilia and tapes and stuff. We win. Also, I like that we're keeping this controller with us. It's the first like tool that we've gotten. The rest of the stuff's just been like you pick it up one time and that's it. Yahoo! Oh, look, the little clips fall off. I like that. I like the oh. About to get spooky again. Ooh, I hear somebody walking around. We gotta defend ourselves. I've got a jar. That'll teach him. Pick it up. Pick it up. Oh yeah, we got this. She doesn't look so well. Oh yeah, the previous time that we played this game, it was like TV bad. TV. So do I need to turn that off and let her free? Nah, that's a bad idea. That was a bad idea! I just wanted to try! Dang it. This game discourages discovered stuff. This game discourages discovery. Shaking my head. Dropping in for the first time in a while. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! Let me see if I can remember how to say your name. Oh, jeez. I want to say Cian, but it's not that. Oh, crap. I know that you told me like 1,000,000 times how to say this name. Is it Cian? No. Dang it. Sharn. Dang it. I'm so sorry. Oh, Sharn, it's been forever. Holy moly. It's been forever. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. This game discourages stupidity, eh? It just teleported through. Sharn, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. It's fine. I'm just warned that you remember me at all. Of course, I remember that you told me how to say your name 1,000,000 times, and I am a dummy that cannot remember anything. I'm sorry. It's been a while. How are you doing? It's good to see you. We're playing a spooky game for Spookytober. I hope you have been doing good. It has been a spooky time. I've got outfits planned. This whole month is going to be fantabulous. Independent Oreo, what's up? I see you're here. Can we go through here? No. So we do have to turn off the TV to get them away from it so that we can teleport through it. Yeah, we've got to lure them away. I didn't know if they'd be like totally focused on the TV and that I could just go through it, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like we gotta turn on the other TV, then we gotta maybe turn off this one first. How close can we get? Did she immediately find me? Okay, maybe there's another TV because I don't think I'm able to get through that one. Where is your friend in the game? They're dead, Fluffy. They're dead. You weren't expecting the drama alert to have that sound. I just scared myself. Ah, that's what you get. Drama alert. Hopefully I can get a new alert ready for tomorrow. Hopefully I get a new one ready for tomorrow. Okay, so we can turn this on. Maybe we lure them into the kitchen by having this TV on. Yeah. They'll be lured over here. Yeah, they've got to watch television. I have to watch my shows. Honey, honey, the television's broken. I can't tell what my friends are doing anymore. Boyan, boyan. Now we go through it. And they can't get me. Have to watch PBS. It's a Bob Ross episode I haven't seen. Bob's drawn some more trees. I can't miss this one. I've got to watch my stories. Use A-Star Squirrel for the new sound alert. Huh? What? A-Star Squirrel for the new sound? Oh, you mean Big Chungus. Big Chungus? What? I'm not the only bean drawing curse stuff. I don't think that the next alert's gonna have something that pops up, but if it does, yes. I can use curse stuff for alerts, I guess. Okay, can I lead this guy away? Or is he gonna just turn on me? He's such a strange mechanic. He dead. He dead. He just lurked himself right off the edge. Hey, enjoy your lurk, independent Oreo. I hope that you lurk better than that guy did. Whoop, 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 whoop. Up we go. Mr. Sandman, give me a dream. Big and the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him two lips like roses and clover. I tell him that. Also, Prussian Queen, what's up? I don't think that I said hello directly to you. Hope you're doing good. What's up, Prussian Queen? Oh yes, I love that. Oh, that one didn't break. A shame. A shame, truly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Suicide friendos. Uh-oh. 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 Wait a second. Let's, can we go through here? Nope. We gotta watch them go. We gotta watch them go. Look, they've got no TVs. With no TVs, what's the point? I like the message of this game. No TVs, why live? Exactly. If I can't watch Squid Game, then what am I doing here? You know what I'm saying? Oh, that guy stayed. Hey, can we be friends? Oh, never mind. No friends here. Bummer. Big brother is watching. Well, I guess we're gonna hop in this hole, see what happens. Oh, nice soft spot for us to land is nice drippy house. Somebody was just smoking some ciggies. Yep. Somebody was smoking some ciggies last night. Okay, so is somebody gonna get lured in here? Oh, there's another TV that'll kill us. Great. We gotta change this orientation. Oh, uh-oh. All right, that'll probably be safe to jump through, I bet. Boyan. Hey, your default brain song is back. It's back, baby, and better than ever. We're gonna throw this battle off the edge. We gotta give all those friendos on the ground something to drink. Oh, hang on. Did you see Squid Games, Kenny? Not yet. My therapist actually suggested that I watch it. And I'll give you no context besides that. That's the best context. My therapist suggested. So I'll probably watch it tonight. But not all of it, just some of it. No spoils, please? No. We don't talk spoilers here. We don't talk spoilers. I don't like spoiling stuff. Like I just mentioned that I watched the Spider-Man, Black Spider-Man 2, and it was pretty good. And I'm dead. All right. All right, I'm dead. Well, we can electrocute whoever's in here. Come on over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna kill you. You're gonna die now. Here, I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna let you out, all right? I'm gonna let you out, but now you suffer. Now you suffer the consequences of crossing me. That's exactly right. Well. What do we got here? Somebody who crossed me for the last time. That ought to teach you. Tell your friends. Oh, wait. Oh, they've got actual mesh. I kind of thought that I'd just fall through them. Hell yeah, friends. Zippy zap, zippity zoop.
That's what you get for attacking a child.
Murder! Hooray! Listen, it's not. It's just self-defense. It's self-defense. A good defense is a good offense. Oh, I think I heard the potato hit the ground. Turn on the TV. Who turned off their TV? If it had been on, then they would have lived. What's this? Big trash. Big trash moment. Big dung heap. Oh my god. Who's supposed to clean up this, huh?
Who's supposed to clean this up? Some of you must have been a big mess.
What is this? Somebody's map. Oh, it's probably got a key in it. Did you just hear that sound? It just made a sus sound. Pick that up. Pick it up, Sonny. There we go. Taking it with us. La la la. What are we supposed to do? Maybe because I've got the postman hat, I'm supposed to deliver the post. Yeah, we gotta deliver the post through here. Take it. Look, it's opening up. Oh my god. It says post-industrial. Oh, shush. You shush now. No post-industrial jokes. All right. Blended. Well, we did a little fine delivery. How am I liking the game so far? It's pretty great. It's pretty much exactly the same as the first one, Human One. I like the first one. This is way longer. But I like some of the mechanics in this game are a lot more fun. It seems like the first one, but bigger and better. I like it. It's good game. Good game. I am indeed enjoying it. Yeah. Where does this go? We can teleport back to that other television, I guess? But why would we do that? Did you play Resident Evil 8? Is that Village? I have not finished Village. Oh, it looks like maybe you can teleport to whichever TV you want. So you can teleport to this TV through here? Don't do that. Huh. So I need to teleport whenever I'm close to one of the, like, middle televisions, maybe? Like, is there a television on this level? I don't see one. This goes all the way back to the top. So, is there a point to bringing the elevator? Oh, do I need to, like, teleport while it's at the bottom and then hop on top of it? Okay. That's probably what it is. We probably need to send the elevator up, teleport, and then hop on top of the elevator again. They already did the hop on the elevator thing. So that's a pretty easy puzzle. If I don't jump too late or too early. Okay, there we go. Grazera. Born 1964, CEO, entrepreneur. Plays in the background as Kenny delivers mail and packages. What? What? What are you talking about? Born in 1964, CEO, entrepreneur. What is that? Also, what's happening? What? This was not the solution? It appears this is not the solution. Fiddlesticks. And now I can't get back up there. Alright, I'm up here, but what's the point? It's a popular meme. You wouldn't get it. Yeah. What do I... Boy, I don't know what to do up here. Yeah, turn off that TV. That's right. Dang. Well, we got the elevator up here. Do we need to move an object up here? What do we need? Seems like the only thing that's really busted is this. But we can already get on the elevator, so why... The Jeff Bezos song. I have not heard the Jeff Bezos song. How are you doing, Emo Kitten? What's up, Emo Kitten? I hope you're doing good. Oi, oi, oi. It's one of my favorite kittens right there. It won't let me back through here. There's an invisible wall. Somebody's put a spell on this doorway. Uh-oh. Well, that'd be something else to do. You can teleport in and out of the elevator, but why bother? But why do that? Why do? Why do you do what you do? We already got on the woof. Is there another woof moment that we need? Nothing up there on the woof. And nothing up there either. Yep. Maybe I did a puzzle backwards. Right all the way down. I mean, just look up there. It doesn't seem like there's anything there. Maybe. Okay, we already delivered that. I think that was just one little story element. There's got to be something else that we send or something. Go check the poo-poo pile again.
Who wanted the poo-poo platter?
Oh, what about this? We got a letter. Tegami this. Tegami this. Oh, I can't pick it up, but I'm literally the postman. It's this can. That's what we needed. This is what we needed. The dang old can. So we got a package. The only use that I've found for this package so far is just pulling this lever. The lever called the elevator. What is the point of this television, though? I don't think I can fall all the way down. I mean, there's holes on every level. Maybe. Oh, I can get out in there. Oh, I can get out on the second level, of course. Of course. I see. So I just gotta pull this lever, hop out of here, get to that second level. I will admit, for a moment, I thought that second level was somewhere I already been. I thought I'd already been in there, but I have not. That's a new room. Oh! That was almost a missed opportunity. It's a creepy bunny. Yep. That car is like made of nothing. I love it. What about this bunny? Bunny. So, where's our next enemy? I want to escape. I want to break free. Hello, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good. I am. Emo Kitten, very sweet of you to ask. It's by Bo Burnham. Oh, is it the I'm dead because I got electrocuted song? Is it the welcome to the internet or whatever? Yes, I have not heard that yet. I generally like Bo, but I got scared. Dang it! Okay. I see what we gotta do now. Yeah, just like that. Alright, she loves this TV. She can't get enough of this TV. Is there a TV in here that I can turn on? That I can electrocute Grandma with? Oh, we've got to shut down the power and she's gonna go ape. She's gonna go grape ape. Gotta just open this door. Wait, we gotta slide something? Steal your stool, lady. Give me this stool. Grandma! Grandma, you're a jerk. Okay, maybe. Oh, I gotta go get on the potty. We have to go get on the potty and kill Grandma. Click, click. Sorry, Grandma. Now you have to die. Didn't kill her though. That's a shame. What can I jump on that's on that side then? Can I turn it off from here? Click, click. That's right. Turn that off. What do I do? Oh, can I grab on the sink? Oh, I'm so scared. I don't think I can make that jump. You can. That is it. That is. Oh. Turn around. We figured it out. Wahoo! Ooh, that was close. Take this, Grandma. Sorry, Grandma. Show's over. Show's over, and so are you. See you later. Zap. Sorry, Gmo. It's nothing personal. It's just business. Also, I think that shut it down. Yeah, let's pull out this cable. Or are we not allowed to? Oh. I thought that I would pull out the cable and we'd do something else in here, but it appears that's all there was to do. It also broke the power surge, broke the TV. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's a garbage TV. What can I say, Grandma? You should have invested in a nicer one. So they've got cigarettes, clean bowls, and television. Seems like quite a life. I wouldn't mind living like this. Living like Larry. Cigarettes, clean bowls, electric bathroom. Whoa. They're all out here. Everyone's here. Just like the Smash trailer. Everyone's here. They're all out here in this hallway. I want to turn off that TV and make them suffer. Sorry, boys. Watch time's over. Hey, watch time's over. Don't mind me. I'm just a little boy. I'm just a little boy who can't get into this group. I can't do anything. Oh, he's sorry. I thought that they wouldn't kill me. I was just trying to turn off your TV. People in this town are so violent.
Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Help, I've fallen and I've been electrocuted.
Grandma, no. Ooh. Uh-oh. I don't like this. This looks like a package area. The Postal Service. How'd they know what I was really scared of? Not the USPS. Oh, wait. This looks like a toy shop. Uh-oh. Toys. The second most scary thing in the world is toys. Number 1 is the postage service. Oh, number 3 is being electrocuted. Number 4, waking up when you wish that you died. Okay, get up here. Yeah. Up we go. Now where do we go? We have a platter. Can we stand on the edge of the platter? It won't flip. Good. Looks like we got a Yahoo. Nope. I see the plugs over here. Oh, it looks like there's a chute we gotta find. A chute? Where's the chute at? See, there's a dolly up top. That looks unique. Oh, can I roll this? How heavy is a basket? Smells like bacon. Mmm, yum, yum. I do like some bacon, I won't lie. Safety is their #1 priority. Our #1 priority at Toys International is the child safety. No child in danger here. Oh, maybe this will short out the circuit. Whee. Oh, is it just rolling to the perfect spot? Oh, I think it automatically rolls to the perfect spot. Physics be danged. Boing. Boing. Also, come on, ring those bells. Everybody sings. Jesus is the king, born for you and me. No service. I hate this store. Where's the... Oh, I don't think that it's, I don't think it's wet over here. Oh, dear. Spooky looking... Bunch of spooky looking bunnies and bears. No, thank you. What about this little bobble? This little bobblehead. What? It doesn't work. It's broken. It's supposed to stand up all the time and make it so that you can punch it in the face. Ah. Five Nights at Freddy's? In my Little Nightmares game? Okay, let's turn off the power and get the heck out of here. Whoa, that was close. All right. Oof. So what is there to discover in this water? There's a TV. But if the power's out, the TV won't work. So I just got to move this to the right spot. Oh. Maybe I move this to the right spot. Do you see that food hack where people marinate banana peels and fry them up to replace bacon? Ew. That doesn't sound like a food hack. That sounds like a food trap. Sounds like people making a sick joke. A sick joke, I tell you. They're probably just trying to sucker people into making disgusting recipes. Turkey bacon is pushing it for you. I was trying to cook turkey bacon the other day until I realized that I didn't have to, because you could just eat it. Because it's turkey, it's already pre-cooked. It's already pre-cooked, so you just got to heat it up and make it look and feel like bacon. Pretty good deal. I don't like cooking bacon anyway. It's too difficult. All right, click, click, and the power's back on. Looking dangerous. Ooh. I kind of felt this slide into that position, so I think it's all good. Boy on. All right, to the TV. Where does it lead? Nobody knows. Where does it lead? Nobody knows. Upstairs bathroom, grandma's toes. Ooh, we could turn off the TV. Leads to Narnia. Yeah, turkey bacon says moist jerky. Moist jerky, gross. Up on the TV. Up on the TV if you can. Beating the game, yes, that's the plan. How do I get up? Turn that TV up. There we go. Boing. Whoa, big drop. Oh, look at all these friendly people. Well, well, well. Well, 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 look at all these friendly people. Looks like these two are stuck with that TV, so we should be ouch. Gotta turn on these TVs, of course. Yeah. Now, if we turn off this one, then they'll all move. They'll be so distracted by the television, they won't possibly bother me. No, it can't be me, no! Gosh darn it. They don't even like TV anymore. You've changed, Harold. I trusted you. Ah! Ow. Turn it on. We gotta distract them first. We're gonna stand over here. You can't see me. You can't see me. Why? Why? Don't look at your own TV. Why do you gotta suck my soul out? Ooh. It's you like falling down. It's fun. We gotta hide under this hat. That's the only way, dude. The only way is to get it. Alright, now we turn it off. Just gotta hide over in this corner so that they find the TV before they find us. Let them find the TV before they find us. They'll be distracted in a second. Yeah. That's right. That's right. All your wildest imaginations have come true on that television. And now I will use it as a teleporter. You fools. Oh, here they come. They coming. Uh-oh, they gonna get mad. We gotta get out of here. They're big mad. Big mad, y'all. We supposed to hide in here? Oh no. Here they come. And Lord, they coming. Whoa. Dang it. You gotta be on the money with these freaking speedrun sessions. Holy moly. Every one of these sections like this, you have to do it perfectly. You cannot hesitate. It's like a quick time event, but with gameplay. It's amazing. Oh, they'll never see this one coming. Television, the biggest distraction on the internet. Oh, they're getting a little excited. They're gonna break their own TV. You fools! I wanted to help you, but you can't be helped. I'm gonna have to pass to the Shadow Realm. Wow! Let's go. Guess who's back? Back again. TV's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? He's died to every single one of them. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? We electrocuted that guy. That's not even true. That's not even true. Remember the first guy that we electrocuted? We didn't die to him. Hey, Star. Your memory altering in your old age. Oh. Uh-oh. Axe murderer. Daddy. TV daddy. Oh, wait. No, that's my friend. Hello. Come on out of the TV. Yeah, let me pull you out of it. Look, they can be saved. I did like the perfectly cut screen. Uh-oh, here he comes. How do I... Oh, baby. You're supposed to beat him up or open this door. I bet you we can't kill him yet. Let's go. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. A handsome man. A handsome man. Let's get the frick out of... Oh, look at his face. He's got a real face, and it's worse than if he had no face. I don't like that. Looks like a character from the first one. He's pretty gangly. He's pretty lanky. Not gonna lie. Ooh, I can hear television. Oh, somebody with big steps. Oh, it's tall guy. Probably gonna jam his hand down here and yank us. How long is that arm? How long is that arm, buddy? Get it. You gonna be able to get us? Oh, 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 oh. Hello. Steve. Swear to God. Oh, he's gone. He said bye-bye. Bye-bye, Steve. Nice to see you. Long-armed Larry's out of here. Lanky Larry. Ooh, so spook. He's gone, KP. Don't worry. We're totally safe. We're totally safe. Game beaten. Hooray! Johnny. Johnny with the hearts. Johnny, you're a sweetheart. Why is the game going so slow? Uh-oh. That's why. It's here he come. Bullshit. Oh, he lumbers. Look at him. He's kind of lumbering. Oh, we're too slow. We're too slow. We die now. Now we die. Oh, now we die. Now we perish. We're gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I didn't have any time to live. Dang it. Give a kid a chance. It's a hard world. See, I didn't expect that he was gonna show up down the hallway. This game's nothing but, what's it called? It's like, pick a path. It's, trial and error, this whole game. This whole game is just trial and error. They make it so that you can't figure it out the first time and you have to fail. Failure required. Scoop. Ow! Ooh, my butt. Ouch. Boing. Oh, grabbed it. Grabbed it. Come on now. You're gonna take a break and watch Kenny die. All right. Dying. I'd die for any one of y'all. Shoo. No, that's a can. Yeah. Slendy Man. That's what I said, Johnny. I think it is a Slender Man. Slender Man. Ender Man. Everybody is naked because they left all their clothes out here. Who left their clothes here? Are you naked? You better not be. This is a kid's game. He's back. Why is he everywhere? Why are you everywhere, dude? You gotta stop. You gotta stop. It's time to stop. Go, 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 go. Pizza Dudette, what's up? Hey, Pizza Dudette. It's good to see you. Good to see you as I'm running away from the Slender Man. Oh, my legs. Oh, Pizza Dudette, help. Help me. Help me. Pizza Dudette, please. Damn. We don't have much time. Pizza Dudette, please. Hey, pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Yeah, look at you, outsmarted by a child, you dummy. You dummy! You idiot! Kitty doesn't like naked people, it seems. Excuse me, but my friend. Excuse me, when did I ever say that? suits for everyone. Hooray. Is that a mousetrap? I thought that we were playing mousetrap. You move your mice, you roll the dice, you move your mice, nobody gets hurt. Ouch, I know. Look, a dead friend.
Come back, dead friend.
Drama alert. Somebody's dead. Drama alert, our friend is dead. You remember whenever our friend used to walk out here on the tracks with us? Remember whenever us and Six would walk out here and we'd sit underneath the smog-covered streets and we would talk about anything and everything? You remember? Well, now they're gone. See these steps? These are the steps that Joaquin Phoenix's Joker danced down in the popular movie Joker. I remember us walking down these steps. Six, where are you? We have to find them. Didn't you say something along the lines of, you better not be naked? Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. During Outlast, we did quit whenever we found the Naked Boys, but I think that y'all should thank me. Y'all enjoyed the final chapter. Oh, wow, spoiler alert. Just kidding. A-Star, we'll see you later. Oi! A-Star, we're gonna beat this game. We'll see you later, my friend. Excited to show off what you made. Hopefully I'll have time today. Or tomorrow, I mean. Look at them buildings. You see the buildings? They kind of bent in a little bit. I think I'm starting to have a seizure. This looks dope. Oh, shoot. Slender Man, you didn't have to ender, man. Give me my friend back. And I'll forgive you, man. There goes my post hat. Bye-bye. High five. What was I supposed to do something? I think I was supposed to do something there. I thought we were just watching. I thought we were just watching the show. Yeah, okay, now I can give him a good push. Whoa! Again. Push him back. Suffer like you made my friends suffer. You can't control us. We're small and you're big. That makes us better than you. Go back to hell! Oh wait, no, he's still here. Hang on. I'll say that at the end whenever he dies. Go back to... Wait a second. Go back. just back. Just back. Go back! Stop, I don't know how to do this. Push! Yeah! Like that. This game needs a trigger warning for... too cute to live. Cutest character designs. There he goes. Thanos snapped him away. Sorry, buddy, 50%. We all had a coin toss. Away, away, foul beast! Away, away! Whoa, we just controlled the lights. Back to the shadows from which you came, flame of Undun! It's kind of hard to... I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, no, we actually made it. We're actually totally fine. No flying necessary. Whoa, the pink room. Is this the pink room that you were talking about, Callie? Wait a second. Callie, you said that you liked the pink room. Is this what you're talking about? You shall not pass. Then the Balrog. He dabs with sadness. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm in the pink room. Oh, yeah. I thought I'd make it a little less red today. Yeah, it's way less red. Speak, friend, and enter. Beelzebub. Belthor's hammer. Melon. Melon. I don't think he says melon. Speak, friend, and enter. Melon. Whoa. Melon. I don't like the pink room anymore.
I don't want to go in there. Don't make me go in there.
Belloc. Yes, it is definitely Belloc. Melon. Oh, when God closes one door, he opens a much scarier door. Here we go. Wow! We teleported. Hey, Lime, what's up? Drama alert. I still need to make a Lime spotted alert, where I draw the ugliest lime I can possibly think of, and then I'll make the alert the Metal Gear Solid thing. Well. It's Hogwarts Castle. Yeah, look at this. Melon. He does not say melon. Oh, he just gotta walk back. Yeah, boy. Yeah, see? Figured it out.
If I tell you.
Boy, I don't know what to do. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know a dang thing to do. We gotta close this door. It's the only way to win. Listen to the music. Music on point. There we are already. Look at us. Look at us. We're having fun. We're getting down and boogieing. Do. La la la. Can I close this door? What's the deal, Pickle? Alright. We're going back. Look, we can even see the shadow. Hot diggity dog. Are we allowed to go through here? Oh, this is a wall. Boy, I see an eyeball up there. What am I supposed to do? I don't have any. My buttons don't do anything. Maybe we gotta be sneaky. Only the sneaky will survive in this game. I don't. Stupid game. What are we supposed to do? Climb up old Twisty? We gotta climb up old Twisty. What, you can go straight down the hallway? Are you kidding me? This way? Bruh. Playing games with me, Fluffy Giraffe? Oh, you said, can you? Oh, I see. I thought that you said you can, and I was like, what? There is an eyeball back over there, though. Look at that. Look at that big old eyeball peering at us. I don't like that.
I don't like that one bit.
Follow the music? I already tried doing that. I'll try it again. It's a good idea. Music? Music's here? All right. Yeah, I get it. I get it. This is my first idea. I just didn't, it wasn't fully realized for me. I didn't fully realize the utter genius of it. Yeah, boy, this is it. This reminds me of The Legend of Zelda. Oh, that's a freaking gas mask. No, it's not. That's a melted toy. It's too bad. This is right. Yeah. All right, it's loads of doors. Looks like we got some doors to open though. Oh, frick. That ain't right. Is it this one? What was that? Well, it's pretty loud here. That door's blowing open. No, it ain't here. We gotta go back. Mortimer. Mortimer. It's up here. We push. Oh, look at that. Same door. So we got, now it's swung open a little bit so we can push it this way. Oof. Look at us. Clumsy, clumsy us. It's timed. It's a timed exclusive on the PS4. All right, now we gotta hurry. Oof. I don't want to go through the door though. Oh, it opens forever. It opens forever. Now up here, right? Nope. All right. You're here forever, friends. Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like old Slendy Man somewhere nearby. Oh, wait. No, we killed that guy. I think that he might be dead. He might be dead, but we haven't seen any properly scary characters in a little while. Like anything disgusting. Our disgusting meter has been a little bit low recently. We needed a gelatinous enemy. Is it over here? Boy. This is not the most fascinating game mechanic I've ever seen. Downvote. Okay, where's the other door? Can we jump that? I don't think so. Dakota, what's up? How are you doing? Did that restart it? Dakota. Oi. Oi. Chotomate. Chotomate, Dakota-kun.
Dakota-kun.
If I brew, I never.
Whoop. Dang it. Well, I don't think that we can make it across there. Can we walk? Okay, so the first door is over here, right? Yeah, first door's here. Teleports is over here. And now, you don't know how you're feeling right now? That's all right. You don't know how to be honest? It's okay. You don't have to tell me how you're feeling. You can just be. You can just be. You see this big old disgusting blob that's breaking through this wall? That can be you. You can just be. Can you push down that beam, go through the... What? Can you push down that beam before you go through the door? Yeah, I didn't even notice that that was pushable. Yeah, looks like it's stuck. Looks like it's stuck. We could just give it a little push. Use L to push objects, really. Thanks, game. Thanks, game. If you're just gonna tell me how to do it, why are we bothering with puzzles? If you were just gonna tell me how to do it! What is this, a Mario game? Too hard? Try skipping this course so that you can keep playing Mario Maker. Too hard? Try turning down the difficulty. Nothing there. Yeah, just like the playing the chess. Exactly. Don't know how to play chess? Don't worry. Dummies can play this game too. Oh, look, it looks like there's a J carved up there. A J for Johnny. And a chair for Chair Laya, who's also in the chat. Oh boy, I see a doll here. Boing. Is this the real room? Uh-oh. How much you want to bet there's a monster in here? Big friend? Oh my gosh, our friend is so big, and that's also who we that's who we delivered the mail to. Big friend. You have to let go. Big friend. You have to let go. Actually, I'm gonna throw something at you. Big friend, listen. Give me that big old song box. Come on. You remember me, right? Remember whenever we used to play together? Oh my gosh, you look like a... Oh dear. Look at that arm! How many elbows do you have? How many elbows can one bean have? Can we get her out of here? Come on, let's leave. Come on. Oh, we just gotta get past her. See you later. Love you. Also, I'm gonna hit you on the head with this mallet. Oh, maybe we gotta break the box and then it'll revert them back to their former self. Uh-oh, they ain't back. They ain't back yet. They don't look so good. Hey, big sis, you don't look so good. Big sis. Stop. Stop. Ah! What? How did they kill me? I was running at full speed. I was running at full speed the whole time. What? How am I supposed to go faster than this? Go. Oh, I went faster this time. Whoops. Oh boy. Boy on. Oh, look, the whole building is a body. The building is a body. Oh! I'd rather die. I'd rather die than you catch me. Do you see all the goop that's on the floor? Are we inside of something? Look, everything's melting. Melting. Run. There's an angry frog. Angry frog. Boy on. Boing. You can't get me. You can't kill me. I'm already dead. Oh my gosh, she climbed fast. You are a speedster. Where could I be? Where could I be? She know to look. Also, physics objects floating. They float. You're big and dumb. We gotta chase them. Come back here. Come back here and say you're sorry. Come back here. You owe me an apology. You scared me, friend. But I'm so glad to hear that you're okay. Let me ask you, how are you feeling? No. Let me ask you. Ears. Friendo. Johnny! Boom! Now. You die. Now I kill you along with that box. Oh wait, whoa. Hang on. We have to yell at them. Oh, she slapped me to death. Yell at him. All right, now we're gonna get you. Oops. Okay, so it looks like I gotta stun him. I gotta hit him with that stunner. Gotta hit him with that stunning. Then we smack that box. Oh no. Oh, well, we got close, you know. We got closer than ever before. Maybe we gotta do something else. Like leave. Oh, nice. She's a good goalie. Hand too large. Quiver, I don't know if this is our friend anymore. She do kind of look like that right now. I love being slammed to death. Well, hi there, Awkward. What an entrance you've made. What an entrancing entrance. Look at me and my physical jumping. We're all alone in the dark. All alone in the dark. And we gotta grab this axe and we'll put it in our friend. And then the end. Oh. Sharp side out. Gotta swing. Ending our friends. Oh, wait a second. This game is good for the heart? Yeah, it makes sure that it keeps beating, doesn't it, Paramount Night? I'm all alone and now I'm dead.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me.
Don't be so mad. Don't be so mad. There's no reason to be so mad.
Gotta walk through the portal, then we smack that crap. Up through the portal and we'll be right back. Wait a second, what am I supposed to do there? Boy, don't get so mad at me. Don't get so mad. Holy crap. Could you take 1 chill pill, 2 chill pill? Oh, I think I got a stunner. Oh, dang it. Gotta go back. Gotta stun this stinker. Stay back. Stay back. Remember our friendship for 10 seconds. Yeah. Whammo. Well, well, well. Awkward. Thanks for the sip. I'll take it. And I'll eat a pretzel for good measure. Here we go. 3rd time's the charm. Wait, what? Wait a second. The axe is in the wrong spot. What are we supposed to do now? Whoops. Okay, so this time I'm guessing I'm gonna have to lure her into a false sense of security. Maybe we scream at her over here. Whoops, I thought she'd slap me through that door. I thought she'd spank me to success. Boom. Whoop. Oh, we're dead. Dang it. Before I even woke up, I yelled. Whoa. Oh, frick, dude. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to get that freaking axe? Can I retrieve the axe? Oh, don't be so mad! Don't be so mad! It doesn't become you. You're so mad. Uh-oh. Whoops. What do I do to get that axe?
Come and get me. Come and get me. You can't get me, I'm too powerful.
Did she get me? Where was I? I didn't know where I was. Well, dang it. She can slap that big old hand. Oh, it even shows the spot that they last saw you. That's cool. Wow, 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 wow. No grab. No grab. Ah, crap. Whoop. My dead body. My lifeless corpse. Okay, I think I have an idea. Now you die. And now. Hey, I just yelled at you. That's supposed to stun you. It's supposed to stun them whenever I yell. See, look, it scares them. It scares them. They don't like familial contact. We're so close. One step closer to the edge, and I'm a dead boy. And I'm a dead boy. Come on. Look at that crooked looking leg. Oh my god. What happened? She swing. Right. I call. My thing doesn't stun her anymore. Yelling doesn't stun her. I just have to let her attack that spot, I guess. Hey, get off there, man. Maybe we gotta bring this with us. Right later. Well, bye-bye. I'm over here now. I'm over here now. Whoops. Almost too slow, Joe. Whammo! There we go. Is that the last one, or do we get to smack another door and be in another empty chamber? Boy, okay, good. Good. Ooh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ew, look at all that body. Is that her? Really is big, sister. Let me destroy everything that you love really quick. Rosera, thank you for the good luck.
Against Spooky Friendo.
Thank you for the good luck, Rosera. We're about to end, we're about to end. I mean, that's correct. Who you cat? What's up? How are you doing? There we go. We had to yell at him one last time. Who you cat? We're winning the game right now. We just practically won the game. What does the music box have to do with anything? I don't get why the music box has anything to do with their life force. Is it like their rose? Off with your hand for stealing my heart. Now die. Ew, yucky. Yucky. What? They're still alive? You can survive that kind of thing? Dang. Look at that, dude. You can live through that. That really goes to show you that even if you try to kill your friends, even if you go crazy, it's never too late to change. I have questions. What is happening? Why is this entire building made out of eyeballs and goop? What is going on? What is happening? Why is my friend abandoning me? I just saved you. Climb, climb, climb. Let's go, 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 go! Go, 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 go. Here I go. Come on, first try, first try, first try. Ah, baby, come on, let's keep going. But now this looks like you shall not pass. Don't go out there, fly, you fools. Hurry up. Ah! Oh, no, no, it's gonna snap and I'm gonna die. Nope, I'm gonna die. Nope, they're gonna turn around. Turn around. Give me your hand. What? I'm just floating in the air. Oh, yeah. Drop me. Come on, try! Try! Oh! What? What the frick? Boy, what is that supposed to teach you? Never trust your friends. Wow, Goop. Now we're in Goop Town. I can't believe it. Ashley, thank you for the 10 bits. We just got betrayed by our best friend, and now we're inside the stomach of a big beast. Maybe his hand was too sweaty. I think we weren't even trying. They dropped me. They dropped me. Can't believe it. Oh my gosh. You have to climb up this flesh mountain. And we have a chair to sit in. We can be the king of Goop. The king of Goop. Sit. Sit and be the Goop's god. And now everybody looks at you forever. The cost of destroying another person's world, even if you feel like you may be saving them. What? Boy, I'll destroy your world, Johnny, and I won't have to be swallowed by a goop monster. Just watch me try. I'd destroy all y'all's worlds and I wouldn't get swallowed by a big slug. Meaning, I think all of our friends are dead. And then we turn into the Thin Man. Then we try to kill that wench. Then we try to kill that stupid little raincoat butt. Yes, look, now we become big. Then we yoink him into the TV. It's so deep, what a surprise. Also, thank you very much, Fraulein Sparkles. Is that how to say that? Fraulein Sparkles. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're watching Making a Murderer on AMC. We're becoming so old. Not old enough. Becoming an adult, the true nightmare. Scariest part of the game was growing up.
I'm putting on this hat. The only thing scarier than your nightmares is an old man in a hat. We're all doomed to die. You live inside of the true nightmare. This game has nothing on the real world.
How did he get that hat? Well, I mean, whenever you get old enough, the hat just grows, dude.
He's my best friend. He's a real bad bean.
I think that's your friend growing up. Wait, what? No, that's me. Uh-oh. No, because I sat in the chair and then it showed me growing up. No, that's me. That's me, and then I catch them in another world. But how do they get small again? But how do they get small again? This doesn't explain the time travel. I don't get it. I don't get it. So we're the big tall man, but we're also the child that's beating up the tall man. How does that work? How do we get back in time and become small? Time loop forever stuck. By what method? How? Where's the loop? It didn't show us the loop. It only implied the loop. It didn't show why it looped or how it looped. It just showed one half of it. It didn't show how it connected. I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, it's a paradox, but there's no reason why it would do that. I mean, it would be a paradox if it was like made any sense, but it doesn't make any sense. There's no method for them to go back, for the other person to go back. I don't get it. Magnets, how do they work? How does the universe work? I mean, it's a pretty fun game. I mean, I like the surprise betrayal at the end. It was pretty interesting. It was a good twist, I guess. That was unsatisfying. Yeah, the ending, I think that they maybe would have done better You're the monster fighting yourself? Still doesn't make sense. Because how are there multiple me's? That's why I don't understand. How I'm fighting myself? And part of me helps my friend, but my friend doesn't let me pass? And then I get them again? What? Doesn't make any sense, dude. I mean, it's a fun game, but yeah, the ending's a little lame. I think it would have been more fun if they just let us die. If they would have just let us die and then we didn't turn into the Slender Man, it would have made more sense. But yeah, it's really unsatisfying that we became the thing that we just fought. It doesn't even make any sense. Horror logic? Maybe I don't watch enough horror stuff. Maybe, I mean, I know that horror's dumb. Maybe it's a trope. Maybe this is a trope, you guys. Dumb endings for horror things, I guess. I mean, it would be cool, but I'd mad. I guess if they like explain it, it'd be cool. I guess. I mean, maybe there's like some hidden messages in the game that explain how this is happening. Maybe there's stuff that's like laced through the game that implies that it's a second life or something. Maybe it's got implications. There is the me that you know and the me that your friend knows that coexist. Okay, so if there's two me's and one of them is causing problems, I understand that. See, it makes sense. That makes sense. I understand like the idea that we're in our own way, but the method for us interacting with ourselves, that's the problem, because we do directly interact with ourselves. How does that work? Because we're interacting with a different, it even showed the aging process. So it made it very obvious that there was a time between us being small and us being big. So there's some way for our past self and our future self to interact with one another, and I don't get that. That's why I don't understand. Because I've heard that she drops you because she recognized you for a brief moment that you're the bad guy. I mean, that makes sense, I guess, but it does not explain what whilst it's all in a nightmare. Oh, well, then nothing matters. If it's all just a dream, then doesn't that just go backwards? Thin Man goes back to save himself using the signal tower. The first game will explains a bit more. Okay. Maybe it's not a loop, more like a cycle. You become the bad guy, not the same bad guy that you fought. Yeah? But that would mean that there's that our friend goes through the same thing, because our friend also becomes evil at some point. So maybe, but we don't know what happens after she dies. Maybe whenever she makes it out, then that loop somehow, because it requires our friend for this loop to make sense. We would need a friend for each version. And why is she looping? Because that wasn't shown. Maybe it's implied. I don't know. Maybe I obviously take things very literally, but I feel like things have to make sense, right? It should have been stuck with a duo concept, not philosophy, or what? It should have been stuck with a duo concepts, not philosophy or self-concepts. I don't even know what you're saying, Johnny. You're so past my mind. Your explanation is past my understanding. Six was still a child, was taken by the Thin Man. She wanted to be a kid, but Mono wrecked the music box and left her cold in the heart. That's why she dropped him, and the cycle continues. Okay, so Six was a child, then became an adult, then became a child, and we were a child, but we were also an adult, and then we were a child again, and then became an adult. It doesn't make sense to me. Theories? Where are these theories coming from? The wiki? Another theory. Some say that this happened before the Maw. Six goes to the Maw. Oh yeah. See, I mean, I'd probably have to play the first game again to make any sense of this, because it it doesn't seem to square, but maybe it makes more sense if I play the first one again. It's like the third Harry Potter. I don't remember the third Harry Potter. I'm sorry. See, 6 was still a child, then was taken by us. She wanted to be a child, but us wrecked the music box. See, what's the difference between Thin Man and Mono? That's why I don't understand, Prussian Queen. So are you saying that Thin Man and Mono are different? Okay, here's my headcanon. My headcanon is that this only works one time. My headcanon is that we just happen to look similar to the Thin Man. Okay, my headcanon is that there's a small child, another small child. They're both trying to save each other. Mono time travels into the future to find his friend jacked as heck. You save your friend, thus changing the past. Because they go through another television. You both are alive, chased by a Thin Man who's a different person. And then you're betrayed by your friend who was super pissed off about you breaking their box. Then you die, and because the Thin Man was your father, then you become the Thin One, okay? There's no loop, there's no time travel. The Thin Man and you are different people. All right, makes sense. It's just two different, okay? What's scarier than a predator? A child. Thin Man holds anger and revenge. Mono wants to save his friend. Doesn't know the damage he causes. Yeah, but Thin Man and Mono, are they both existent? Are they both real? Are they things, or are they concepts? Because if there's just concepts, then there's no characters. If they're just concepts, then I'm like, okay, don't help your friends. If you help your friends, you might hurt your friends. Okay, good concept. Nice. If you try to help, then you might make it worse. Okay. But I didn't even get an option. I wasn't even able to pick anything else. I had to break that super box. The Thin Man keeps failing and is stuck in repeat, trying to stop his past self. Failing to see that he's causing the loop. See, I get that. If it is a loop, Emo Kitten, I'm just like, why? Why? I mean, I know that the movie Groundhog Day is a fine example of a loop happening without you knowing why. But in Groundhog Day, they make it obvious from the very beginning that something is causing the world to loop. But you have at least a reason. At least you know in Groundhog Day, spoiler alert, that he needs to learn how to love. And then the loop stops. But in this game, there's no reason for the loop, mechanism for the loop, or any explanation of how it's gonna ever end. It's just, it feels incomplete. Feels like we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's in the third game. Maybe they made it unsatisfying so that you give them more money. It's possible. Maybe they want to sucker you into another game. So the whole thing is an allegory for heck, doomed to repeat a loop for eternity? I mean, I guess, but it still feels incomplete. But that may be the point. That they may have done that on purpose, because the first one definitely didn't feel that satisfying either. So maybe they got a big plan. Maybe there's a big story. Yeah, maybe in part 3 all will be revealed and it'll make sense. That's true. I'd bet that's what's going on. I bet that they want to keep making these. I enjoyed it, so I would definitely be down to play it. But I don't think that it makes loads of sense right now. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd definitely give another one a chance, because this one was more fun than the first one. The second one had a lot more interesting mechanics, and I liked the sets were a lot more interesting. I think that I may have liked the monsters in the first one, but that's with the knowledge that I've already played the first one. So maybe the second one was just as good monster-wise, and I just wasn't scared by them because I already played the first one, you know? It's also a world where adults are mutated by TV. I mean, there's definitely logic. Yeah, if you just say that there's no logic, then there's no message. I mean, if we just can ignore all logic, then we can just say, for example, if there's no logic whatsoever, You could say, it's a game about TVs and magic and a thin man. She just dropped you for no reason, you know? She just dropped you because she felt like it. Her head slipped. But they made it they wanted to make it impactful, so I mean, we have to go by the game's logic. Just like with movies. I mean, movies and games have internal logic that admittedly, you have to accept the rules of the universe. Oh! Hey!
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Oh!
Shooting skulls will shock your soul.
Hey! Thank you for the
nice shirt,
sub for
Lepo.
10 months of Mamma Mia. Oopsie! Thank you for the 10 months. Hello! Oi, spooky season's popping off. Oopsie! How are you doing? Much love. Is it debated whether Mono is the new Thin Man or the same? Pretty much. Oh, it is debated. Yeah. I mean, I can get it because if it's a loop, it doesn't make sense. And if it's not a loop, then it's a coincidence that we look the same. I mean, one of them doesn't make sense and the other one doesn't make sense. Oh, Oopsie. Hello, spooky friends. How are you doing, Opst? Oi, oi. I hope you're having a spooky day. A spooky day indeed. I just realized that my Switch isn't hooked up, so we can't play Monkey Ball. Hate makes you tall and ugly. Tall and ugly. Tall. I thought that hate would make you like small and gnarled. In most things, they make you get like more gnarled and hunchbacked. That you get lower. Malding isn't fun. No malding. How you die from monster. Smacks and grabs. Where's the fire and boom? What? So love makes you short and cute. Yeah, like one of those little tieflings or whatever they're called in Final Fantasy. They're the most loving of all creatures. And then the big tall elves, those are the cold, loveless beings. Either way, it's a fun game. It was fun to watch. Yes, it was a fun game. It was a fun, interesting game. That's why I'm tall. Wait, what? Linz, you need more love. Oh, boy. Linz is out here fishing for love, you guys. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Linz? Linz says that they're getting taller because they're not getting enough love. Come on, you guys. Can we get a daily dose of love for poor Linz? All right, I get it. I'm sorry, Linz. You haven't been getting enough love recently. That's a shame. A shame! I'm short and cute. Ain't full of love, though. Calico is filled with hate. Wonderful. I'd rather be tall. What? Oops would rather be tall and loveless. Tall and loveless? Oops, I think that you're best tall and loveless as well. Gentle giants do exist. Little man syndrome is a thing too. This is so complicated. It's so complicated and real. They're called Lalafels. What did I say? Did I say something bad? What is a tiefling? I don't want to make Lynn short, so I'm withholding. Ah, thank you. Yes, Lynn can now stand strong. Stand strong as the tall mod. Wait a second. I don't think Lynn's is the tallest mod. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Bandai Namco Entertainment Korea. Man, I remember whenever Namco was just making Pac-Man. You're welcome, Linz. I got you, homie. Fluffy Giraffe, we win! We win! Game over. Not even close. Both boys got me beat. Both boys got you beat. I wonder if Aris is taller than you. I don't know. I don't want to tell her. I don't want to expose her height. I want to protect her height. Wait, is that why I'm short? Too much love. Probably awkward. You gotta avoid the love wherever you see it. You gotta look out. Do we want to play Monkey Ball? Do we want to end the night with a scary game? Oh, maybe we could play a short scary game. Not really scary, but I thought that I had a couple. Of somewhat spooky games. Monkey! Oh, so whenever I went into GameStop, I said, he was like, can I help you with something? And I was like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna pick up the new Monkey Ball. And he said, why? He said, why? And I was like, because I want to roll around as a monkey. What are you talking about? What do you mean, why? Because I want it. I want it because I want it. Oh, look. Here's all the fonts that they used. Well, well, well. Tekken. So rude. But yes, I did get Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. I think that we might play that either tomorrow or the next day. But I need to play a special game tomorrow so that I can dress up. Oh, there's no more information. There's no more information. So that's the end of the game, eh? Yep. Looks like that's the end of the game. I don't know. He's trying to hook you on those violent games. He was trying to teach you to play Call of Duty. Don't let them get you, streamer. They're trying to teach you how to play grown-up games. Little Uzi Vert ripped a beat from Super Monkey Ball? That monster. How dare he? It's funny because it doesn't sound like a scary game. What is that? Oh, look, it says hats collected. We could go back and collect every hat. Just kidding, frick that. We've got number 4. We missed a hat. We got all the hats and numbered. This is probably when Johnny was helping me. Yeah, looks like we missed a bunch of hats. Oh, heck no. First your sausage sandwich from Duncan, and now the monkey ball. Can you believe? It's this city, Alchemic! This city's gone mad! First they're backsassing me about no cheese on my omelet. And then, now this? The people in this town, they want to tell me how to live. They want to tell me how to live, but I do what I please. I play Super Monkey Ball while eating cheeseless sandwiches. That's how I've chosen to live. And you can't stop me. You won't stop me. Oh yeah, what were the games that I had? Yeah. I do what I want. Wafer Rage. Oh dear. The scariest rage of all. Yeah, I thought that had a spooky game that we could play. Besides Luigi's Monsoon, which we will definitely play soon enough. It's called, let me see, I've got a game called Dark Echo. I don't think that would be fun to play. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not tonight. It's this game where you like try to make your way through the dark using the echoes that your feet make, which is kind of interesting. Oh, the other one is Home. A unique horror adventure. What even is the explanation of this game? How does this game even work? It says Home is a unique horror adventure set in a beautifully realized pixel world. It's a murder mystery with a twist because you decide what ultimately happens. Awakened by an oncoming storm, you open your eyes and discover yourself in a strange, dark 69 Metacritic. Nice. As you play the game, it changes suddenly, almost imperceptibly, as you to reflect your perception. What? It's a horror game unlike any other, and you'll discover the truths are entirely subjective. What? I only leave my house for work, so I don't deal with retail at all. What's so funny? I'm sorry for screaming so much. Am I? So I don't get this game. So I don't understand, like, what you do in the game determines who killed who? I remember waking up in that awful place. Home.
He's not sorry.
But where did I go from here? How did I find my way back? Cigarette. Door. I need you to help me remember. Remember who killed Jeremy. To help me get back home. Home. Oh, that's the name of the game. Oh, that's the name of the game. I see. Very nice, very nice. This will not end well. Homehorror.com. Don't go to that website, you guys. Don't go to that website. A work table covered in papers, dirt, and a handgun. I hated guns. I didn't take it, did I? Oh, I see. So it's kind of a build your own who killed who. It's a build your own Scooby-Doo adventure. Y'all want to build a Scooby-Doo adventure? I say we give it a shot. Let's see if we can become the murderer. Wait a second. Do we want to be the murderer or not? Do we want to be the killer or do we want to not be the killer? Because it looks like we get to decide basically if we did it or not. He's not sorry. It's true. Yeah, it looks like we can decide whether or not we want to be the kill. Should we be the kill or not? Also, wait a second. Is there controller support on this game? Because I do want to play with a oh, it says partial controller support, violence, blood, mild language, alcohol reference, one reference. Not the alcohol reference. Oh boy, first they hit us with the 69, then they hit us with the alcohol reference. Ay, ay, ay. Everybody close your eyes whenever the alcohol reference comes, okay? Now close those eyes now. They talk about booze, but only once. Flip a coin. Let me see. I think I got a coin over here. Okay, call it. Hey. Okay. You guys, let's call it. Just use, I just need you to use drama alert for heads and, free candy for tails, okay? Drama alert for heads, free candy for tails. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? It's free candy. It's tails so far. Okay. Okay, we got another tails. Got more tails. Oh, we got 4 versus 1. You only get 1 vote, okay? 1 vote. Oh, geez. Do I actually have to tally these? Oh, no. There's too many of them. 3, 4. Let's see. Okay, it looks like free candy's still winning. All right, so it looks like it's heads. All right, now stop. Stop it. Very blue, what's up? How are you doing? Okay, let me double check. That's free candy, right? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, so free candy wins. So that's tails. Tails is killer. It's tails. We're supposed to become the killer. Okay, so we're gonna do our best to be the killer. Tell us, say what? Yes. We're gonna try to be the murderer. Okay, let's play this spooky home game. Homies only. This might jack up my screen though. Just get ready for the screen to be jacked because it's probably gonna get jacked. Here it comes. Here comes the jacked screen. Here it comes. Also, I hope this cat's in the game. Nope. It's our friend Steve. Actually, it looks like it's not checked up. Yay! You mean the guy who committed pew pew? Yes. We have to be the
murderer. We have to commit arson.
A unique horror adventure by Benjamin Rivers. Welcome to home. Press space. Press A. Your game will be saved automatically at certain points. However, we recommend that you put aside an hour and a half to complete home in a single sitting.
Oh. Okay, you guys, do y'all have an hour and a half to play this game with me? Okay, we've got to use 1.5 hours. Turn up the sound, turn off the lights. Oh wait, what? Turn off the lights? Turn the lights out now. Now I'll take you by your hand. Oh, wait. No, my lights. Okay, turn off your lights, you guys. We're going to play a scary game. I'm already peeing myself. All right. All I remembered at that point was finding myself alone. Oh, my head. Where was I? It was so dark. Are we home yet? There was something by my feet. A flashlight. I could say. We could say. Is that poop? Why is there poop in every game? Also, how's the sound? A little loud. Knock, knock. That house. Where was I? We're home. It's the name of the game. A body. Somebody died. There was a body lying on the floor. Who was it? Oh, cat. That's loud. Game's got jump scares. It's got meow meow jump scares. Should we go downstairs for the... No. We're gonna look up here first. Plants. Is that too loud? Do I need to turn it down? Computer. The desk had a computer and some papers on it, and a single drawer. I didn't want to snoop, but did I open the drawer? Yes. Receipts, pens, and a blurry photo Looks like a store of some kind. Why did this look so familiar? More poop! Blood on the wall. It smells fresh and sickening. I realize that there's blood on my shoes and pants. Oh man, I had to get out of there. No, I didn't. I'm gonna go down to the basement. Bodies in them. I noticed that I limped as I moved down the stairs. How did I hurt my leg, I wondered. All I could really recall was coming home, seeing Rachel. I was upset. She looked afraid. I shook my head and I tried to clear it. I knew I should head downstairs, try to find a way out. I was on the second level. I thought I was going to the basement. Got books. The shelf was full of books of local history and hunting. Seems like the owner of the house really knew the area. Or researched it, or had bought all these books about it and never read them. Why you gotta be squeaking? Why is the game squeaking out here? I'm turning the sucker down. An old dining table covered in dirty dishes for 2 people. There were dozens of beer cans and other liquor bottles among the dishes. Liquor reference! There's the alcohol reference. Close your eyes, kids. The smell was turning my stomach. At least it's anti-alcohol, thank goodness. A black and white photo. It looks like the man upstairs and his wife. There was no reason for me to keep this. Did I take it? You bet I did. Bruh. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it because I'm the murderer and I wanted to keep this as a little, what's it called? As a memorial. As a memorabilia. As a memorandum, as a... You know that P connects with that K, and the P connects with the H too. A memento! Thank you. I slipped the photo into my pocket. Maybe this would help me find some answers. I haven't watched Memento yet. Also, Relaxed View, what's up? You feel like there's gonna be a jump scare every time that you, what? That you go through a load? Probably. Oh, look, we can go to the basement. Is that a mouse? A thin gray mouse was stuck in a trap. It looked frantic but exhausted. Did I free it? We're murderers, so we wouldn't let him go, right? Is this Little Nightmares? No, it's not. No, it's not. Alchemic, did it not work? I could just change it. Was it not working? Is it busted still? I'm guessing it's busted. I'll fix it. Sorry. Let me set this to home. Home. Oh no. Home is where I'm with you. Yeah, I'll try reconnecting the bot. Must be my end. Must be my fault. I'll fix the bot after this. I had to reconnect everything else, so I'm not surprised that Nightbot has a problem. Maybe it just accesses a file. That's what it is. There it goes. No, I just did that mystic. That was me. A thin gray mouse. Okay, so we're a murderer, so we're not gonna let it go. We're a bad boy. Shovel. A collection of rusty tools. These look like they'd seen a lot of use, and they were caked in damp-smelling dirt. Why weren't they in the shed? Damp dirt tools? Upstairs? What kind of monster would bring dirty tools in the house? What was that? Oh, we can lift it up. Oh, look at that. Oh, whoa! Stop. No, don't give up. No. Do I quit? Absolutely not. It's the worst jump scare of the game. I thought it was about to close. Help. I can't see. Relax View. Thanks for being a bonehead. Your boy broke the game. This game's busted. Who you calling busted? Busted. Okay, game's broken. Game's broken, you guys. Delete game. Delete game. Bad game. Uninstall game. Sorry, you guys. We gotta delete this game. Unfortunately, we tried so hard, we got so far, but in the end, it didn't really matter, especially because it was broken. Okay, we're gonna copy exactly. Oh, look, we can continue. Please. Hey, check it out. Check it out. We're with the dirty tools again.
A collection of rusty tools. They'd seen a lot of work.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, what do we got here? I'm in a Minecraft server. That noise was. Oh, I'm so sorry, Savvy. A photo similar to the old one that I picked up. It'd been moved a lot. There seemed to be a switch behind it. Did I push the switch? Yep. It depressed smoothly into the wall. I heard a faraway click somewhere. A click? Look at that. A busted old photo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Mouse is dead. The mouse was dead. It looked like the cat got to it. Yes. Good thing, too, because we're the murderer. We heard a click, eh? You think it's in here? Zombie food, what's up? We're trying to figure out who did the murder. We're trying to discover the murderer. Okay, we heard a click. Let's go check upstairs. Oh, dripping. Dripping. Leaky roof. Leaky, stinky roof. I really shouldn't have been going through this stuff, getting my fingerprints everywhere. What? That sounds like a guilty person. Don't want to get my fingerprints everywhere. Goodness gracious. I think we did it. Okay, so where did that click? What did the click do? You heard the click. Was it the clicky wicky? I don't think it was clicky wicky. I don't think so. Oh, what was that noise? Hey! Hey. Okay, whatever. Let's go back down. Okay. Down to the ground level. Got a mirror. I looked like hell. My clothes were dirty and torn, and there was mud caked all over my shoes. Mud? Uh-oh. Mud or blood. The front door was blocked by a pile of furniture. I knew that I had to find another way out. That's what I was gonna say. That kind of scared me a little bit. That was a little scary. The door was taped and seemed to be stuck. By the smell of it, I guess it led to the kitchen. The kitchen, eh? I'm hungry. The switch in the wall appeared to have unlocked the door. Oh, it's nice that it told me that. Yeah, it's nice that it told me that's what it unlocked. Thank you. Box. The box looked heavy, but there were marks on the floor. It had obviously been moved before. Maybe I'd found a way out. I must have moved it, right? Yeah, of course we did. I heaved the box forward, and it finally gave. You gonna turn in for tonight? Alright, we'll see you later, Rosera. So sorry for not noticing you in the first 2 seconds of you being on stream. I hope you forgive me after all this time. Nighty night, Rosera. Have good sleep. Have good sleep. Sleep of skeletons not killing you when... Oh, what? What happened to the tape? Boy, we're breaking into the kitchen. Boy, we're in the kitchen already. Right, there's nothing to observe in the kitchen. Everything is as usual. There were sheets of paper all over the kitchen table. It looked like a series of names written down, but they were too smudged to read. I could only make out a few of the notes. Keycard. Locker. Last one, I promise. It didn't make much sense at the time. Oh, at the time, I like that. I like that. That's clever. Mm-hmm. Me likey. Nighty night, Rosera. Much love to Rosera. Night night. Is this the way out? Is the door locked? The bathroom was spotless. Everything had been wiped to a sheen. I wondered if it was the man's wife who did the cleaning, or him. Who cares? There was a photo development tray lying on the floor. Some leftover negatives were sticking out, but they were pretty blurry. I thought I saw what looked like treetops. Night was there. It was not 10 seconds! You shouldn't have been counting. Blurry photos, eh? It seemed odd that the tray had been left there, considering how clean the rest of the bathroom was. Does it just keep giving you info? Nope. Maybe twice. Maybe it gives you 2 pieces of info if you talk about stuff. Finished Little Nightmares? We did. Had I been sleepwalking again? Darren? Had I been sleepwalking again? Was that how I got to that house? Spooky. You missed it. It's true. He did, and he was mad about it. No, I wasn't. I wasn't mad. I was perturbed. Down we go. There was a ladder going underground where the box was. A dank smell rose from the passage. I bet Darren's down here. Did I climb down the ladder? Heck yeah. Let's go down. I looked again at the photo and I found what? I looked again at the photo. I found in the house the couple looked distant, like they didn't want to be in the same picture. Wait, what? The couple looked distant. Oh, I looked at the photo that I found in the house. I looked at the photo again that I found in the house. The couple looked distant, like they didn't want to be in the same picture. I wonder where the wife was. My leg was in terrible shape, but I had to get out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's go this way.
To go.
Footprints in the dirt looked more than one kind, and a lot of traffic. Kenny loves the fart noise as well. He gets a kick out of it, I'm sure. Why else would it still be up? That combo was good. That was a good combo, dude. The drum alert and the fart. Oh, that was good. Okay. Anyway. Places were marked all over the old map of the town. The industrial area was near the river, various houses, and even the water tower near the old rail station. Okay, so places were marked. The industrial area, various houses, and the water tower. Okay, so lots of places marked. Newspaper clippings from the local paper. They were all about the murders in town over the last few years. Wait. There were photos. Photos of our house. What the hell was that about? Maybe I should have looked around more, tried to find some kind of information. What? I looked for everything. What are you talking about? I looked at everything. A work table covered in papers, dirt, and a handgun. I hated guns. I didn't take it, did I? Of course we did. I tucked the small handgun into my pocket. Its weight was somehow reassuring. Oh dear. This guy does sound like a murderer. The guy upstairs must have done this, but what was his interest in the water tower? Some of the markings matched the scribblings that I saw on the bookshelf upstairs. Oh, Rachel, please be okay. I wanted to rush home, but I had to find a way out first. And I needed to see what was down there. What? Is this written? I think this is written. Oh, good night, KP. We'll see you later. Nighty night. Get some rest. Oh, we can't get back up there. Those boxes would have allowed me to climb up the ladder again, but I didn't want to go back up there. Not with that body. All of that blood. What? What a freaking baby. Well, we lose the game because our character's a freaking baby. Why did I take the gun? Why did I take the gun? Why did I take the gun? I don't know. It felt like it. Oh, down we go. It was so dark down there, and the air smelled stale and putrid. I couldn't believe what I saw. What was this place? It's a desk? I can't believe it. The desk looked old and was caked with grime. On it was a stack of old, faded papers covered with what looked like names. They were scratched out, and illegible notes were written beside them in faded blue ink. I could only make out a few letters. He, v, iv, a, he, r. Hurry! Hurry! What's up? Oh my gosh, that message is awful. Kuri, it's been so long, Kenny. Am I really that boring? What? Kuri, this is blackmail. This is blackmail. Kuri, what are you talking about? I've been busy. Listen, I hope you enjoyed your stream. Hey, everybody coming in from Kuri stream. How are y'all doing? Hello. Kuri, I haven't seen you on. What are you talking about? Have you been playing games without telling me? Ay. Kuri won't even give me updates. She said the thing. Oi, oi, oi. You guys, welcome to the party. We're playing a spooky game. Spooky dookie, spooky game. Not Kuri, I said that I was... Listen here. I bought a game just so that I could play it with you and Tin, and then you never got back to me. I bought Tower Unite so that we could play, and I said you should show me around sometime. And then Kuri said, "Should we tell him what? What? Is this some joke that I don't understand? Tomodachi Life." Let's play. No one told me. I told Kuri that I bought it. Tin, how are you doing? What's up? We're playing a spooky game called Home. It's supposed to be a game that you're supposed to be able to determine what happened by...
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
The Crate Couple! Thank you for the 10 months! Hey!
It's been
I
so long,
appreciate
Kenny.
it.
Am I really
Whatever
that
the next
boring?
me said would be the
Fine.
raid call. Ah! Kuri, thank you for the sub. Hey, I appreciate it. So sweet. 10 months and 12 months.
It's been so long, Kenny.
Kuri.
Am I really that boring?
Am I really
Fine.
that boring? Is that... Oh, it's Kuri fine. I love it. Kuri, 12 months. That's a whole year. I can't believe it. Thank you so much for subbing for an entire year. The Crate Couple. How are you doing? We're playing a scary game of Kuri. Drama alert. There shouldn't be any drama going on. What are you talking about? There's no drama. The only drama that's going on is that Kuri's saying that it's been so long and that she's boring. Both untrue. Also, stop that. I'm not going to be able to play this game. And Kuri, thank you for the awesome stream. Just got back home. Ooh, so y'all were playing that Tomodachi game, right? Oh, what? Newbie! Hey, Newbie! Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate
It's
it.
been so long, Kenny. Am I really that boring?
Okay, you guys,
Fine.
I'm gonna shill for my own stream for like 2 seconds. Tomorrow, I'm wearing a Halloween costume, okay? Tomorrow is the Halloween costume, the first one of the month. The first one of the month, and it's gonna match one of the games. Yes. We're gonna have our first costume, and it has to go with, never mind, I can't tell y'all. Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Oh no, is that some quote that I don't know? Thank you so much, Newbie, for 2 months. I appreciate it. It has not been so long. I just saw you the other day, Newbie. That's ridiculous. You guys are so silly. It's not true. But how Tomodachi Life is that Mario game or something that's made by Nintendo. Oh yeah, I just got Super Monkey Ball. We'll play this. We'll play this someday. You can't see it because it's so freaking tiny. But I just bought this today. Also, I can't read that name. It just says what? Oh, Newbie, you've got the invisible name. I never saw you in my life. I've never seen you in my whole life, streamer. You get out of here. Oh yeah, let me see. Can I do a Kuri voice? What's Kuri? Kuri does
The old lady. Hello, this is Kuri's voice in a male. Oh, come on, children.
Oh wait, no, I messed it up on that one.
Oh. Kuri. Oh, super duper.
SMB is dope. You watch a speedrunner play? Oh, what? Super Monkey Ball? Yeah, looks good.
Looks good.
Also, Kuri has been doing the robot voice. Kuri, Kuri, will you ever be able to do the full voice?
Let me see. Is there... Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to say...
Super duper, duper scooper.
Okay, I just messed with that for no reason. Fifi, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, appreciate it. We're trying to focus on this spooky game, but you guys are ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. You ruined it. I was about to cry from fear in this game. It's so frightening. We actually just finished. I will not expose. I won't tell anybody what happened. Okay? No spoilers. No spoilers on this stream. But we did just finish Little Nightmares 2, and its ending was annoying. So please play it if you haven't played it. You gotta play it. Get yourself mad. I want to see you mad. I'm getting excited. Splat, what's up? Hey, Kuya Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. I need to make more messages for the 100 bits after spooky season's over. Then I'll make some music play with the bits. A Crane couple, how have y'all been doing? What's up? The Small Bean stream. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You just scared all of our Minecraft players. I appreciate it. You have a new OC. They need powers and abilities. Electricity. Always electricity. None of it made any sense to me. That's pretty good. I would agree with that. But yes, we're playing a spooky game. We good. Just tired. Weather at the pier was nuts. Crane couple been on that grind. Crane couple working so hard. All right, gotta be BRB real quick. All right, sounds good, Kuri. Get some food or some water or whatever you're doing. Go to the bathroom. Awkward. Thank you for the gifted sub. Hey. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted sub for Random Mouse. Nice.
Awkward Earl gifted a tier 1 sub
Am I
to
gonna be
Random
able to
Mouse.
play this game, or are y'all gonna just keep on hyping up the stream, huh? Are y'all gonna keep up the hype, or can I play this game, huh? Lons, what's up? Long time no see. Indeed, it's good to see you, Lons. How have you been doing? We've been doing spooky. I turned off some of my lights, but the room is all spooky-fied. Look, there's a spooky giant Squirtle that I just got today. Even spookier. The Legos are old. Old things are frightening, right? I'm pretty sure that they are. I don't have any, like, oh yeah, I got some more, I got more of the spider webs. The question is where to put them. Also, Pika is a witch. A witchly Pika. You wanted to check what your gift sub count was? That's not the only way to check it. By gifting subs, it's at 15. That's 5 times 3. You've been doing good, just busy at your job. You love the background. Well, I'm glad that you love the background. I worked very hard on it. Okay, so are we gonna decide if we are the killer? Are we the murderer? We've gone inside of this house, you guys. You don't understand the free candy thing? What? It's an offer. Do you want it or not, Splat? Do you want free candy? If you want free candy, then please redeem the free candy. Redeem the free candy reward. It gives you a gift of candy. It's especially aimed at our younger viewers that really, really enjoy sweets and treats. But if you happen to have a bit of a sweet tooth and you happen to be a little bit older, then I'm sure you'd enjoy some of this delicious candy as well. You've gone trick-or-treating, right? I mean, trick or treat, smell my feet. Give me something good to eat. If you don't, I don't care. I'll pull down your underwear. That's what we used to say. So we used to say, and my mom would tell us to stop saying it, but we didn't stop. We didn't stop, Mom. You hear me? You hear me, Mom? We do what we want. We do what we want. Yeah, let's throw in a school. Sir, I am 23 years old. Oh my gosh, that is dramatic. There's a skeleton down here. Oh no. You're 23 years old? Just a babe. A babe. You're fresh out of the womb. 23 years outside of the womb. And still never taken a bath. All right, let's take a look at the skeleton. There looked to be bones half dug into the ground, and the remains looked old. The faded clothes that had stuck up amongst the dirt looked familiar. Familiar? They looked like the clothes that woman was wearing in the photo that I found. Was this the man's wife? How's she bones? How's she turned into bones so quick? I wondered, what would I have found if I dug deeper? Yeah, let's dig deeper. Oh, I should have picked up the shovel. What? I had to look at the shovel twice. Can I restart the game? Can I restart the game and pick up the shovel? I thought that it would give me the option to pick it up. I looked at the shovel twice. But we observed the shovel twice. Do you think that we would have ever been able to dig up these bones? There was a dirty old shovel that was at the top. But we observed it twice. How many times did... No, we can't go back up anymore, Mystic. Our character won't let us go back up. Also, you guys, thank you so much for the hype train. A raid and a hype train. Now that's just too much. Y'all can't do this to me. Y'all can't be giving me hype trains and raids at the same time. Y'all are gonna spoil me. Y'all are gonna spoil me rotten. You're gonna spoil me rotten, and then I'll be a rotten child. Hang on, we got a bookshelf here. Crudely made shelves. They look like they were holding cans of some kind of corrosive. The labels were worn out and slick, but I could still read the warnings. Yeah, what were the warnings? The slight fumes that still emanated from the cans made me dizzy. Keep smelling it in, buddy. All right. See, nothing happens, dude. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is the way down. There's a cage with meat in it. It looked like a cage. It was small, but there was something coating the bottom. Something wet. Something wet? Looks like blood, dude. Let's not beat around the bush. Look, you've seen like 2 bodies today. There's no reason to beat around the bush on this one. Also, I think we're not allowed down this thing. Some kind of homemade rack, slung together with poorly cut rope and wood. It was caked with old blood. Boy, there's blood everywhere. Somebody didn't actually use that, did they? Use it for what? A rack? Who got racked? I don't want to get racked. Oh, nope. Did you take zombie sip? I did not. I'll take a sip right now. Thank you very much. All right. And now down we go. Deeper. Jump scare? Jump scare anywhere? Some kind of old boxes. They look like they were years old. Wait a minute. These boxes had old clothes in them. Clothes I remembered throwing out after Rachel and I moved to town. What the hell were they doing here? Those are my clothes! Who stole my clothes? Bruh. Who cares about the murders? Who cares about the murders? I wanna know where they got my clothes. This is bats. This is bats. I remember noticing the broken ladder. I had to be careful. Do I? I don't remember if I jumped down there or found another way. It looked to be a long way. Did I jump down? What would a murderer do? We're trying to make ourselves the murderer. Would a murderer jump into the hole? Nah. Maybe there was some other way to get down there without risking more injury to my leg. My little broken leg. My little crooked leg. We mustn't break our leg further, Master. Please find another way. Find another way. Master, don't forget the leg that you can't tell in this animation looks bad. It looks fine whenever we're walking around. What the frick was that? There was a rope hanging there. I wasn't sure how sturdy it was. Did I take it? Sure. Maybe the rope would make the broken ladder easier to descend. Wow, really? That's a pretty good idea. Is this just a skeleton? How's there a skeleton sitting here? What's going on? Is that a switch? I had the rope now. There must have been a use for it around somewhere. Throw a rope around that skeleton. Okay, I had the rope. But what are the bones doing over here? What are these bones? I want to observe the bones. I don't think we're allowed through there. Okay, we're gonna walk this way. How many options do we have? I don't think there's anything else to use this rope on. That looks almost like a person. I thought that was a person at first. If I was scared before, I was terrified now. Why were there photos of our house there? And these clothes? Was that why I was there? I checked my back pocket and I realized that my wallet was missing. Did I come to the house or did somebody bring me? Oh, okay. Same message. Same old, same old. I think that we may have been dragged here. Wait a second. Yeah, my wallet's gone. They freaking robbed me, dude. I'm ordering Panda. Y'all want anything? You bet I do. Yes, I do. Could I please get some Beijing beef? I'll just take a bowl though. I'm not gonna be a selfish Delfish with a plate. I think that a bowl would do me just fine. Thank you. Beijing beef, fried rice. Also, Isnunny, we'll see you later. Hey, it was nice to hang out with you, Isnunny. I hope you enjoyed Little Nightmares. We'll see you later. Tomorrow is my first Halloween costume. Yes, we climbed down this time. I could hear a faint hum, and the smell from before started to get worse. What kind of smell was it? Was it earthy? A bunch of old nude papers. A bunch of old newspapers, wheat pasted together. A message had been hastily smeared on it. Keep out! Danger due to cave in! I wanted nothing more than to get out of here. Noodle papers, yes. Yes, noodle papers, no doubt. Panda Express, fast food. It's, American Chinese food. Okay, let's get out of here. That's loud. That's loud sound. I could still feel a faint impression of where the rope had... what? I could still feel a faint impression of the rope that I'd slid down as I pressed against the heavy metal door. It was probably for the best that I hadn't jumped. The ache in my leg was bad enough as it was. If I could have, though, I would have run straight out of those awful tunnels. Who would keep such a place? At least I thought I'd found the old handgun. It seemed to work, and from the smell of it, it had been used recently. I kept the gun in my pocket. It seemed a familiar weight there. You think you'll get a bowl too? I'm hungry, just not that hungry. Exactly. I won't walk back. I did not want to go back into those tunnels. It seemed better to press on. Don't tell me what to do! I hate it. I want to rebel. I want to break free. An exposed ventilation shaft. Maybe somebody crawled through there. But it was so high up that it must have been a sore landing. A sore landing indeed, most tall of a fall. There was dirt on the ground. It looked wet, and there was grass smeared within it. Grass dirt? Oh my. A game with no freedom. I want to go back to Assassin's Creed. I could hear a faint trickling sound like water. What was that? Probably water. Exit. Very sus. A kitchen knife covered in dried blood. Thinking about it made me sick. I didn't even want to touch it. Did I take the knife? Of course I did. I slipped the knife in my boot since I had the gun in my pocket. Did I really need all of this? Why didn't you slip it in your other pocket, bro? Holy moly. Guy's putting a knife in his boot? Boy, why you got so many jump scares in this game? The door was locked. There was a musty smell from inside. How you smelling through that door? Oh, we'll see you later, awkward. Toodaloo. Good luck with your work. Good luck with your work. A boot knife like Bayonetta's feet guns. Foot guns. The only feet guns I've ever seen. Check them. I wasn't sure what those valves were for. Let's not do it yet. I left the valve alone. I wasn't sure, but I thought it was some kind of regulator. I had no idea how it worked. Indeed. Awkward. Good luck with your school. With your school. Is number 2, 3? Okay, so this is number 2. Looks like a Z. I think that's a 2 in pixel. I speak pixel. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's go back. I don't think we're allowed to exit yet. I'm scared to walk in that exit. I think it's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me if I go in there. Also, I'm gonna try to go up. Is this a whole bag of cats? Disgusting. It was a mess of filthy garbage bags. There were rips and tears in most of the bags. What looked like old videotapes were sticking out. Did I take the tapes? Drama alert, did he? I wasn't sure what I hoped to discover with the tape, but I took it anyway. A bag full of tapes, but he only got one. I did not want to keep digging through this mess. Yes, I did. This game's arguing with me every step of the way. Okay, so we got a tape. That's it. That's all that was up here. Pretty good. Nice loot. Let's go back down. Let's exit. There was a rusty ladder sunk into the water, which smelled disgusting. I knew that I couldn't climb down that. Maybe I could find a way to drain the putrid water. Putrid? Strong words. All right, so we gotta drain the water with these valves. We need tape. Tape fixes everything. Flex tape. It's super strong. I haven't been in here yet. This is the end. This is the end, my friend. Okay, well, there's no marks or any. Maybe there was a piece of paper that we missed. It's got to be a piece of paper that explained how this worked, right? Could see through the dust. I could see handprints from previous use, probably from whoever worked in those sewers. Where were they? Yeah, the handprints. Yeah, what did the handprints do? I thought I could turn this water valve to shut off the flow. Did I turn it? Sure. Why not? There we go. We did it. We win. I thought I could turn this water valve to shut off the flow. Did I turn it? Sure. Let's turn them all off. Oh, wait. No, wait. Does that actually change direction? It's on the right side. The valve was still active. Did I turn it again? Is that down? Now it's down? Looked like I turned off the water flow in this valve. What, you just rotate a bunch of times? Bruh. All right. It's 2:30, so you're gonna go to sleep? Hey, get some rest. I'm zombie food. Nighty night. Nighty night. Get some sleep. Oh, it's got marks on the walls. We just gotta turn this one time. Yeah, that should be it. Looks like I turned off the water flow in this valve. Yeah, we gotta turn this 3 times. Ding dong. Ding dong, flow turned off. Okay, that one's done. We gotta fix the first one though. First one's probably busted. Nope, looks right. Okay. Now let's leave. Nice. Simple enough. What's this, water? Looks like the water drained out from from that grate in the wall. Hey, Vonchik, what's up? How are you doing? We're playing a little bit of a spooky game before nighttime. Oi, oi, oi. Vonchik, it's good to see you. How's your day been going? There was a small metal key left floating in the shallow pool of rancid water. Did I take it? Sure. I pocketed the small key, but it was so odd-shaped I had no idea what it might open. Why wouldn't I pick up that key? Is that poop? Oh my gosh. The safety poster had definitely seen better days. How old was this facility? Hello, never heard of this game. Is it another scary game? So far, not really. Oh, what? It's true, it's not that scary. The door was locked. I could see a faint light within. It's kind of more of a mystery game than a horror game, I'd say. So far, it's been a decent mystery game. Lots of opening doors. Blood. I found another dead body. A sewer worker. By the wounds all over his face and body, I figure he'd been stabbed repeatedly. There was a key ring sticking out of the man's pocket. Did I take it? Of course. I thought about the knife that I'd found with some disgust as I carefully picked up the keys from his pocket. Pocket. I was almost worried that he was gonna grab me. I've got to add some fear. Oh, it's a security camera. There was a security camera in the room. There must have been a way to see what had happened. Maybe the VHS tape that I found could be useful. VHS tape being useful? Doubtful. Doubtful. You'll need a DVD for that. There was a hint of fresh air here. I had
I must be near an exit, but I wondered, what did that key that I found on the sewer worker do? And what was on the videotape that I found? Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back. We're gonna open up that door that had the faint light, and I bet that there is a, bet that's a security room. I used the key ring to unlock the door. There's a big old cage. The shelf full of security tapes was strictly organized, though covered in dust. Looks like the tape that I found was one that was missing from the shelf. Ruh-roh, Raggy. There was a dusty VCR on the security desk. I wondered what was on that VHS tape. Did I play the tape? Of course. That's so loud. Oh no. Oh no is exactly right. That's too loud. The video showed a man right there in the sewers being attacked. The tape looked fuzzy and stretched like someone had tampered with it. It looked like there could have been 2 men. Sounds like Xbox Live. What'd you just call me? Say your pee-pee head. Lime, you would know. I never had Xbox Live. Alright, let's leave. We gained knowledge. Wow, there's another vent. This must have been the other side of that ventilation shaft. Whoever used it could have gotten past the flooded room with this. Oh yeah, why didn't they fix the flood? The climb was slow thanks to my sore leg and my extra weight that I was carrying. Would I really need that gun or that knife on my journey back? Or had I taken them for some other purpose? How heavy is this gun? The thought of that videotape still gives me the chills. Who was it that didn't want to be seen? And what was in that locked room? Wait, what? What locked room? What? What? Locked room? I shook my head as I reached the top of the ladder and heaved at the latch above me. Suddenly, the awful smell of that sewer gave way to the dank smell of pine trees. A free. Wait a second. Is there another thing I didn't do? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Can I go back in? The lid had fallen on the entrance there and was stuck shut. Oh, bruh, come on now. I guess the game's over. Big reveal. Big reveal. Hello? An old ladder leading up to an ancient water tower. The ladder needed to be extended so that I could climb it. Did I extend the ladder? Sure. I popped the latch and brought the ladder down. Yes, I did. It looks like there's an arrow. Does that mean we're supposed to go this way, or does that mean we're gonna get killed? Uh-oh. I tried the little key that I'd fished out of the murky puddle in the sewers. It fit, and I heaved open the rusty door. Squeaky. The wind was picking up a bit. The night air had become strangely chilly. I know, weird, right? Imagine, cold air. Strangest thing in Minnesota. What? The house is over here. The old train station was as quiet as a tomb. The only sound of the only sound was that of the increasing wind buffeting the decrepit structure, not crupture. The decrepit crupture. Beware! Do not enter the crupture, otherwise your liver might be ruptured. All right, we're gonna climb this. We're gonna climb the watchtower. Bats. Bats for dinner. 3 scratches. Blood. In a patch of smeared dirt and grass, there was a beat-up old wallet. I thought it was mine. Did I take it? Heck yeah, I did. I slid the filthy wallet into my back pocket. I noticed it didn't contain any kind of gun permit. Oh no. In fact, it didn't contain any cards or ID of any kind. I thought I should recover my credit card and driver's license at least. Yeah, where's my gun license? From the railing, I could see over the woods and down to the entrance of the sewers. Had I come through there before? If I did, somebody definitely could have seen me. Yeah, from up here. You can see everything from up here. This height is meant only for the gods. So I'm gonna go back down on the ground, where I belong. Hey, Karime, you're back! Burgers are, kind of craving one now. Yum, yum. Burger Point, it's American-style food. That's my favorite style. How did you know? What's over here? The woods. This must have been the entrance to the forest that was mentioned on that map that I'd seen. Whoever was poking around in those tunnels underneath that man's house had scribbled notes on this place, but I couldn't make them out. Here, the sign pointed out various campsites and walking paths within the woods. It mentioned a river and maybe a washroom. The rest was too faded to see clearly. Okay, so we can go to the woods or the train station. That's an annoying sound. I think that we're gonna check out the train station first. Stop! Yeah, I think we're gonna check out the train station. And then maybe we'll find our driver's license in here. A door. An old map encased in glass hung on the wall. It was the train routes that connected to the old station. As I looked at it, it seemed familiar. Of course, the map that I'd found in those tunnels had a similar locations marked, and the notes that I found on the other man's bookshelf. His notes mentioned the water tower, and even this train yard. What was he doing coming back here? What indeed? He must have been up to some train nonsense. Oh, where am I? Oh my god, what the heck is this? A crash train? The old train was ripped open and hanging from a shred of metal, as well as the broken fence. What? Okay, the old train was ripped open, and hanging from the shred of metal, as well as the broken fence, was a dark stained patch of cloth. It looked synthetic, like some kind of outerwear. Inside the train shell, I could see a faint few impacts, like wounds. Could they have been bullet marks? Was somebody shot in there? The ground was well worn, though I couldn't really make anything out. I realized I was touching the gun that I found as I thought. Yeah, I think we did kill somebody. It was getting colder out there, and I had to keep moving. Yeah, we can't be looking at this train forever. We can't just be walking around outside. That's crazy talk. We gotta get back indoors where it's nice and warm. Alright, there's one more thing to check. Ooh, it's nice and cold outside. Nice enough to open the windows and shut the air conditioner off. Nice! Ooh, it might get that cold tonight. I want to get some fresh air in this house. Oh. Ticket booth. The ancient ticket booth was falling apart and covered in dust and grime. Stacks of paper lined the counter, faded remains of old schedules and reports. Among the papers were newer-looking sheets, covered in scribbles and illegible notes. Come to think of it, the man in that house had kept similar scribbles hidden on his bookshelf, and he had notes in the water tower outside, too. I guessed that he could have been coming here, but why? What was he using this old station for? Murder. Murder, no doubt. Okay, so we already found everything in the station? I didn't find my ID. My id. My id has been unfound. I feel like we're gonna miss something if I just schmooze through here again. Because we already schmooved. We already schmooved one time. The sorry condition of that place seems sad somehow, but also ominous. Yeah, old buildings do make me sad. I don't know why. Like, old broken down buildings always make me feel sad. Because I think of I always think of their most ideal time, like If I look at an old burger place or something, then I'll feel sad because I know that like people enjoyed it and people were like happy there, and now they're not there anymore. So are you really the killer? I still can't tell. I feel like we are, but I'm not guessing that because of any evidence. I'm just guessing that because that seems like the trope, right? Okay, hopefully there's never another one of those doors. I almost wish that I'd paid more attention to those crazy scribblings. Maybe I'd be less nervous about entering that dark forest. Dang it. I didn't know that I could look at things twice before. Is that a bush? Was a way through. Go back. 2 ways. A dry old picnic table sat lone amongst the trees. It had carvings and marks from years of previous campers. As I tried to read some of the names and the marks, I idly thumbed the knife that I'd found. If I wanted to, I could carve something on the table. Did I? Of course I did. With a few crude strokes, I etched a simple design into the wood. R+H. I felt like a teenager defacing the table. Lawson, what's up? How are you doing, Loss? We're playing a kind of spooky game to end the evening. We already beat one spooky game, and I thought that we'd go 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Lawson, how are you doing? Much love to you. I read some of the other names and notes on the table's surface. Rytron, K.U. Amar, Uncle Phil, Henry, Daniel, Davy D, Jenny. Seemed like the table had seen a lot of use over the years. Are those the patrons or something? Oh, good night, Splat. You gonna get some sleep? All right, Splat. Get some rest. Much love. Much love to you, Splat. The patch ended in a cold-looking river. I wasn't sure if it was safe to cross like this. Did I cross it? No, I did. In that darkness, it didn't seem wise to try. Maybe there was another option. The capitalization seems sus? Yeah, let's check. I read some of the other names. Let's see, Tron U A. Okay, so what's capitalized here? Tron U. Okay, so maybe Tronuwop. But HN can't mean anything. HNY doesn't mean anything, right? Tronu, Nuop, Af. Yeah, yeah, maybe it's backwards. There's also more. There's Davy D. Jenny. Yeah, like Big Jen. There's a D and a big Jen. One Big Jen. I guess that Y is not technically big, but it looks like it is big in this font. Yeah, I don't know if it means anything. It is sus as heck, though. Absolutely super suspicious. Oh, wait a second. Is that candy corn? Trampled into the dirt and grass was a plastic card of some kind. I brushed it off and was surprised to see that it was my credit card. I wasn't sure if it was still usable, but it was mine. Did I take my credit card? Yeah. I pocketed the credit card. Hopefully, I could find my driver's license, too. Yeah. How did I get it? How did it get way out here? I don't know. Didn't take us long to walk out here. Through the fence, I could see a dilapidated outbuilding. I wonder if I could find my way around. Around the building? We gotta go over here. Oh my gosh, why the... Oh, that scared me a little bit. Something rustled in the bush and it shook my controller. The cheap dome tent slept 2 people. I shone my flashlight inside and I could see some bedrolls, 2 backpacks, and a cooler. I felt like I kept rooting through the campsite. I felt like if I kept rooting through the campsite, somebody would walk in on me. Don't be such a baby, dude. You already killed 2 people. 2 folding campsite chairs were on the ground. One was knocked over. There's a couple of cans of beer spilt on the ground. There was a fire pit there. It seemed a bit warm, and a few embers were still burning at the bottom. Oh my gosh, why are there's 3 bushes? Allegedly. Allegedly a beer can spilled. There were some personal effects shoved back into the rock. Wait, there was a notebook in there too. Did I read it? Of course. Inside the cheap dollar store notebook was a page after worn page of names and lists. None of it made much sense. The newer pages contained several names. Heather, Olivia, Ashley, Cheryl, Iris, Daphne, Holly, Rose, Rachel. Rachel? Her name was the last on the list, and it had a mark beside in blue ink. The names Daphne and Olivia had been crossed out in the same blue ink. Cheryl, Heather, Rose had also been crossed out, but these marks looked older and more faded. Who were all these names? I could only think about how much I needed to get home to make sure that Rachel was okay.
Where's Rachel? Where's Rachel? The black slate.
All right. We gotta go find Rachel, you guys. I think she's dead, but that's just my opinion. Okay, we gotta go through this bush. This is the last unlooked bush. Oh my gosh, there's more stuff. Oh, we're behind the building. It says no, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. And then it says don't. What does it say? Don't. Ooh, I don't read Pixel very well. No, no. It says don't look. That's what it says, I think, right? Doesn't that say don't look? Also, Detective Rach. Oh my gosh, we're literally doing detective work looking for Rach. How are you doing? Detective Rach, you're right on time. I think that it says don't look, but we have to. We've got Detective Rachel on our side. Let's take a look. It says don't bobbuck. Don't bobbuck. I'll bobbuck if I want to. The grimy sink had a small patch, and in it that looked almost clean. A small patch that looked almost clean. There wasn't much in the way of clean water there, but the sink did work. Okay. Don't bobbuck. Here we go. Here we bobbuck. There was a damp-smelling plank leaning against the stall door. It might have been used... I might have been able to cross the river with it. Did I take it? It's switching between past tense and present tense is pretty annoying. I managed to carry the plank under my arm so it didn't get in the way. Maybe it's not switching, it's just annoying that it's all past tense. The stall was covered in dirt and filth. This washroom obviously hadn't been cleaned in a while. And I wasn't going to start now. I didn't even have paper towels. I left in a huff. No, no, no. Don't bobbuck. The sign was the same as the first one that I'd seen. This must be the exit to the other side of the woods. Yeah, he's recalling it. Yeah, he's going through his memories, I think. I had finally found the exit. Once I left, I knew I never wanted to return here. Heck no, boy. We gonna cross that river. We gonna cross. So there's a true ending. The true ending is probably if you do everything, right? There is some stuff that I missed though, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do not think that we will receive the true ending. It's also gonna be hard to remember all these bushes. Gotta find the water. Gotta find the water. Yeah, it's over here. The plank I found was long enough to form a crude bridge, but I wasn't sure if it would hold. Did I use it? Of course. Whoa, that's a wacky looking transition. Got some thunder. Oh, wait. That wasn't scary. I'm sorry for shouting. 2 bodies. 2 young women were half dug into hasty, shallow graves between the trees. The younger-looking one was still face up, her dead eyes gleaming against my flashlight. They deserved better than that. Did I clean up the gravesite? Sure. I tried to cover them up a bit more, and I closed the younger woman's eyes. I fashioned a crude marker. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like I had to do something. Yeah, but did I know them? The girls weren't carrying ID, so I couldn't determine their names. I only hoped that whoever had done this had done it quickly. I wondered now if they had a phone or something at their campsite. Maybe I should call for help. Yeah. Call for... Oh, so it's the 2 girls. The 2 girls are at the campsite. Now that we know that they're dead, we can go back and we can root through everything. Can we have that screech as a redemption? Maybe. Yeah, I could maybe turn it into a redemption. I've got a few ideas for redemptions. While I use my outfits, I wanna turn them into some redemption stuff. Also, Lupus, what's up? Much love, Lupus. How are you? Oh, did you see those eyeballs in the woods? See those eyeballs up there? I see those eyeballs. Lupus, how are you doing? How are you doing, Lupus? We are looking for bodies. I'm trying to remember where to go. Oh my gosh, there are so many locations. Here it is, let's root through. The inside of the tent was suffocating. What? The inside of that tent was suffocating. Olivia? Daphne? Oh, that's the names on the chair. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that was the 2, and then we found the other one. By the looks of it, the fire had been extinguished. What? By the looks of it, the fire hadn't been extinguished. It had just died over time. Uh-oh. Looks like, yeah, Olivia and Daphne are dead. Olivia and Daphne died, and also probably Rachel. Rachel's probably dead in the house, and it's probably my house, right? I'm probably the murderer. I probably killed those 2, and I probably killed my wife, and those were the bones inside of the house, and that's Rachel, I guess. Seems pretty simple, though, right? Isn't it? Isn't that a little bit boring? Isn't that just like what you'd expect? I think that I killed everybody. I don't know what the plan was, though. I don't know why I've been eliminating all these beans. It doesn't make any sense. Is that the escape? I think it is. I don't know what else to do. I couldn't stop thinking about those poor girls. I couldn't figure out on the map here where their campsite was. I couldn't figure it out. Well, I already found it, though. The police would have to search again in the daylight. But I already found it. Tent was suffocating. Did I miss something in these bushes? I'm pretty sure I went through every bush. I went through it very methodically. Yeah, I think that I went through it methodically enough. Maybe now that we found their bodies, something else will be uncovered, though. I mean, it could be. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that would be revealed by me finding those bodies. Maybe we can walk all the way back really quick and check a couple things, I guess, if we want to. Otherwise, I think the game's over. The inside was suffocating. That's it. This is their campsite. Why is it not acknowledging that this is their campsite? I almost wish that I'd paid... Yeah, I know. That would have probably helped me find the campsite. Ah, no, these doors. I forgot about the doors. Ah. Oh, geez. I just saw eyeballs in the background again. I feel like the game is getting over right as I'm starting to feel some tension. Yeah, that reveal is a little unexpected. Finding 2 bodies like that was a little unexpected. That did kind of scare me a little bit. I was relieved to be above ground again. I figured I should keep moving. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything else to find. I think we might have cooked our own goose. We might have cooked our own goose. The goose done been cooked. My lamp didn't get dim enough. I turned it off. Savvy, very scary. Did I learn anything since I've been down here? Did I put this up here, or was someone else carrying it? It was getting cool up there, and I shivered with an uneasy sense of what was to come. How did I get home from here? Oh, how did I get home? I see. So is the reveal that we go through that gate and then we just like, and then it's the big house, right? That's what it probably is. We probably walk through there and then it's the big house. Cause I thought that we'd already seen our home again, but it was just this. I thought that this was our house. Pretty sure that we're gonna walk through that gate and then we're just gonna find the house and it's gonna be our home, and yeah, we murdered our wife. But I don't really understand why. Maybe if I'd like double check the scribbled notes, because there were scribbled notes that I was supposed to. What did that actually say? Was that new? I couldn't be sure why the man had come to the station before, but it seemed obvious that he had. Yeah, maybe if I'd looked through the scribbled notes and found that secret room, because there are 2 things that we missed, I think. Apparently, we didn't read the notes good enough, and it also mentioned a hidden room that we didn't go to in the cellar thing. Even though I thought I did. What, Splat? Does goose taste like chicken? I don't know. I haven't tried goose. I've only tried chicken. Okay, and there's a train that crashed. So did the train crash and then like we hit our head real hard, then we went crazy, wanted to kill all the women? Like, what's the deal? The train, is the train crash with ripped clothes? Ripped outerwear. Ripped clothes on a train that crashed. Wonder if the train crashed because of us. The train is secretly a Decepticon and it took all the women's. I can't believe it. Optimus Prime has done it again. You are the Optimus Prime suspect now. I almost wish I'd paid more attention to those crazy scribblings. Okay, I think we gotta go, you guys. GTG. I think we found everything. Pretty sure I searched some bodies good. Hey, what's up? It's the Sleepy Panda. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Oi, thank you so much for the 11 months. Almost an entire year. Holy crap. You're almost to that diamond. You're almost to that amazing, beautiful diamond rainbow badge. Could we get some hype in the chat? Oi, 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 oi. Thank you so much, Sleepy Panda. I appreciate it. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. That subscription notification for a month. For the month. That's what it is. That's the 1 month. A whole month. Oi, Tayaki-san. Alkivik. Kareem. Thank you very much for the hype. Also, that sound effect went off again. Let's church you better one more time. The girls weren't carrying ID, so I couldn't determine their names. Dang it. See, look, I went to their campsite. What? Why? The game no explain. The game no explain. We found the campsite. Didn't let us go into the... I read some of the other names and notes. Uncle Phil, Henry, Daniel, Jenny. Seemed like it had a lot of use over the years. All right, I think we gotta go, you guys. The Patrick creeps in occasionally. He's got that hype. He's a hypey boy. He's a sweet boy. We love Patrick. All right. I think that we can leave. We did our best, you guys. We did our best. Those 2 girls that I found by the river, were they on this list? And why was Rachel's name here? I had to get home. But we already found the, but we got the list. We got the list and we found their names too. Why is it not triggering the fact that I've done both of those things? Maybe it's already counted them and we just have to wait. Thanks, Splat. Yeah, maybe we just gotta go. Maybe we just gotta go. And then we win. All right. Here we go. Let's see what happens. The forest started to thin out a bit, and I could see through the trees I could make out parts of the town beyond, and the first hints of light. The mysteries of that forest were behind me, but I could still feel them on my neck like a warm breath. Those girls that I had found, someone had taken them from their campsite and had murdered them. Was it the same person that had left that odd notebook? I was even more eager to get somewhere safe and to find a way to reach Rachel. Oh, we continue. Okay, we just can't go back. I had to press on. The thought of that claustrophobic forest was too much. There's more. As I stepped through the gate, I suddenly recognized the auto parts factory where I had worked as a machinist for all those years. The plant had closed almost 3 years ago now. Times were better then. I thought that I could hear the faint rustling behind me. Maybe it was just the wind. The game continues, eh? Sus. You go through the fence? Oh, somebody dead. I found the body of a security guard, just doing his job, no doubt. His face was covered with blood from some kind of head wound. I wondered, was this flashlight his? I saw the blunt wound on the guard's head and looked again at the flashlight that I was carrying. Oh no, please. Uh-oh. 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 Dug into the ground was a cracked old watch. First, my wallet, and now this? Did I retrieve my watch? Sure. The watch was useless, but I put it on my wrist anyway. Well, I didn't ask you to do that. I wish I could remember. Why was all my stuff missing? I feel like we can't be the killer, though, right? We can't be the killer. That's too obvious. Right? If we were the killer, that's way too obvious. Gotta be something else. Gotta be something else, right? I don't think that it's us. Have a good night. You're gonna finish up some more things before bed. Hey, Linz, good luck with your stuffs. Good luck with your stuffs. And also, have a good sleep. We'll see you later. Good luck with tomorrow. I hope you have a good day. Beep boop. Beep boop. Beep boop. Thanks for modding, Linz. I appreciate it. Haven't found Rachel, right? I think that Rachel was the woman in the picture, right? Because the woman in the picture was next to a man. I guess we would have recognized herself, though. I guess that's a different woman. Maybe that was the woman before Daphne and whoever the other one was. Maybe that's just another one. You'll try to have a good day tomorrow. You can do it! You can do it, Linz! Do it. Drink a monster. Have the best time that you can. But you haven't found her body. Yeah, we did find a body. We found old bones, and he specifically said that the clothes matched the photo. So the woman in the photo is definitely dead. But I guess, again, we would have been able to tell if it was us, I suppose. One of the lockers hung open. Its contents were tossed around like somebody had been looking for something. I'm pretty darn sure that she's dead. Old work clothes had been picked through, and a few photos and notes had been ripped off the floor and spread around. Let's go up the stairs. Every part of this plant smelled old and rotted. I noticed the old bulletin board on the wall. So, have we been, like, out cold for a long time? Because everything's rotten. Our old break table. The layers of dust and grime only made seeing this sting more. The board contained yellowed clippings of newspaper cartoons and notices. There were notes to and from the guys that worked here. One of them was to Norman, who was one of the older guys on the line. Norman took over a general store after the factory closed. He, Rachel, and I would get lunch every now and again. Rachel, and I. So we know Norman, eh? Rachel liked him because he seemed more positive despite the setback. I don't think that I could say the same about me. Oh, the setback of what? Took over the general store. Oh, after it closed. Oh, I see. He was positive besides it being closed, but not me. I was freaking mad. The Earl of Spuds! What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi. What's up, Earl of Spuds? Good to see you. Looked like some beer bottles had been used on the table recently. I wondered, was that guard using this as a break room of his own? Had he been drinking on the job? Where am I? Who am I? Potato! Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. A power panel. Looked like it'd been shut off. Did I flip the switch? Yes. Did nothing. Great. The open locker was stuffed with dirty work clothes and old boots. There was a photo of a woman taped to the inside, but it was scratched out, and the face was unrecognizable. That woman's photo. I knew I had to get back to Rachel to find out what happened. Another switch. A power panel. Looks like it was shut off. Do I pull the switch? Why the lights no turn on? It was shut tight. There's a rusty looking card slot on the side. Oh, we had to turn on the power for the card slot. The lights didn't turn on? We gotta get the card. Maybe the card is on the guard. We didn't walk over here, I don't think. The door was locked shut, and there was a little electronic box under the handle. A sign was pasted to the front door that said, "Danger, closed for repairs." The door was locked shut. Okay, same thing. You're lurking here while you export some stuff?
Thank you, Awkward, for the lurk.
There was a large power box with 5 lights on it. Cables burst out of the box, snaking to the other parts of the factory. The metal was starting to wear, and the cobwebs collected on the corners. The box wasn't receiving power. Well, we gotta flip like a billion switches? The door was locked tight. It seemed to be connected to the power box beside it. Boy, we gotta flip every switch in this whole goddamn place. The door had been hastily boarded up. How are you flipping that knob then? How'd you make that knob go? This was Norman's locker. The door was dented, like somebody had punched it. I don't remember him doing that when we worked there. Somebody was pissed off at Norm. My head ached, and I recalled the last time that Norman, Rachel, and I had lunch together. Rachel seemed so much more at ease when we all when we all hung out. She must not like us anymore. The character was given sound-based power. Her favorite song calms her down. The song, some of the things. So what? What are we talking about? Savvy, what? What happened? Do I have any doggy stories? Doggy stories? Another panel that I hope could get me get the power back on. Power on now? Great. This one was working. Okay. A utility shelf crammed with mismatched tools and items. There's a claw hammer on the shelf. Did I take the hammer? Yeah. As I took the hammer, I noticed it wasn't as dusty as the rest of the tools on the shelf. A utility shelf crammed with mismatched tools. There's a claw hammer. Did I take the hammer? Oh, game broken. The locker was a complete mess. Hidden at the bottom, though, there was a magnetic card. Did I take the card? Yeah. I slipped the key card back into my pocket. Oh, into my pocket. From the musty smell, I assumed that nobody had been using this locker for a long time. Another panel that I hoped could help me get the power back on. The power panel still wasn't working. Did I try it again? Yeah. Oh, do we have to do them in order? Oh, no. No. No, don't make me do it all. Don't. No. Ah, what? This one works? Oh. Okay, maybe we don't have to do it all in order. Okay, please don't. Oh, sleepy time. Hey, get some rest. And nighty-night. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, Ann. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, friendo. Night-night. Night-night. Sleep good. Have good dreams. Dream of spooky games. If you would. See if we can crack this door open with the claw hammer. I struck at it with the hammer. The old wooden boards came apart easily. After I had removed the planks, I left the hammer on the floor. Why? Don't leave it behind. We might need it. This was my locker. This was my locker. There in the factory. It stank of booze. There's a picture of Rachel on the inside. It looked like it'd been torn up. I thought that I had taken that picture home when the factory closed. This room was nothing but bad memories. Oh no. Oh no. And go to sleep. Nighty-night. Get some rest. Get some rest, Stinky. Stinky, stinky. There was a mess of empty booze bottles. I wondered if the man at this house had something to do with this. Oh, if the man in the house. He sure had a lot of alcohol at his place. We're a drunk. Maybe that guard outside caught him hiding up here. Maybe. Or maybe we're some blackout drunk that's been killing everybody. Maybe we killed everybody. Is there anything scary in this game? Is there ever going to be anything in this darkness that's always around us? Yeah, it's always dark. There's this darkness that surrounds us at all times. And I wonder if anything's ever going to, like, take advantage of it. Has not so far. Another panel that I hoped could help me get the power back on. Do it. Do it. Flip it again. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, I think the power's on. Let's go downstairs. Alright, power's on. With the power box working again, the door was unlocked. Did I go through? Nah. I decided to try another way instead. Go this way. The door opened now that the power was back on. This seems like the smart place to go. Planks, tools, and a broken up parts that blocked any further passage. That factory was like a tomb now. It never got repaired and we never came back. A rusty old regulator of some kind sat dusty and unused against the wall. Within the dust, there were deep scratches, like from some kind of tool or blade. Tool or blade scratching the regulator, okay. Another smudge of dirt, similar to the one that I found in those sewers, was on the floor. It didn't look like the footprints were mine, but they probably were too faint to tell. They did. Oh my god. A large pile of building materials and debris blocked the way. The factory floor never did get the repairs that it needed. We closed too soon for that to happen. Scary, dude. right. We're gonna go through this door. I think we investigated well enough. With the power box working again, the door was unlocked. I pushed the handle and stepped through the door. A rack of flashlights hung on the wall. One of them was missing. Wait a minute. They were exactly the same flashlight that I was carrying. I turned mine over and looked at the bottom. Judging by the label, it could have definitely come from that rack. It's interesting that they're, I'm guessing that just in case that we hadn't found that other body, then they're trying to just like double check that I know that my flashlight is from here. Even though it pretty obviously, we already knew that. So I guess they're just covering it all. They're covering their bases in case I miss stuff. They don't want me to miss that knowledge. Oh, thanks, Johnny. I appreciate it. I'm trying to be a little bit spookier. The stale scent of the old factory gave way to the brisk odor of pine trees and dirt. I was back outside, though I wasn't sure if it was for better or worse. The path beyond was dark, and my flashlight barely illuminated anything. I wonder if I'd really been taken from the factory. If it had really been taken from the factory. If so, how did I get it? That poor guard. He was probably just doing his job. Maybe he knew what was going on in that boarded up room. If he did, he wouldn't be telling that tale to anybody. Okay, so we're an alcoholic. We lived inside of the factory for a long time, drinking booze and leaving our house to relive our glory days in the factory, and we destroyed all of the people because Rachel left us. So Rachel left me for my friend Terry, or whatever his name was, because he handled the firing better, and then I took to drinking, went into there. A guard found me while I was in our old work. I killed him, and then I killed everybody that worked at the factory, I guess. I hope that the path led back into town. I needed to find some help. We just blacked out. I think we killed everybody. If you did end up being the killer, it's pretty on theme for the night. You know, it says that it's a unique game, so it's possible that if we had picked up different stuff, or if we had just sped run through the game and not looked at anything, then maybe we wouldn't be the killer. Maybe if we did this a second time, we wouldn't be the killer. I mean, I wanted to be. Maybe if we hadn't picked up that gun, then something different would have happened. A rusty old truck had careened off the road and into the guardrails. Its front was crushed and its windows had all been smashed. Judging by the rust, it had been there for a while. Oof. Norman, yeah, that was his name. Norman Reedus. I didn't recognize the vehicle. I hope whoever had been in it had survived. Me too. I hope they're alive. Hello, anybody out here? Anybody out here? Is this another way out? Like, final... The garbage bin was a disgusting mess of rotten food in slick black bags. I saw a thin greenish corner poking out of one of the bags. It was my driver's license. It looked damaged. Did I take it back? Yes. I cleaned the card off as best I could. It looked pretty beat up. I was amazed to have found my credit card, and now this. Hey, Dragon Beowulf, what's up? What? Did you change your name? You hate this game? Mine kept crashing. That's why I hate it? What? Game busted? Is this game broken? Thankfully, it hasn't crashed for us yet. I tucked the card into my wallet, next to my credit card. Did somebody steal this from me? I wonder why they would have stashed it here. Huh. Yeah, why is my stuff spread everywhere? Sounded like it was gonna start raining again. Yeah, good point. It does sound a little bit like that. And double yes to that. Aha! Beowulf. It only stopped working for a second at the beginning. Yeah, because I paused the game. I had entered Norman's place. It was at the back of the store. This was the back of the store that he ran. It was oddly quiet, except for the faint sound of television. Ah, we're in Norman's shop. Norman. The entrance to the front of the store was locked from the inside. It looked like I couldn't just pop it open. It needed a key. There's a bit of blood on the keyhole. Somebody's been bleeding on this keyhole. That's disgusting. Uh-oh, blood. Oh, it's a TV. Oh, that's Norman. Norman's dead! Oh no, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Norman, my co-worker and one of the few friends that I had in this town, lay dead beside his armchair. His face and shirt were covered in blood. It looked like he'd been shot trying to get up. His eyes were still wide with shock. Norman, you deserved better than this. Did I close his eyes? Sure. I wasn't sure if I wanted to give him peace, or it was just because I couldn't stand to think anymore about what was going on. Quickly, I closed Norman's eyes. The poor bastard. Indeed. The TV still flickered some indecipherable channel. I couldn't make out what was on the screen, but that glow just gave me the chills. Yeah, it was spooky. Turn it off. Just turn it off, dude. You don't have to struggle any longer. Ooh. I guess that this is Norman's kitchen table. He kept it clean enough, but there were still water rings from 2 cups still. But there were water rings from 2 cups still there in the wood. 2? Dinner for 2? I'd never been to Norman's place before. At least I didn't remember ever doing so. What? Is this game predictable? The kitchen trash bin smelled fresh. I didn't dig through that mess, did I? You bet I did. I found a hairpin amongst the rotting food and trash and pocketed it. It's Rachel's hair thing. There were takeout containers and food scraps. Looks like Norman was eating for 2. Norman was not eating for 2. Rachel was here. Rachel was here. Hey, Rachel has been cheating on us. Again, I bet that the twist is just that you can pick your own adventure, I guess. A hairpin to unlock the store door. Ah, good idea. Norman was pregnant. Norman was pregnant with twins. Despite the shock of already finding Norman in that state, seeing this turned my stomach just as much. It was one of Rachel's old fall coats. What was it doing here? Was she okay? I don't think so. I think she's dead. Something dark stained the sleeve. My stomach only tightened further. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Inside the cabinet was a small but impressive collection of hunting rifles, shotguns, and even a few items that I don't even think were legal here. One of the slots on the rack was empty. The gun that I found seemed to match the others here. If the handgun was Norman's, what the hell was he doing with it? The gun would fit there. Did I place it back on the cabinet? Ooh, this is tough. This is a tough question because I want to be the murderer in this. So would I put the gun back? But my fingerprint's already on it, right? I don't think that I should put the gun back because I've already been holding it all this time. They're just gonna find the fingerprints. Do I place it back in the cabinet? Maybe I can pull it back out after I place it in there. I want to know if I'm gonna wipe. I don't know if he's gonna wipe it. If he's gonna wipe it clean whenever I place it up. I mean, I kind of want to defend myself. I want to be able to shoot Rachel if she comes at me. I'm leaving it. Though it weighed on me, I had a hard time parting with the weapon just then. Well, you are trying to get away with murder or trying to get caught? I'm trying to get away. I want to get away. I'm taking this gun to defend myself. I'm taking this gun just in case that we got an enraged Rachel in the kitchen. I used the hairpin to unlock the lock. The hairpin snapped in half, so I threw it away. The general store was small, but it was clean. It had the usual things: postcards, snacks, magazines, and canned goods. You think Rachel killed everyone? It's possible. I never went there much. Rachel usually stopped by after work if we needed anything. The register was mostly empty, and a fat stack of travel magazines sat beside it. I wondered if somebody had robbed the place before they killed Norman upstairs. That kind of scared me. Blue Jay, what's up? Blue Jay, I'm on edge. I'm on edge. Blue Jay, what's up? The icebox seemed to be unplugged. It must have been off for a while. Most of its contents were half melted. I could only think of poor Norman upstairs. Me too, buddy. There were various postcards from the area, especially from the tourist traps. One of the postcards showed an old black and white photo of the water tower. It looked to be in much better shape then. Of all the postcards, that one seemed to be the most popular. There were only a few left. Huh. Only a few left. They freaking love the water tower. Kato, you need a hug. Oh no. I'm sorry, Kato, if you're feeling crummy. Oi, how about I hug my Squirtle plush? Here. This is my new Squirtle plush. I'd like you to meet big Squirtle. Big Squirtle. Kato, I shall hug this in your place. Beep. One squeeze. I'm gonna sit this boy right here. One of your accounts was breached today, and it charged 100. So you don't. So you have to cancel your card and reset all your passwords. Your card, your credit card. If it's your credit card, shouldn't it be insured? And shouldn't you be safe against that $100 charge? Or was it a debit card? One of your accounts. That's no good. Everybody's Twitch account was. Oh, your debit card was breached, and you were charged $100. Oh my. So you were charged $100 to reset your account, or they took $100? Can you make the lights in the room spookier, like dark red? Yeah, I could definitely make it spookier in this room. I think that the game's almost over though. So it might be too little, too late. Like that? Like that? Here. No more purple. Only pain. There we go. Is that spooky?
Red. Red like the blood of Rachel. The blood.
No. Whoever reached my account made a purchase that was 100. And I didn't have, so it overdrafted. Oh no, overdraft. Your bank will still cover it when I file a fraud report, but it's still a super poopy situation. That sucks, Kato. I'm sorry that you're having to go through that, my friend. I'm sorry that you're going through that. That stinks. Hugs for Kato. Hope that it all gets worked out soon so that you don't have to think about it anymore. What had I seen? Norman was dead, but I had no idea why. I didn't know how I could be involved in all of this. Oh, how he could be involved in all of this. But the thought of him lying on the floor up there was just sickening. The only comfort that I had was the gun that I still carried. But was it really a comfort or a curse? The rain was coming down hard, but at least I was close to home. It wouldn't be long before I got my answers. I'm telling you, we started at my house. We're almost back to the first house. It was locked. This wasn't the right gate. The gate was locked tight. This wasn't my house. The door only led. Oh, come on now. Let me back. The door only led. That door only led me back. I had to find my house. No, I should have gone to the left more. No, I wanted to double check the left. Man. Oh, Savvy, good night. We'll see you later. Get some sleep. You can't decide what to do with yourself? Oh, Darren, are you thinking about what you're gonna stream? Are you thinking about what you're gonna stream there, friend? Maybe you should play Little Nightmares 2. Just kidding. The gate was locked tight. This wasn't my house. The neighbor's local post box. A letter was sticking out as if somebody hadn't pushed it all the way in. I knew it wasn't right, but did I take a look at the letter? Oh, heck yes. There was no return address, but the envelope was addressed to Norman. Carefully, I tore it open and looked at the letter inside. It read, "Stay away. She's mine." That was it. No signature, no other information. That sounds like us. Who wrote this? Damn it, Norman. What did you get yourself into? It's just us. Why is this game so obvious? It's just us. Oh. Should I just keep walking? Keep walking. Oh, there's blood out here. The blood's not even washed away by the rain. Dueling needles, how are you doing? There's blood. No funny. I had entered our backyard. The rain gave me a terrible sense of foreboding, and it chilled me through my clothes. Oh, I thought it would say chilled me to my bones. I was expectant. I was expectant, but also afraid. I'm not that scared. I'm not that scared. I will find out what happened. I held my breath as I approached our back door. I was terrified to step inside. Is Dead Space a scary game? Yes, absolutely. Yes, Dead Space is a very scary game. One that I would not want to play. That game is also extremely gory. Yeah, I don't think that I could ever play Dead Space. Oh, heck no. The house was painfully quiet. The only sound was my own breathing, ragged and strained. I flicked the light switch by my door. The power was off. Is this my house? I remembered having breakfast here on this very table. Was that yesterday or sometime before? The table was clean. It hadn't been used any time recently. There's my house. There was a small pile of mail on the floor in front of the mail slot. How long had I been away? Why hadn't Rachel picked this up? Most of the contents were bills. There was a credit card bill there. Did I open it? Yeah. I ripped the bill open and held it. To my surprise, it said something about canceling my credit card due to non-payment. What the hell? What the heck indeed? The front door was locked from the inside. I couldn't go out, though I needed to see if Rachel was here. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Rachel dead. The door to the basement. It was locked. Where had I put the damned key? Upstairs, no doubt. These are where my keys are kept. The door was stuck shut. There was an old-fashioned keyhole underneath the handle. You'd say BioShock is scary too? I don't think I've ever been scared by BioShock, but I didn't get very far into it. Maybe BioShock is creepy. I didn't find it creepy. I found it too difficult. I had found the last missing piece from my wallet. The old photo of Rachel and I stared back at me, reminding me of better times. It didn't make me feel terribly comfortable. Did I keep it anyway? Of course, I keep everything. I'm a goblin! I replaced the photo in my wallet, feeling like I got part of my life back. Still, the image made me uneasy. Why had I thrown it away? Because you killed them. Oh, that was an achievement for a stolen identity. I got all my things. Our television. I'd purchased this before I knew that I was going to lose my job. I felt pretty guilty about it afterwards, but by then it was too late. Rachel was pretty angry about that, I realized. Why is she mad? It's not your fault, dude. Maybe I dropped it there. Yeah, maybe I dropped the photo. It's just an old whoopsie. It's just an old whoopsie. I dropped my photo. It was stuck shut. Oh yeah, it's the keyhole. We gotta go up. Our hallway mirror had been smashed, its pieces shattered on the floor. Piano. My laptop had been left on and only had a tiny bit of power left. On the screen was a website about the old water tower. There was a key at the top of the drawer in my desk. Did I take it? Nay. I pocketed the key. The laptop was warm. It'd been running for a while. Hey, Dad Wrestler, what's up? Dad, we're trying to figure out what happened. Blasphemous is a bit spooky. I still want to play that game. It looks good. Too difficult for me, though. I'm a baby. Our sink, which needed to be replaced. The ones with the taps that always stuck. But I hadn't got around to fixing it yet. We were lucky enough to get a house with one of those wonderful old claw-footed bathtubs. It seemed impractical at times, but it was part of what made that house home. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You gotta have the clawfoot. If you don't have the clawfoot, you're in big trouble. The books there were half mine, half Rachel's. Hey, now that I looked more closely, it looked like the man in that house had some of the same books that I did. One book in particular seemed a bit odd. I remembered owning it, but not that edition. You beat Ken on hard. You'd roll through Blasphemous. Really? Is it not hard? It seemed way harder than Kenna. There was a suitcase on the bed. It was Rachel's. I remembered it from that trip that we took out west. Did I open the suitcase? She was getting ready to go on a trip with Norman. I wasn't sure what to make of the suitcase's contents. Inside were a few days' worth of clothes, some toiletries, and a train ticket. Where was she planning to go? Look at where the train ticket goes to, buddy. This wasn't getting me anywhere. What do you mean? Check the train ticket. I wonder where she was going. If only train tickets told you where they were going. Okay, we got a key. Maybe this. Oh wait, we already opened this. Yeah, this is the potty. The potty. We already went in here. This is where the computer is. Okay, so we gotta go down now. She was trying to make a getaway. Yeah, she's gonna shoot us in the face before the game ends. The door was stuck shut. There's an old-fashioned keyhole underneath the handle. Old-fashioned, eh? Well, I just got a normal-fashioned key. Where did that key go to? This way? The front door was locked from the inside. I couldn't go out. I needed to see if Rachel was okay. But I got a key. Where does the key go? I unlocked the basement door. Oh. Basement? There were old Christmas decorations in the box. I couldn't even remember our last Christmas. The garbage bags were stuffed with old paint cans and supplies. There was a dirty old key here. Did I take the key? Yeah. I took the small key and tried to remember what it unlocked. Looked like there was plaster of an old trowel in here too. Plaster and an old trowel. There were old clothes, tools, and other things that we obviously hadn't thrown out yet. We had way too much junk. What the heck is this? I had put this divider in the wall last summer so that we could create a separate room in the basement. I hadn't finished it yet, so the door was stuck and the drywall was poorly installed. I might have been able to break through if I found something heavy enough. Ooh, something heavy enough. Maybe my big head.
Also, Lamo, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, we're playing spooky game. Free candy. I know. What a deal. What a deal. Can you imagine? Candy for free? Candy for free in this economy? I didn't expect I'd have to read this fast. Yes, pretzels. They're delicious. The grimy key that I'd found in the basement unlocked the door. It looked like the room had been tossed around. The furniture was a mess. Did somebody break in here? Retro. Rachel. There was an old crowbar on the floor. Did I need to take the crowbar? Yeah. I lifted the heavy crowbar. I appreciated its weight. Oh, that's it. Oh, now I smashed a wall. Okay. I do appreciate how easy this game is. Normally games like this get me all turned around. But this game is like,
You have problem. You have one solution. Here is problem, here's solution.
did I break through the wall with the crowbar?
Yeah.
With a heave, I swung the crowbar at the wall. I smashed a hole large enough to step through. As I stepped through the broken wall, my breath caught in my throat. This was it. Was Rachel down here? Was she okay? Oh shoot, dude. I hope she doesn't kill us.
There's jellyfish.
Don't look, it says.
Oh, mama.
A filthy-looking pile of rags had been dumped in the corner. The stench of them was awful and it made my eyes water. I was terrified to even touch the pile to see what lay within, but I knew that I had to. I had come this far. After all this searching, after all that I'd seen, when I looked within these rags, did I finally find my Rachel? You can pick yes or no? What? We should say no. We should say no and see what happens. If it's just yes, then we killed her. But if I say no, well, did ya? Did we find Rachel? I don't think we did. I don't think that we found Rachel. Oh, you say soup spot? You want me to pick soup? Okay, let's do a poll on this one. Okay, 1 minute poll. 1 minute poll. Did we find the body, or did we not find the body? Can we do a 1 minute poll of yes or no? Is Rachel here? Probably meaning that we killed Norman, Rachel, all the people there, and we're freaking crazy deranged maniac. Or no, and something unknown happens. Could be anything. Could be Stinky. Maybe that's the bad ending. Y'all don't want to unlock the bad ending, do you? My goodness. Did we find the body? Is it a body or is it just all stinky old rags? Is it just stinky blood rags, you know? Some people keep blood rags in their basement. I used to keep blood rags in my basement until I played this game. Until I played this game, I decided to change my mind. I've cleaned it up, and there's now nothing suspicious down there. It's true. You say no, Johnny? Well, I mean, you can vote. Everybody can vote the poll. You got like 30 seconds. You got like 30 seconds. Did we find Rachel's body? Yes or no? The clock is ticking, you guys. Every second that I waited, I was choking under the weight of this decision. Was Rachel there? Was that her? I couldn't tell. I was so stressed out. Where pole? What? It's going right now. It's almost gone. There it goes. Bye-bye, Johnny. Bye-bye. See you later. Did we find the body? It says no. 13 people said no. Okay, we didn't find the body. The rags were wet, matted, covered in dirt and grime, but inside that tattered mess was no sign of my beloved wife. Rachel wasn't there. I looked around in confusion, trying to figure out what to do next. If she wasn't there, where was she? What had I been searching for this entire time? I remember the look on Rachel's face when I came home, didn't I? Then the awful realization hit me right in the gut. I'd been looking at this the wrong way, hadn't I? This was what you'd been trying to tell me all along, isn't it? I couldn't find Rachel there, and I wouldn't find her anywhere else because she was never there at all, was she? I stumbled back upstairs, the pain in my leg just a dull ache now, and I sat down in my bedroom. My mind was spinning, and the ache that I felt before was near crippling. Finally, I could no longer fight the exhaustion. As I tried to grab hold of something that would make sense of all of this, I must have drifted off. She never existed. Y'all just poofed her out of existence. What? It says, I like to remember things my own way. That's the name of the achievement. I like to remember things my own way. I don't like remembering things how they happened. I like my own story. Thank you very much. Okay, fine game, very sassy. It was my wallet with its contents intact. Either I dropped that stuff or someone else did. Maybe I was sleepwalking again, or maybe somebody stole it from me. Norman's store, that forest, the water tower. Was I at those places before? Oh my gosh. There's so many questions now. Was I at those places before? So what, you just play the whole game and then you just decide the ending here at the end? Did none of my decisions before make any difference? Are all the decisions here at the end? It seems like you just decide the ending right now. So if you like saved right before that decision, you could just like determine the entire game. Maybe there's one perfect ending where you get all of the knowledge. Maybe there's one where you get all of the knowledge. But now, it looks like we just pick different endings. Was I at those places before? I'm gonna say yes. I didn't see how it could have happened any other way. I must have been the one to lose my wallet and its contents. But what does that mean? I don't know what it means, bro. You let me pick that for this stinking game. You let me pick whatever I want, and I picked it. It was a photo of the other man and his wife that I found in that house. What? It was the photo of the other man and his wife. Were those really his wife's remains in those tunnels? It certainly seemed so. What did I think? Did the other man murder his wife and bury her in those tunnels? What? We just get to pick everything now? Or can you get things wrong? Maybe you can get things wrong with these decisions. I think he did kill his wife. Yes. The sick bugger must have. What else did that mean? Were there some questionable things in those tunnels? What else was wrapped up in there? Yeah, frame Norman. It was Norman that did it. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I don't even have a wife. I don't even have a wife to kill, officer. I promise she doesn't even exist. I have an imaginary wife. I can't even kill her. I guess these books were all actually mine then. Look at this. We are reframing this. Dude, I don't think that this is actually changing what happened. I think that we are convincing ourselves. My head was pounding. Yeah, we just said, I guess these weren't mine. I don't think that we're changing anything. Who killed that man anyway?
Me. I killed everybody.
In the shards of that broken mirror, I could see my face, gaunt now, hollow and sickly, and immensely troubled.
What other illusions had I dreamed up? What other truths were waiting to be exposed? Had this mirror been broken in a struggle, or by some other way? I don't know. In the dirty, faded glass, I looked nothing more than a faint shadow. There was only one set of toiletries by the sink. Retro. I used to tell myself that Rachel was the one that wanted to keep the tub. When was the last time I showered? I smelled awful. Stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. We must discover the truth. It wasn't the keycard that I found at the bottom of that factory locker. I never did bother to use it. What, I didn't? Somebody had been going through those lockers and poking around the plant. Still, didn't quite add up. Was I the one that had been going back to the factory? Dang, why am I deciding these things? I think I was the one going back to the factory. I probably killed that guard too. It looked that way, didn't it? That locker room. I'd given up drinking, but I had made up my mind. Retro. The laptop had finally run out of power. How long had it been left running? I don't know, but that's a magic laptop. My old office sat on the floor. My old office safe sat on the floor. It used a digital passcode lock. Did I try to open it? Yeah. The safe used an 8-digit code? What? I don't know what the code is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, that wasn't it. What? Are you kidding me? Into your birthday? My birthday? I don't know what this character's birthday is. I surmise that at least 2 of the names in that musty notebook must have been recent victims. Heather, Olivia, Ashley, Cheryl, Iris, Daphne, Holly, Rose. Those poor girls that I found at the dead forest. That I found in that dead forest. I wondered what happened to the other names on that list, or whether the ones scratched out on that desk were in those wet tunnels. That's a lot of bodies. That's a lot of bodies. I don't know. Somebody was prolific. See if we can find some guess with that code. It was the letter that I'd taken from the post box. It had gotten a bit wet in the rain. Somebody had obviously had it out for Norman. But who? Oh no, Norman. If I was wrong about Rachel, then what about him? Did I kill him? No, we couldn't have killed Norman. He was our friend. And Rachel never existed, right? Right? We couldn't have killed him. Rachel never even existed. No, she didn't even exist. We can't have killed Norman, right? Right? No way. We've always been friends with Norman. I'm gonna say no way we didn't kill him. I couldn't have. I clearly haven't been seeing things correctly, but no, I could never do something like that. That note wasn't for me. Norman, you poor bugger. I was gonna say bugger. Stop saying the bad word. Drama alert. Norman's dead. I had that old TV for so long. I don't know if I could ever replace it. Wait, what? Now the TV's old? It was a piece of junk, but I couldn't really afford anything newer. What? What? But we had the new TV that Rachel was mad about us buying. Bruh. Dude. What? Now the TV's old. Our brand new TV that Rachel was mad about that we bought before the factory closed. It just turned old. Can you go back to the safe? I have an idea if you want to hear me out. What is it, 42069? Yeah, I don't think so. We're going down. It seemed like I had seen all that there was. Maybe, I thought, I was ready to go back into the basement. Back into the basement?
No, it's not. It's the names. What? What names? It's eight figures. What do you think it is? As you convince yourself, you're starting to see how you want and not how they are. I disagree. I genuinely disagree. What do you think the code is, Awkward? Is it get good? 8 digits, yeah. The names could correspond to numbers, but there are 25 letters, right? Pretty sure that there's 25 letters. I don't think, no, that wasn't it. Yeah, just nothing. What was that other man up to? The first letter, I don't know. I'm not gonna bother with that right now, Awkward. We're just gonna count it as a loss. I bet that I was supposed to find it earlier. The pile of mail on the floor that I saw, addressed to me, bills, credit cards, all addressed to me. They're all addressed to me, not to my wife. How many breakfasts have I eaten there completely alone? So many, dude. I must have locked the door. There's no reason to return to the backyard anyway. All right, let's go down to the basement, see what we find. What do you think we're gonna find? Rachel with a shotgun? Here we go. If I was guilty, I could take this to a warm, safe place and do something about it. Did I pick up the knife? If I was guilty, I could take this to a warm, safe place. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. I say no. I don't have to pick up the knife. I didn't do anything wrong. No, there were other means of dealing with this. Oh, am I guilty? Oh, I should probably clean it up then. If I was guilty, I could take this to a warm, safe place and do something about it. Yeah, let's do it. I took the knife and I kept it firmly in my hand. If I wanted to end it, I could do a what? What? You can shoot yourself? Oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. Do not pick it up. Just the thought made my head spin. I left the gun on the cold, hard basement floor. Oh, coward's way out. Heck no. I've got to see this to the very end. What? If you translate Rachel to numbers, that can be something that's... Really? You can translate Rachel to numbers? Bruh, are you serious? 1 8 1 3 8 5 1 2. What? Really? Nah, that wasn't it. Okay. I never had a wife. Of course it couldn't be addressed. Well, I tried, Johnny. I tried, but let's find out what's in this basement. Let's go. I bet it's just somewhere in the game that I missed. It's probably in the scribblings or something. All right, now we got to find out what happened. What about your method? I don't even know what letter we're talking about, Awkward. I'm lost. I only went up there because Johnny just gave me a number, and I was just like, what the heck? The wall was cracked and pitted. I was told by an inspector that the basement had been partially filled in before I bought the house. What? Now I hadn't done this? What? Now I hadn't messed with the wall? But by the look of that wall, I was gonna need to fix the foundation. What? What? I cannot shoot myself. I will not. Is that the only way out now? Everything smelled musty down there. No! No! Bad ending! I don't want to do it! No! I don't want to use the gun! Oh no! Is that the only option now? Bruh. Dude. There were 8 victims. Yeah, I don't know where the list of victims is. I knew that I needed to escape the nightmare, but what about the knife that I still carried? Oh. I wondered, even if I left, would it really be over? So did I leave that house forever? Oh, heck no, we gotta get rid of this knife. I peered at the knife as I turned away. A warm place, I had thought. Where could that be?
The oven. Put it in the oven. Put it in the oven.
Beowulf, we'll see you later. Get some sleep.
Get some sleep, Beowulf.
But a warm place? Where's a warm place?
In a body.
we have to insert the knife into a body. It's the only solution. Yeah, I don't know. Where's a warm place? The television? Norman, dead as a doornail. It was a piece of junk, but I couldn't really afford anything newer. Well, it looks like we can escape the house at least. I'm glad about that. I don't want to use that gun. My old office. This is safe again. This is the other man. Where's a warm place to store the knife? Oh yeah, the laptop was warm. That's true, Splat. That's where we put it. Yeah, what? A warm place? Why would you hide a knife in a warm place? Also, where would you hide a knife in a laptop? How long had it been left running? Oh, well, let me put in the... Oh, maybe I had to hide the knife before. Maybe I had to hide the knife before I went to bed. But I thought that I had, yeah, maybe I lost my opportunity to get rid of the knife. It's weird. I don't remember having that option. There, that was decided. My head was pounding. Dude, I think we just have to leave the house. I think that we done goofed on a couple of things. It looks like I can't get rid of the knife. You think I've been going too fast? We've been taking our sweet time. It looks like I could have maybe taken like 3 hours to play this game, but I didn't want to do that anyway. I don't feel like I rushed this game. Wait, what? 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 What is this game? What? Let me read that. The old clawfoot tub. Still, it would probably do what? You showed me the truth. I wasn't sure there was any reason to keep on going. So what do you think? Shouldn't I just end this misery? No! Excuse me? And then he says, if you say so. Unconvinced. Dude. So what? We're either a murderer or we die in sadness? No way. I'm leaving this house. I'm out of here. Forget this. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm gonna win no matter what. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'm gonna leave. So essentially the game is trying to get you to kill yourself. I'm not doing it. We're gonna live because we are innocent. Innocent. I have changed my mind about being guilty. I'm now innocent. We did not find it. We did not find nobody. It ended up that we were just a little bit crazy. We're gonna check ourselves into the ward. I knew I needed to escape that nightmare, but what about the knife that I still carried? I wondered, even if I left, would it really be over? Let's leave. I'm out of here. I'm not gonna die tonight. I'm not gonna die tonight. Since I had arrived in town, things have been difficult. Working in the plant, though it had been good for me. It kept me in line, gave me something to do, and helped me get away from my past. When the factory closed, everything changed. I guess that when I had started sleepwalking, I guess that was when I started sleepwalking, disappearing for hours at a time. Drinking was probably just a way to deal with that. It was almost as if I was trying to beat my brain at its own game. Things stopped making sense sometime after that, and my memories of what happened are still in flux. I suppose that's when Rachel came along. This night had been the worst of my entire life. Would it be even possible to bounce back from everything that had happened? Everything that I'd seen? You know, in a way, I almost wish that I'd never woken up tonight. It would have spared me a lot of pain. That man that I found in the old house killed his wife. I'm sure of it. Just as sure as you killed mine. Wait, what? Wait, what? That man I had found in my old house had killed his wife? I was sure of it. Just as sure as you killed mine. My what? After making it out of those tunnels, I thought that those sewers might feel safer. I was wrong. The security tape that I'd watched showed somebody being attacked by what looked like 2 people. But who was that was attacked? And what had they been doing at Norman's place, or even in that old forest? Didn't look good, that's for sure. Had I been responsible for what happened there? What did you think? Was I guilty, or was I just mad? Just for a second, though, think about something else. This game. Just for a second, let's really think about those girls. It's just, the fourth wall is really funny. Just for a second, though, think about something else. Think about those poor girls that I'd accidentally discovered in the forest. The notebook that I'd found in those woods with the names in it. Names that I saw somewhere else before. It couldn't have been me behind that, could it? I would never do such a thing to sweet, innocent people. So it was probably obvious to us both now that I was the one going through those lockers and making a mess out of the old factory. Oh, he's just reading back all of our decisions. So it was probably obvious to us both now that I was the one going through those lockers and making a mess out of the old factory. But what the hell was I doing there? I suppose it could have just been another episode, but I didn't understand. Was it really me drinking in that boarded up room? What had I become? What more is there that you're not telling me? I had to catch my breath to take it all in. At each point until the factory, things had only gotten worse. Oh, look at that. It's like I'm convincing him. That's kind of fun. But then going to Norman's store, that's where the confusion and doubt started to set in. That's where my perspective on things really started to change. Oh, Norman, I don't know how you got mixed up in all this, but someone had killed you. My head was a mess, everything ached, and it was so foggy, so I don't know if you deserved what you got in the end. We were friends once, weren't we? Did you know about all this? Did you know what Rachel was? But as painful as all of that was, oh no, I could never bear to think about it again. After all that I'd seen and done, finally coming home, I was supposed to be at the end of this entire ordeal. I had no idea, though, that was only the beginning. The silence in the house when I first stepped through the door, the kitchen door, that should have been my first clue. To think that I went through all that, completely unaware of what I would discover. Did you know before the end? Did you mock me when you finally showed me the truth? You don't know what it's like to have everything ripped away from you in a heartbeat. How could I possibly go on not knowing what to do? Without Rachel, even the thought of Rachel, I was truly lost. As the door swung open, I smelt damp grass and the closeness of the air. After everything, it felt like I had more questions than answers. You made me see the truth, I'll give you that, but now I was completely lost. You took away the only thing that had kept me going. I was sure word would get out, and soon enough the police would come looking for me. And what then? Would you be there to show me the way? What will I do then? Oh, poop. We really screwed this guy over. Ah, that's the end! And it just cuts to the ending? Boy, what the heck? We ruined his life. Yay, yay. All of his friends are dead and he's gone crazy. Yay, we found the best ending. We set everything up for him to be the murderer, and then we yoinked the carpet right from under him. Well. We set literally everything in this story up so that we could be the murderer. Home is dedicated to my wife, Nancy. Watch your back. Nancy, look out. To my wife, Nancy, watch your back. Benjamin, you cannot talk like that.
Benjamin, do not say that to your wife. Also, yes, we totally ruined the game, and it was fantastic. It's perfect. Yay! You went crazy. That one's called Slipping Away. End your story by leaving. I wonder if these... It says... Okay, I'm going to read these achievement names, and we can kind of guess what they are. We can guess what these endings are. It says, be kind and see the results. Be kind. Oh, that's the rat. That's saving the rat. Investigate potential travel plans. Looks like that's maybe reading the notes in the initial house. Secret documents. Open the safe. Okay, makes sense. Discard a deadly item. We could have done that. That's easy. Grim discovery. Realize your worst fears. That's probably finding the body. End your story in the kitchen. That's probably death by gun, it looks like. End your story in the bathroom. Oh, a warm place is you. That's a warm place to hide it. I see. Okay, so it was never the computer. The warm place was always us. A warm place to hide the knife. Not a great hiding spot. Very likely to be found. Okay, then that's dying in the tub. And then it says, like it never happened. Pick up nothing along the way. Oh, that's the speedrun tactics. Speedrun tactics. Like it never even happened. Interesting. So is this totally... So all of those, are you ending it? Not the gun. One of these is discarding a gun. So discard the gun, open the safe, probably investigate better. Let the rat free. So I honestly could have done at least 3 achievements, I think, during this same run. Because I could have been kind, I bet. I bet I could have checked the escape route, and I bet I could have done the close call as well. Secret documents, I may have missed. I probably just missed whatever that was. But like it never happened is definitely its own run. But yeah, there are 2 of them of you. There's 2 of us dying. So there's 2 death endings, and then there's one. I guess that this is the serial killer ending where you end up being the bad boy. That's if you actually end up being the killer, I think. This is interesting. Interesting. I like to remember things my own way. We couldn't have done in any other run though. Yeah, because this is lying to ourselves. So lying to ourselves and leaving is what we just did. Okay, I mean, that's good. Piece together what happened in the woods. Okay, so we did get all the pieces of what happened in the woods. Yeah, so we did everything in the woods. Great. We also got all the pieces of our wallet. Also good. But we definitely missed the safe, an escape route thing, and something with the cheese. Maybe that doesn't even matter though. You could do another run that is 100% different. This did take 2 hours. Maybe before the month is up, we can play this game again and try to get an opposite ending. Could be fun. Maybe we'll play it again and see if we can get like a totally different ending. That's fun though. All of the achievements are super rare. Nice. Every single one is like platinum rare. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my light really quick. Don't tell me, awkward. Don't tell me. Don't tell me, because I bet it's in the game. Okay. Sweet. Well, that was a pretty fun game to end with. I mean, it was a little bit of a bummer ending, but I guess the only 2 options, I guess the best option for that game, if I could choose any ending right now, if I could choose the ending right now, I would have chosen for us to be the murderer. I think that would have been a more fun ending, because this ending was so much of a bummer, but it was hilarious. The fourth wall breaking and him just like picking on it. What you said, so you couldn't get any. Oh, you looked up the safe one. You have to use the game's website and the site is down. That's lame. That's lame. You had to look it up. That's so cheesy. That's so cheesy. You're supposed to look it up. That is super lame, Callie. That is super duper lame. That's the lamest ever. The lamest ever is that the secret is outside of the game. No real gamer is ever going to assume that. Nobody's ever going to guess that you have to go to the website. That's so dumb. I guess that maybe if you liked the game, you would want to go to the website, in which case you would find that there's the key there. I would have liked your idea better too, Awkward. I would have liked Johnny's idea better as well. And even my idea of it just being in a document and us not noticing it would be fair. Like if there was a document that had either the code or like pieces of the code, if it had like pieces of the code and that made it so that you could like piece it together later, but you had to keep that in your mind, that would have been fine. That would have been slightly annoying, but definitely fine. They tied it to the special edition. Yikes. Yikes. At least it's a real code that you can just look up. I don't even think that there's a deluxe edition anymore. I'm looking online. Yeah, there's no deluxe edition anymore. It's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool though. Okay, let me read some of this review, you guys. Ooh, let me read some of this review. Mamma mia. Home is an intensely unsatisfying experience because the end feels like the developer didn't have any idea what the plot was about himself. It's brutal, dude. That's brutal. You can't talk like that about Benjamin. You can't talk about that with Benjamin, man. Starts promising and goes downhill rather fast. Also, there's no saving. So you got to complete it in one sitting or you have to restart and it gets tedious. Check it out if you already own it, but there are far better adventure games with actually a coherent plot on Steam. Oh no. Oh no. That's no good. Those are the two most useful reviews. Ay, ay, ay. Roasted. Yuck. This type of game is totally my jam whenever I heard about it, but it turns out to be a waste of time. I love indie games, and this one had a great atmosphere and the appearance of an intriguing story, but it fell short. Simply put, the choose your own ending aspect sucks. It's not open-ended or left to interpretation. It's not discover more story with each playthrough. It's literally you choose the ending with yes or no questions at the end. Yep, that's how it felt. That was such a lame way to end it. That's too bad. Ay, 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 a spicy meatball. Yeah, you could just change the game at the end. It doesn't, none of what you do matters. Ay, 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 ay. None of what you do matters. If it was the school project props, I don't think it is. No. This is a product. This is a product right here. Got him. Roasted. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thanks for always a wholesome, funny stream. Hey, good stuff. Kareem, our first outfit is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do the first costume. It's not that exciting, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I got a few ideas of how to spice it up. Makes sense for that achievement that you pick up nothing. Oh, makes sense for that one. What makes sense for it? Can you give us a vague hint? A vague hint of the outfit? No. No, you'll love it. You'll love it. That's your vague hint. Your vague hint is that it's good. That's vague enough, right? That seems pretty vague to me. It'll be tomorrow. You could be patient. Okay, let's find somebody to raid, you guys. This game was fun. It's funny that we literally just played 2 unsatisfying endings. You guys, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I did not plan this. Double unsatisfying, but you guys, I hope you enjoyed hanging out anyway, even though both of the games that we ended not sucky endings. I'll be here for a bit, excited, but another friendo streamer has a first stream anniversary. That's awesome, Sasuke Rhyme. That's awesome, Sasuke. You should hang out with them. But yeah, maybe I will finish. Maybe I'll beat home just to figure out what's going on. I don't know. I'm not like super encouraged to play the game now that I know that it's all Bologna. I mean, at least there's achievements to mop up through it. But you'd have to play the game 4 times to beat it, right? Yeah, because you have to. Well, maybe you can be the killer and you can die. Maybe you can be the killer and you can also choose your own death. So discard a deadly item can never be done at the same time as the shoot. So that means that you have to discard the deadly item and then you do the knife ending. And then the other one would be maybe you can do grim discovery and knife ending. And then and you have to do the safe in one of those. And then the final one would be pick up nothing. And just play it for a literal fourth time. Or 4 total times. 3 more times. But it's 100%, but then I'd be 100% achievements. That's for sure. I wonder, okay, wait a second. Question. What is the most likely ending? What is the one that people do the most? Yeah, let's look at the global achievement stats. Be kind and see the effects. The most likely thing to do in this entire game is save that mouse. I'm literally a monster. I killed that rat and nobody else did. I mean, it's only 7%, but okay, so people normally save the rat and they normally leave. They normally get everything in their wallet. Okay, so they normally leave, have everything in their wallet, and they normally choose that you're the killer. They normally choose to be the killer. It looks like they discard a deadly weapon. They discard the deadly weapon more often than they piece together the tragedy. So just the tragedy in the woods. And then right after that is the escape route. Probably because anybody that's doing this terrible tragedy thing probably just does the escape route, and I'm a dum-dum for missing it. Open the safe is pretty dang unlikely. Dying in the bathtub is one of the rarest endings. And then shooting thyself is another super rare thing. And then the most rare thing is obviously not picking up anything, because that's literally like you have to do it very specifically. But yeah, nobody wants to go out. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to die. Everybody leaves. Everybody leaves the house. That makes sense. But most people let the mouse go, and I am a monster. And I did it on purpose because I wanted to be the killer. But towards the end, I was like, everything's going too obviously towards us being the killer. I thought that like my actions would affect the game in slightly like tweaky ways, and that it would slowly make me the killer. But it seemed obvious through the entire game that we did it, and I was like, this is boring. This is boring. We need a twist at the end. We should twist it. But all it did was make our character go crazy. It didn't even do anything. It didn't even change the outcome. It just made our character go nuts. Whatever. Dumb game. Kestrel Bun Buzz. Oi, I know. I'm such a monster. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Oh, Kitty, my friend says your Texas accent is very cute. What? Texas accent? I don't have a Texas accent. I've got a normal voice. I'm a normal boy. Kitty is much disappointed. I mean, are you not? I mean, is that not kind of a disappointing end? I mean, I'm glad that we played it. I don't regret playing it because I've always been curious. Howdy, y'all. I'm Kenner. Howdy, y'all. My name's Kenner, and welcome to my streams. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome to Texas. Welcome to Texas. Hello there. My name is Corey. I can't do the Corey voice anymore. Corey, do you have any friends that are online that I can raid? Do you have any? I don't have a Kiwi accent either, Kenny. No, your Kiwi accent's pretty obvious. Yeah, Kuri, if you've got somebody that I don't know that I could raid, then we could do it just for fun since you're here. Since you're here, we could pick a new friend that I haven't met before. Thank you for the follow, D Selena. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, how are you doing? What's up? Thank you very much for the bonely follow. Thank you. I mean, I can definitely pick somebody to raid, but what the heck? Kuri's here. Kuri's here. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. A wonderful spooky evening. Very spooky. I wasn't here for the whole playthrough, but I appreciate that you made the character go crazy. Yes, I am so glad as well. Animal Crossing New Horizons, Splatoon 2, or Metroid Fusion? Ooh, that's tough. That's a tough decision. Not because I love every one of those games. Maybe Animal Crossing, so that we can talk to them, I guess? You used to believe that you didn't have an accent, but I realized that it's not important enough to be the default. Oh, that I'm not important enough to be the default. I mean, I know that I have a bit of an accent, but I didn't think that it was that extreme. I've always tried to remove the accent, but
I don't know. Maybe it's sneaking through.
Might be sneaking through. I don't know. I think there's somebody. It's like somebody recorded my voice and they said that I sound like a cowboy.
His name is Blaine, and he has a cute Doge.
A cute Doge, you say? Well, wish I'll go see this Doge. We can go see this Doge that our friend Corey's talking about.
Yes, we should go say hi. Okay, because Corey rated us. Kuri rated us, so Kuri gets to choose where we go. And we'll meet a new friend. I've never met this bean before. Let's go say hi to. However I say this, let me see. I'm just loading up the stream so that I can see it whenever we get there. Also, can't get the Kiwi accent. Listen, I'm not even trying, okay? Not even trying to do the Kiwi accent. Just wait. Just wait until I try. That's whenever I'll really get you. I don't know if he lives there actually. What? What are you talking about? Oh, the one from Japan? Oh, he's just a Japanese fan. Chill AC design stream. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to Bwick. Looks like is the way that you say their name. But you guys, thanks for hanging out with me. It was lots of fun. I super duper appreciate the raid, Kuri. Thank you so much. Bwick. Bwick, you say? Very bewicking. Also, Kuri, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Also, Ethan Boy rated and Lane also rated. Holy moly. Holy moly. We're gonna go meet a new bean. A new bean. You guys, I thought that it was lots of fun. I hope you enjoyed a couple of spooky games. I'm going to, Lynn, I'm so sorry. I'm ending right now. Lynn, I'm ending right now. I'm sorry, but at least we get to say goodbye. At least we can say goodbye. Let's like raid and say, what should we say? What should we say? Maybe like, Bwick. I don't know. I'll say this seems like a bewicking stream. Does that sound enough like bewitching? Bonjour, mademoiselle. Is bewicking close enough to bewitching? It seems like a bewicking stream. And then maybe I can say, ooh. Ooh, spooky. Bewitching could work. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's better. That is way better. Bewitching stream. Ooh. Okay. This is correct, right? Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Oh my gosh, that's pretty good. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Jack jumped into the spooky stream. Jack be nimble, Jack. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's so good. That's so good. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Okay, that's too spicy. That's too spicy. We're gonna have to use that one. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Maybe like Jack jumped into your stream real quick. I don't know. Or maybe I can just leave it like this. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Not Jack. Oh no, poor Jack. He fell on the candlestick and he burned his butt. Ay. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. Jack jumped into the street. No, I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, here's the raid, you guys. Here's the raid. This is what we're gonna do. Poof. Poof. Jack be nimble, Jack be wick. That's horrible. That's horrible. All right, let's go say hi to Bwick, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. First outfit of Halloween. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to Bwick. I love you guys very much. Thanks for being here. I love all of you beans. Y'all are the best. Okay, I'm gonna say Bwick. Boom. Sweet. We're gonna go say hi, you guys. Hope you had a wonderful time. I love you all. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderators, for watching over the chat. Alchemic, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Lens was here almost the entire time. Die. Jedi Aurora. Arisa got this. All my incredible mods. I super duper appreciate it.
And also, thank you so much to my VIPs that have been here forever. I appreciate all you beans. Oi, 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 oi. Let me read them as soon as it'll show up. Please show up before we do the raid. Okay, my VIPs, Limitberry, Celestial, Kuri, Opes, Tayaki-san, the Crane Couple, and Tin. Thank you so much for being my incredible VIPs. Thank you everybody else that chatted and followed and hung out with us and subbed and all of that business. I appreciate you beans a lot. I hope you enjoyed the spooky vibes. Thanks for keeping me company and voting on our decisions and helping me make our character go insane. And also helping our other character kill their friend. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye, King of Squirrel. Bye-bye, Kuri. See you later, Lynn. Bye-bye, Awkward. Bye-bye, Von Chick. Bye-bye, my Mert. See you later. See you later. Bye-bye. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Get out of here. Shoo. All of y'all are in big trouble. All right. Something else. What? What's happening? Okay, go. Raid. Get out of here. Okay, that should be raided. What a mess. Okay, thanks for watching the videos. See you later. Spooky.